Hello everyone, my name's Tom Paul and welcome to Groovy Greebles. Today we're going to be having a quick look at how to make some more rustic and realistic looking Greebles inside of Quixel Mixer. So we're really only going to need two programs for this project. Quixel Mixer, which is free, you can have it over there and download it now, and also an amazing procedural Greeble generator called JS Placement. JS Placement is also available for free, so please check this project out and please support it. Okay, so we've downloaded and installed JS Placement, and you might get to this screen and go, what am I supposed to do now? All we have to do is head up to here on the top left, click on this one, and then pick one of the many presets. For this one, I think we might try JS Placement 2. I prefer this pack here, or Agromax. So all you have to do is select which one you would like, and then start messing around with these sliders. Once we're done here, what we can do is we can click here, we'll go Save Height, we'll go over to here. I've already exported mine, but we'll rename this whatever you'd like. And we'll do the same. We'll save out a normal as well. And one more thing is if you'd like to generate a material ID, we can click Toggle Colorizer. This is going to bring up some gradient maps here. I think we'll select this one, and then we'll save the color out as well. So here we are in Mixer. To get started, we're going to go up to Library and import a custom surface. This is where we can plug in the files that we made earlier. So we'll plug in our displacement, which we saved as height, our normal. We'll also come up to albedo, and although we didn't generate one, I'll just use my height here as well. And Quixel also requires you to plug in a roughness, so we're just going to use the height for roughness as well. And we'll get next, we'll select a category, miscellaneous, and we'll name this anything you'd like. So now we will import. We'll come over to layers. There's a couple of tricks here before we get started. We'll go back to our local library, we'll uncheck that one, and here we can see the one that we've just imported. So we'll click that once, it brings it into the top of our layer stack. And to get started, I think I'd like to reduce the repetition so that I get a better look at what's going on here. Following this, the first thing I'm going to do is come down to displacement. We're going to pop up the strength. And something that's pretty important here is we're actually going to come down to the base layer and we're just going to disable it for now. We're just going to hide it because we really don't need it and it's impeding on our displacement. So from here we can see that it's looking okay, but it's not looking as good as it could be. We can come down to normals and actually generate these from the displacement as well, and you can automatically see it's looking much better. But at the moment it's looking, it's not looking as good as it could. It looks rather jagged and a bit too sharp for our liking. So what we can do from here, scroll back up and we'll hit Control D to duplicate it. So from here we've made a duplicate and we're going to change the blend mode to opacity masked. What this is going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to wrap to the underlying displacement map, and then we can actually blur the edges to give it a nice beveled look that looks a bit more uniform. You can already see it's cleaning up some of the effort here. Pop it up a little bit more. And at this point what I like to do is I'll come back to the first one. We'll reduce the displacement a little bit on this one, and this one here as well. A little bit more. At the moment I'm not really vibing with the flat plane, so what we're going to come up here is go up to here, put that one there. And that's looking a bit better. Reduce the strength a little bit more. And just there as well. I think we'll increase the blurring here as well, maybe up to 6, and that's looking a bit more to my liking. You can see the change that makes. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll come back to our local library tab, we'll have a look at some smart materials, and I think we'll chuck in this steel oxidized that ships with Quixel. Give that a moment to load. That's already looking better. From here, I think there's one more thing I'd like to do, is we'll still probably reduce the blurring a bit, back down to 5. That's looking much better. That's looking great. Now, one more trick before we go, so we can come back down to our base level, and actually if we click on Material ID here, and go load, we can load up that color pass that we made a bit earlier. That's going to give us all these little IDs, which is just wonderful. I'm going to come back to local library, And I think I downloaded a pretty great metal back here before. A wonderful rusted metal sheet. Let's have a look at this little tacker. So we've opened him up. It's going to load a bit. It looks okay like that for now. At the moment it's just blending from below. We could go from above. But we're going to go opacity masked. And from here we're going to increase the repetitions a bit. I think that looks a bit better for us. Right click here and we'll go add ID mask. And we can just check some of these and have a look at what's going on along the way. I think that's getting a bit. That looks good to me. We'll come back here, we'll exit the mask, and we'll ratchet the underlying a little bit, just to bring back some of that displacement. And here we can even blur it even more, to make a nice smooth transition between the two. And that's us. Thanks very much for your time.
Hello, guys, and thank you for tuning in into this section of the program today. My name is Gabriel, and I'm here to tell you about one of the new courses that we're bringing into the IFCC Academy program, one of the new courses. And this one is based on the graphic design topic, which is, of course, a not very common topic here to discuss. But at the same time, that's the interesting part of it, because we wanted to bring like a fresh topic to the conversation, and we also realized that this could be probably a really interesting thing to talk about in order to provide maybe some digital artists that don't belong to the graphic design field with a little insight about the field and what kind of knowledge and tools can provide for them, graphic design can provide for them, and at the same time help them to enrich their work and maybe their workflows, or maybe just to add a bit of a detail in any case, or probably any situation that any artist or visual creator will need to use anything related to graphic design or to create any graphic design content. So I will do like this introduction to the course, but before we're going to discuss a bit of the reason on how did we get to that point of getting to the idea to do this course for digital artists in general, or for this community. Like this group of people, this target that we don't usually see this topic into the conversation, and that's really interesting. So let me introduce myself. And my name is Gabriel again, and I do graphic design. That's I'm 100% into graphic design. That's my day job always. I'm a freelancer, and I've been working formally as a graphic designer, like it's been 7 years now. And I'm really happy with that. Many stuff have passed with that. Have like lots of stuff have passed, through all this process. We artists have like learning and what we want to do, the decisions we take. But it's been great. It's been great. So maybe before going into the topic a bit more, let me show you a bit of my work, for you like to get an idea of what I do, which is related to the reason why we're creating this course. So again, I do graphic design, but I do graphic design like I like to think about it like literally for anything, any kind of product, any kind of company, any kind of project. And I'm thankful for that, because graphic design, it's a field that it's literally everywhere. And right now I have the pleasure to work like do the art or graphic design for a video game, and then the same day jump to a work like a more corporate or more traditional graphic design work for other kind of companies. So I usually get asked to do like this kind of work, like logos, icons, very, of course, obviously can't relate it with graphic design. So I've been able to deliver this kind of work, creating logos, whether for fictional brands inside games. Of course, doing this kind of graphic work inside games, it's fantastic. I love that. I really love that. And I'm involved in these projects, but only from this graphic design perspective, doing this kind of work, and I'm super happy to do that. And as I was mentioning, the thing I like the most about this job is that it allows me to jump into very different topics. For example, this is a logo work done for a charity organization in the US, and you can tell it does already feels like very different from the previous approach of this the project made for a game. And that's fantastic, that's great. I find this amazing. Like if you're able to explore very different ideas and talk to different people, I think that's just fantastic. I love this idea. But it's all, even when it's like very different work, it is all based on graphic design. It comes up from the graphic design field. right? So it's like probably the same principles, but just applied in a very different way. So you see like this kind of more corporate and kind of rigid kind of work. But of course, you get to enjoy this a lot if you jump from this to a very different kind of work, and that's just great. That's fantastic. I've been able to develop branding for game studios, for example, renewing visual identities. Yeah, that's great. That's just a work I enjoy so much. As many of you, if you're already a digital artist or just an artist, we all love to do our own personal projects because we have like total freedom, and there's no one telling us what they like or what do they don't like. So I think that's the greatest part about the work we can do, is that we are free. When we create personal work, it's free. We are free. So I also do love to create this kind of work. I'm happy to be creating work. I've been creating for esports professional teams, for investments company, as I've been showing you, for these video games, whether it's logo, iconography. Again, like very. It's a very kind of. What's the word I'm looking for? It's just a wide range. It's very open to anything, and I'm happy anytime a new project comes. If it's something like very different, no matter what it is, I think that's great. That's fantastic, and that's what I love about graphic design. So I'm just walking you through some of the work I have on my Behance page, which is the one I like to use the most for this. But the point to show you this is it's for you to see like the different kind of works and fields and companies, people, studios, or whatever that gets graphic design involved, because we all know how graphic design it's like literally everywhere on your, because everything that is branded for sure will have a logo, will have a brand, and that's graphic design. Graphic design is expressed in many ways around us. We all know that. Maybe not the funnier comment about design, but it is. It's real. And there are this kind of work. I also enjoy a lot where it involves a bit of illustration, doing characters, but this kind of characters with that kind of sport and kind of clean look. Of course, this is a sample for a gaming team. Also mixed with with custom typography or custom lettering work, whatever you want to call it. Also, of course, graphic design, it's also usually in video games related to doing UI work or icons, HUDs, heads-up displays, icons, menus, spells, bars, and those kind of things. Yeah, that's also part of my work. And then again, you see jump into a corporate kind of work. So it's like this up and down in styles, very different kind of people, which is good, which is cool. And yeah, so and now it's obvious that the kind of approaches and the kind of work that graphic design provides, it's everywhere. It's meant for everyone, for any kind of product, basically, even for people, for individual people, because you don't need to be a product or you don't need to just sell something to create work. Or like, it's like, fuck that, I can do work for whatever. So even if you want to just start creating graphics because you want to create them, that's perfectly okay. That's fantastic. Yeah, this is just more work I have already here, jumping from one style, one thing to the other. So in my case, I like to share with you the idea that I don't like personally to be identified with a style or something like that. So I rather just do a lot of work and try to do always a different thing that looks some new style, some new process, some new finish, like so keeping always the idea to come up with something new, like, okay, let's do now something different, something that doesn't look like the last thing I did. I love that, and that's exactly what I try to do, like almost always, I'd say. And yeah, I think that will be like a personal introduction. Hope you're not boring, you're not bored at this moment. This all makes sense. This all will make sense as we go through this introduction we're doing for graphic design course, which is 2D graphics for digital artists. Maybe you saw already in the IFCC media some of those posts. And there are, of course, I encourage you to check the other 2 courses that are available now in the IFCC Academy programs, which are super good. So don't miss that. And yeah, that was about me. And now it's time for me to join the nuts, because one of the main things that initially made me thought about creating this course was, okay, like where is graphic design in relation to the entertainment work field? Again, we know that design is everywhere, literally everywhere. If you love a video game, that video game may have a logo, a title. That video game may have icons that have menu, of course. If you love a movie, that movie may have a movie title, intro sequences, and whatever. This is all, of course, graphic design related work. And but the point here, and this really caught my attention personally. It's like you don't tend to find like too much like someone talking to you about graphic design in projects related to, let's say, video game development or movies or stuff in general into the entertainment field as we know it. And that's curious, because I think one of the reasons here is because maybe there are other disciplines inside the digital art creation work that are a bit more popular, I'd say. Not sure if that's the right word, but I mean, it's like it's a bit more usual that you find someone if someone wants to do work for video games. Probably that person is looking into learning or doing concept art or doing illustration or doing character design or doing 3D modeling or coding or whatever, but maybe not too common to find someone doing graphic design. And I know this because with my own experience, like I've been into art festivals, and the last time I was attending this THU like 2 years ago in 2017, and some when people asked me like, what do you do? I said I do graphic design, and they were like, okay, wait, so is there anything in particular that you came here to see or to try? And I said, yeah, of course, I just wanted to network and stuff, but it's not common. You will expect people to do other things, and I'm not sure why the reason of this. Maybe because graphic design is not usually, or at least traditionally, related to doing video games or stuff. If you think of video game art, I think you're not thinking the first thing that comes to your mind maybe is not the logo or the UI and stuff. Maybe it's the character, the environments, this fantastic kind of visual explosion, which is amazing. And yeah, so from my perspective, graphic design is still like it's there. Of course, there are fantastic, amazing artists that I follow, that I know. They're doing graphic design work for this, but that's not like a main topic usually in the conversation. So I thought that bringing graphic design to the conversation will be just fantastic, because this course, the course we're going to talk about, and the course we're introducing right now, is meant to bring like basic and simple tools for everyone. So you don't need to be a graphic designer, and you're not becoming a graphic designer if not you're interested, of course. If you're not interested in that, the point here is just to give you tools and some basic understanding for you to use graphic design resources into your own projects, or just to expand a bit your skill set. So I like to see this like think of it maybe like a DLC for your skills, a small DLC, which I think it's really good. So in general, graphic design, it's probably it's not usually into the spotlight, into the entertainment world field, okay? And here we're going to talk a bit about it, okay? So let me see what we have here now. And this is a fun question, actually, because probably before you've been asked to do a logo as an artist, but not necessarily as a graphic designer. Okay, considering that you're not actually a graphic designer. And the reason to bring this question is because from my experience, I've been joining teams that before they actually contact me, they try to ask maybe they have concept artist, or maybe they have an illustrator, a character artist, and they ask them to try out some ideas for logos and stuff. But some of these teams don't end up like too happy about the final result. So that's when they probably rather call like some graphic design guy to try to find another solution. And but I know this is very understandable, because if you're a small team, for example, I will say like on the smaller teams or indie teams, independent teams, this will be a little bit more common, because probably if you're looking to save resources, or if you just don't able to get like a bigger team, or you have certain limitations, whether it's your budget or your time or whatever. So it's very understandable that you ask any artist to just try out a logo, and they can probably come up with some really good solutions. I really think that I really know that, because from my perspective, a great graphic or a great idea on a graphic, if that idea is surprisingly good, or smart, I think that's solved. So the execution or the visual, it's like, of course it's always really really important, but I would say it's okay if you have limitations. It's good enough, and if you're just in need to solve the situation, that could also be a way to do stuff. So you don't have to be like this super expert. That's my conclusion with this idea. Like, you don't need to be a graphic designer, a super expert, to get a good idea or a good solution with graphic work. Even less if you have some understanding of graphic design tools and the kind of resources that graphic design offers you. It's even better, because you can use them, and you can be like a bit clearer about what are you doing. And so that's why I say it's kind of understandable for smaller teams to try to ask digital artists, concept artists to do logos. And one curious thing, it's like, I think like for most of the times, I'd say I can tell when, for example, a logo has been created for someone that's an artist, but probably not from the graphic design field. And that's interesting. And of course that will be like more for the technical details, like mostly I'd say in the logos, when people try to work with creating lettering work or creating typography or custom typo. There's some details, one thing here and there that you look at it and I say, right, you know, this looks cool, but I see this thing here, but that's okay. Right, because it's just it could be perspective, but definitely there are technical aspects that I can say, hey, if you tweak this here, look at it, and it could result in a better graphic, just like that. But yeah, this is the question I wanted to expose here. And actually, if any of you have a story or something related to this, you can let me know. That will be fantastic. But I think this is kind of common. This question does also brings up something to this lecture and related to the course, because maybe you're not being asked to do a logo. Maybe you want to do a logo because you're doing your own project, you're doing your independent project, you're doing your own thing, I know, whatever it is. And if you wanted to keep it like very DIY, why not? Of course you can do it. Like, if it's all you have, yourself, why not? You can do it. So the idea of the course, as you will see in a little while, is this: to bring you the resources to also be able to, to enter the battle with the graphic design and say, okay, I could maybe figure out this. Okay, and that's great, of course. So the whole point again is not to make an artist like an expert at graphic design. Just little tips can lead to improve your work or to just add some detail. Maybe if you're doing your logo for your game, or maybe if you're solving iconography for your video game, for your HUD, whatever project you have, an animated film, you need a title. I mean, of course, endless possibilities as we've been seeing. Like, for example, in the work samples I was showing you. The point is, like, with the right amount of basic and core tips, I think you can start to see like graphics from a very different perspective. There are principles that are kind of related to, let's say, for example, composition. If you're doing concept art, environment design, or this kind of art, illustration, whatever kind of imagery you're creating, graphics do also have these things like focal points, the focal area, the composition, of course, the positioning of elements, and the hierarchy, all these variations, of course, in a different way, but it's also it's kind of similar. So if you're already an artist working in other field, this will be easier for you to understand. And again, in the course, we're going to be reviewing this in a very, very like simple way, like as simple as possible, because again, it's meant just to provide you some tools for you to start experiment with, and to understand graphic and 2D work a little better. So that's the big point on the course. And of course, if 2D graphics for digital artists, now I think we can do a little overview on the course if that's interesting for you. Let me jump to this next slide, probably. Yeah. So this is in general the content that we have of the course, and when I say that it's meant for everyone, it's because it's literally meant for everyone. But again, we're keeping in mind that this could be also focused into digital artists, right? So if you're doing already digital art, you're creating concept art, 3D modeling, 3D design, sculpting, concept art, concept design, whatever you're doing, this can help you, and it's meant to help you and to give you this extra knowledge. Even if you're starting from scratch, this is also good, because after the introduction in the second part of the course, we have like an overview over vector graphics tools. If you're not familiar with vectors, which vector graphics is essentially the format where most of the graphic design kind of work, logos, iconography, typography, lettering. Usually this kind of work, when translated into digital media, usually it ends up into vector graphic. Vector graphics are these. I have a sample here. Let me share with you this. So vector graphic is this kind of format that allows you to get these polished and kind of clean, very clean look lines. Of course, here we see some of the pixels because we're into Adobe Photoshop. So I think there is no need for us to get into Adobe Illustrator, which is the vector graphics tool I use to work, because you can already get the point here. So vector graphics is the format used to finish logos, also because it's of course very flexible, because you can rescale anything done in vector like forever and that's great. And of course that clean look for straight lines with that kind of perfect straight shapes, curves and stuff that you can create. That's the point of getting image and ideas into vector graphic work. Okay, that's the very point. And why would you do that? It's very flexible. And so if you're starting from scratch and just maybe you're interested into the graphics, and yeah, this is also perfect, because in second part of the course we're going to reviewing vector graphics, especially, and at some point even giving an introduction to Adobe Illustrator and the basic commands and hotkeys and stuff, and doing simple exercise. If you do already know about any other vector graphic tool, or software, you can skip this part in the course. That's no problem, and you can jump just to the part where we start to the core of the course, which I say it's part 3 and 4, where we come to create like start experimenting and doing your own graphic thing. Okay, so if you're going from scratch, this introduction to, in this case, Adobe Illustrator, it's also good for you. But of course, this is we didn't focus too much on this because the technical part of how to handle a tool, how to use it, it's like everywhere. Literally, you could go to YouTube and find anything you need there. But we wanted to include this in the course still, just to cover this very basic part of the process. Right next, we start to work with creating simple objects, in this case like iconography, the kind of iconography you'll find in an app, in the web pages. And if you're asking like, hey, why will I be interested in doing this, it's not the topic, it's because we're going like step by step, jumping into a more complex graphics into the part 4. But we start with iconography in this case because it's like if you'd like to warm up and you're doing it from scratch, like you're getting into this to the you're just new to the graphics or don't know too much about it, this is a cool warm up, trying to create some icons, iconography and stuff. Of course, all the topics we're mentioning here are not treated into too in deep, remember, because we're keeping this fresh and simple as possible. So we're just working with the core thing. So it's not like, okay, here's how you do icons and you're done. No, but it's this just gives you basic knowledge that if you want to, of course, afterwards you could go a bit in deep with that, because you can be sure that doing iconography, it's for example, doing icons, can be such a complex process at a technical level, but we're not getting there because we don't need that. We're just here most for the visual part. Then we create decals and signs, which are like these kind of graphics that you'll find on a spaceship, on the aircraft or machinery, like these decals for danger, like don't step and stuff. You tend to see that a lot in sci-fi kind of style, sci-fi work. Then we try something with patterns and textures, which is also a fun part, because these patterns, you'll be surprised on how quick can you do patterns and custom textures using vector graphics tools. And that's fantastic too if you mix that up with, let's say, displacement maps into 3D and stuff. You can create like a lot of fun things like really quickly. And of course, we also touch this topic, which is logos, from a very friendly perspective. We're not going in deep, we're not digging too deep about logos, but this is just meant to show you, to understand some core basic principles, and then, okay, what does make a logo look like a logo, and what could I do, or what are the things that I could keep in mind just to make better my logo or whatever graphic I'm doing, in this case, of course, a logo. But there's always there's always a tip that can give you a hand to get a better result on that without you needing to be an expert at it. And in the in the part 4 of the course, here's maybe this is the funnier part, because here it's where you can actually start to mix maybe what you already know with vector tools. Because, okay, if I have a drawing, how can I transform this into let's say a character drawing I would love to have this character in my logo or whatever. Yeah, you can do. You can transform that into a vector and convert that into a logo if you want it. And here we're covering that process. So I think we have the sample. This is the sample we use in the course. So you see at the left, this is a digital sketch I created, and here at the right you see the vector final look. So it's the same drawing, we just follow our guide, and this process it's covered inside the course. Another fun part, when I say that you can literally use anything to create vector work, it's like also, let's say if you're a modeler, you could model stuff and bring new stuff into vector work. For example, I made this like kind of tank. I'm not a modeler, I'm not a 3D modeler at all, but I try my best. just to use 3D as a result to as a resource to solve certain situations. Like for example, in the course we're including this process on how we create this tank from having our original base render, then doing some digital painting over it in Photoshop, and then turning that into vector work. Why would you do this? So imagine that you're creating your own video game and you have to create your iconography, let's say for your weapons, for your HUD. So if you have 3D models of your weapons, you could follow this process to get like icons for your HUD, for your screen, for your menu, for whatever, and the possibilities are, of course, infinite for that. So that's a really interesting process that is also covered here in this part 4. That will be the part named complex icons and graphics, because you're using like this 3D render idea with perspective and stuff. And even also we touch this topic for creating lettering. This is just one of the samples inside the course. You'd be surprised on how easy and quick you can create stuff like that. Really fun part. Literally meant for anyone. You will have fun. You dig that part if you get into the course, because again, you'll be so surprised on how easy and how fun it is to create these. Like literally, this making something like this could take you around 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 minutes. So imagine what could you do if you just sit down and try start to play with the tool, with the vector tool. This is extracted from a digital sketch, and then you drag that into the software, whatever software you're using, and then start to use some techniques until you get a clean vector version of that, and then you can play with colors and stuff. And yeah, again, it's really open to possibilities, because this is just giving you ideas and the tools for you to create this stuff. That at the end it's up to you what you want to create, because you're the one deciding, okay, how can I use this, and that's the great thing about the course. It's just giving you the tools. It's not telling you what to do. It's just telling you, hey, you can do this with graphics. Here are some core tips for you. So get on it. It's great. And at the end, we're just going to be identify and like the areas of interest that may fit the best your work field or what you're doing. I share with you a personal project where I created a library of graphics to make my life easier with certain projects. I have a lot of numbers, graphics, decals, and stuff for personal projects. And that's it. Yeah, so that would be the course in a nutshell. And I think we're close to wrap this up. I think the time it's okay right now. And yeah, I really encourage you to take a look to the course content, to the intro video or whatever. And also, of course, I invite you to check the other courses, which are also fantastic. It's great content, and I think this is a great idea to share this with all of you. And hope you find out this conversation a bit interesting. As again, this graphic design is not a common topic, and if you want to continue the conversation, so let's just connect through Discord, especially right now while the IFCC is online is still on. And yeah, I think that will be it. And thank you for tuning in, and just continue enjoying the program today. And yeah, see you later. Thank you.
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the environment exploration course where I'm gonna be teaching you guys some cool tricks that I use. By the way, my name is Prince Mahlangu and I'm a concept artist based in Johannesburg, and I've been in the industry for the past 4 years. Now, I've worked in films, I've worked in animation and also TV series. So I'm going to show you ways of which I do concept art and how you can actually generate ideas and explore more quicker, because the methods that I'm going to be teaching you is through using 3D and using photo bashing to just get the best way that you can and get good quality from just a concept art piece that you can work on in a couple of hours instead of working a day or two on it. So on this course right here, I have like the outline, which is 4 fundamental lessons that I'm going to be teaching you guys. So the first one is sketching your ideas in comps and using lighting and having awesome composition as well in there to show the best frame, or I would say the best picture that you could, while still being graphic and loose. And the second one is modeling, so we're going to get into Maya. If you know any other 3D package, you don't have to try Maya out or anything like that, but you can still use Blender in other 3D packages. There's no limits on which package you want to use. I would say use whatever you're comfortable using. So you're going to learn how to set up a shot in 3D, placing your cameras where you want them. And the third lesson, I'm going to teach you guys how to do lighting and rendering. So here we're going to be placing actual lights in our 3D scene. We're going to learn a bit of basic texturing. We're not going to be doing something complicated like UVs or anything like that. It's just going to be basic texturing. And then also we're going to use proper lighting in 3D just to show you guys how you can get some awesome natural looking scenes. And also when we're done doing that, you can render out different passes that can give you different advantages when you go to Photoshop. And then fourthly, we're going to assemble the whole scene up in Photoshop, and we're going to use photo bashing to sort of have that extra layer of texturing on top of the mesh that we just rendered. And then we're just going to edit and adjust everything else after that. So I hope you guys enjoy the course, and thank you so much for supporting me. And yeah, let's start with the course.
Hello everyone, my name is Rafa Zabala, and first of all I would like to say thank you very much to Marco Zets, and thank you Marco for inviting me to the IFCC Online 2020, which is an online venue this year because of all this stuff that is happening with the bug. And so he asked me to do a demo, modeling some stuff, and now I will go and tell you what I thought it would be good for you to see. And I thought about posing a character that I already did and turn it into something different. But first of all, just a quick introduction, and that I would like for you guys to see who I am, what I do. I'm basically a modeler or sculptor, and I was a traditional artist in the beginning, many years ago, from 1995, where I was doing all kind of, and you can see my website, like big sculptures, and in clay, which I then turned in bronze, and some marble, resin. And then I turned into a digital artist, so I changed the tools, but basically carry on sculpting, but this time models for movies, video games, publicity. Here you can see my website, some of the characters that I did for movies, like Aesop and The Hobbit and Luca and Planet of the Apes, and also personal work and other things like publicity and music shows, Here, League of Legends, which was for the World 2019 League of Legends competition. And this is Ian Brown from Stone Roses, and then for Ariana Grande and Lady Gaga, Britney Spears, Paul McCartney, and then also creatures for video games and all sort of stuff. I really like anatomy. Basically, that is what I like the most. You see that I have also some other styles. I enjoy modeling all sort of styles and creatures. This is kind of a mix between realism and stylized fantasy creature, and these are more cartoon. And this is a little bit stylized for video games. And but I really like, I would say, if I have to choose, I like the realistic part of things, likeness, and all kind of things like this. That's what I probably really what I really enjoy, and people know me more for doing this kind of stuff. So going to what I'm going to do for you guys is some time ago I made a baby, which then I posted and social media, and it was more successful than I expected it was going to be, which I'm really happy about. And so I departed from this model. I made a basic model and symmetry model of a baby, and then I have here also, I put a hat, it's a girl, and then I thought, why don't I take this baby and pose it? When I pose the baby, let me see, I hope it doesn't crash. Okay, so I posed this baby, and then I rendered the baby following a course from Chris Costa, and this is the result. So far, it's not finished; it's still a work in progress. And as you can see, the hair is not very natural. I still have to work on the hair, and the eyelashes are still in need of some love and finishing. So, but this was the result. So I decided to post this as a work in progress, and to be honest, it had a great response. I even got the top row in Silver Central, which I'm really grateful for, just next to Chris Costa. And it's funny because this came up because of his course. I follow his course, and because I don't know much about shading and lighting, texturing, or anything like this. This was my first test, and so I'm really glad about the result. I think that when you work on a model, the best thing is to try and communicate something, to give a message. And so what I did is I worked on a scene, right? Because to me, that something is properly done, and is a good result in textures and as a model and details and everything. That's great, and it shows you are a good I would say like a good artisan, or you know, you are an artist, but the thing is to really be an artist, to be able to express and to communicate, to make people feel something. Like it doesn't matter if it's pain or if it's, you know, in their heart, or to make them feel sorry or happy or anything. So I start working on a scene, and then I turned this same baby, I took this baby and I turned this baby into this, you know, this other baby, which is in hunger. And just to compare, because I really like the image and the contrast, and to get a contrast in the images where you can see from A to C, you know, what happens, you know, like opposite situations together. So that makes people think a lot. And it has, it also has a meaning. You know, art has a meaning, and it gives a message. And so it's like two things. are able to show that you can achieve good shapes, but also to give a message, and that is great. I think that's the best thing. So what I thought is, because this has to be short and it's also for beginners, I don't want to get technical, right? There's no time to get into detail how you make a model from a start, and talk about topology and UVs and all this kind of stuff, which is not so interesting. I really find great the part of the artistic part is the one that everybody enjoys the most. And so there is so many tutorials about how to make a topology and all these things that for sure, somebody will explain it much better than me, and you can do that. But I want to see what I can do in a while with you guys, and turning this baby into another scene. So I was thinking about something like this. I wanted to duplicate this baby and make like two babies hugging each other, happy, and to give some kind of another message, because if they are just two babies together and there is no contrast, then I don't find this to be a message that, far enough message to make people feel something. It has to be a contrast. So what I thought is I'm going to keep one baby as a human baby, and another one I'm going to turn it slightly into a fantastic creature, like nothing crazy because of the limited time we have, but something like an elf baby or something like that. Okay, so what we can do, this is a reference, okay, so it's good to have references and to be inspired and to have an idea, because and also, I'm not saying that it's not good to just start sculpting, because you can also discover ideas as you are developing shapes, and one shape takes you to another one. Is another way of coming to a point as well. But it's good to have references once you have things clear, to have references to to keep your mind occupied with the final goal, even though later in the end you're gonna make some changes. So what we do here is we have a model that is subdivided. So if I click solo, so we just see this subtool, which is the subtool of the baby, and the other one is a hat and tongue and eyes, which I can use later for the other one, because probably we'll do it with open eyes. What we have here is a model that has 6 subdivisions. So the first subdivision is very basic, and so here in the polygroups, we can fill this with color, and we can take the lines and only see the colors, which are polygroups. Okay, which you can have this with polygroups, like I want to only sculpt the arms and I don't want things in the middle. Okay, so if you do that, it's much easier to reach every single angle in the hand, for example, right? So just clicking Control Shift, you click on any polygroup and it will come up. And so this is the basic polygroup, and to pose a baby, you can pose it real quick in ZBrush with masking, right? So for example, if the first baby is going to be like this, okay, then we would have to pose this baby first and then the other one on the top, okay? So because we don't have time, and it's almost impossible, like in 40 minutes, something like this, to pose both of them and make them look good, what I'll do is I'll use the baby that I showed you in the beginning, and then I'll pose that one on the top as a creature, okay, and just get something like this, and probably change the other one just a little bit so it's not exactly the same. So I have this one here, and the other one. So what I can do is prepare the scene. So I'm gonna pause the video and then come back again with the scene ready, with the symmetrical baby in the same scene. Okay, here we go again. Sorry, it crashed me, and a few versions back in Zebras, I remember I was crashing a lot, but now when it crashes, at least it saves the document like 99% of the time, which is great. So let's carry on. So blanket is good as, you know, like for us to see if it's at the right level, everything. So let's see. So we are working on the stomach, right? Yeah. So let's keep working on the stomach a little bit more. Let's bring that to the proper place. I don't like to use much the topological unless it's necessary, because I think it makes a crash, you know, at least for me. I move very quick the brush, like I do that, and I think that is causing Zebras as well to kind of go nuts on me and close. So, you know, it may influence the way we work and we move the brush, you know, like if you click like real quick, you know, it could be a little bit of a problem, I think. So, okay, let me just twist his feet a little bit this way, and over here the same way as well. So it's kind of touching his feet inside, and you know what, like I wanna mask his lower legs, and so I'm going to invert and I'm going to mask that. So you see I have a group in there now, and I want to do that so I can work on his stomach, because basically what happens is it's gonna be a pressure here, a skin pressure, and it's really nice. I really like to work on baby fat skin, like causing these folds, and it's beautiful, you know, really nice. To me, anatomy is not just about muscles, but it's about everything. You know, there is beauty in everything. So, and then you have to keep looking at proportions, like you don't want to deform his head, so let's keep the head. I'm going to mask and group his head as well, and mask it, so I work on his body and not deform the shape of his head. I also don't want his face to look like the other baby, okay, so that's something we have to work on. And let me see. And this has to go in a little bit like that, and then see, I like to put topology, because it really gives me the flow and direction of how everything should be. I think this has to go up a little bit like that. This topology is really lost. Sometimes we have to go up a little bit more to recover those shapes. And then again, you can use other brushes, like clay brush is a really nice one, and just to, I use move brush almost to kind of shape all the main volumes. Okay, but clay brush, you know, it's good for what it is. I mean, like sometimes you want to sculpt some shapes because you are in a higher resolution, and then you know, two brushes are a really nice one. So hang on, let me select these two, and I mean, we're not gonna see this, right? But I'm a freak, and I want to get everything correct, and I shouldn't be doing this because we don't have time to do that. Like, we have to see Okay, so here we are. I have the scene ready. I put the baby that is already posed here, and I even have the blanket, which we can change later if we want. I turn around the image. It was looking the other way around, but because the baby is looking this way, so I have it the same way. And what else? So what I'll do is I get rid of that blanket at the moment, and one thing you find in CPAS is that you can make groups, and this is very helpful because you have very different, a lot of different options that you can use, like for posing, for example, this is great. Let's say I want to pose this little guy, and it has all of these different tools inside, and imagine if I have to pose what the body and then the eyes and everything, so I want everything to go at the same time together. And so one thing that you can do is to transpose set. Okay, how you do these groups is simply, let's say that these are all outside the group here, and we have the baby outside, and you want to make a group for this human baby. So what you do is to get all this inside the same group, you just come here in your folder and name it, and just put like human baby, right? So human baby, and then it will get the first tool inside the group, and then you just drag and drop inside the group the rest of the tools. And so now I want to post this little guy, so I can just go here and transpose set, and so just center this with clicking this little icon here. It will, well, if you click the tool, it will center it with this tool that you selected. But if we get rid of the symmetry, it will center it in the middle. And then if you click Alt and you click on this icon here, it will snap the I call this oh man, I don't know, you click this in the middle, right? So now as you see, you can transpose this. Okay, one thing that I've noticed is that sometimes if you transpose or scale tools, you lose the detail for some reason. So I like to have whatever has detail, I like to have it in the highest subdivision level, so I won't lose the details. So now we want to pose this little guy behind the back, because his head is going to be leaning on the top back of the human baby. I can see something is going on here. I'm not sure what it is. I left something behind. Oh, the earrings. Are the earrings outside the group? So let's go back. Let's go back and let's do a solo on this. The earrings are not here. So not here. This is the tongue. This is the eyes. This is the lacrimals or carunculus. This is the eyelashes. And where are the earrings? Earrings. Okay. So let's put that inside this group. Okay. And we see if I move no, if I transpose, you see, if I transpose this group, it's not gonna move anything from here. I shouldn't move anything from here. So then again, let's go back. I don't want to see now the blanket, and then again transpose set. I click on the baby, so I center on the baby, and here we go. Let's pose it here, just like that. Behind the other baby. And you know what? I think the hats, I'm not sure I like the hat for this. So what I'll do is I drag the hat in here on the other group, and I'm going to you see this, it means that you are moving everything together. But if you click again and there is only one tick, it means that you will only move whatever is selected, which I want to move the hat, so I just alt click on that subtool and then I can move it, and just want to center that, and I'm gonna put the hat to this little baby here. Probably would look better on this one. Okay, every time you alt click on this, it will snap the pivot. I couldn't get that word before in my mouth. Pivot. Okay, so and now if it's more or less in place, you can just go to the lower subdivision level and then just pose this by hand. Okay, and then we can go more into detail. So let's pose this like that, and just move it so it encloses the ears inside, and just put a little bit more in, and then okay. And what I'll do is his ear, I go down here in subdivisions, so it was much easier to move low polygon count. And then if you click on W, which is the transpose icon, and you click around here, it will make a mask around the ear, and it would leave the ear without a mask. And then you can then just move the ear back to give the impression that is expressed by the hat. So just put it against her head. Now let's see how it looks with the hat. Now we can go back to the hat and place it again, and yeah, more or less that would be okay for now, I guess. Okay, later on we can come back to this. So now let's visualize the kid, and so again, let's transpose the baby, and let's have a look at the image. I think probably what I'll do, so I don't have to be clicking away every time I want to see the image, is that you have here a see-through menu in the menu, right? So if you go like this, you can see anything underneath ZBrush. Okay, so it's a good way of visualizing as well. Instead of having something in your canvas in the middle, you can just see it like that. Okay, so something like this has to be a little bit closer. So the head is very close to the other one, like that. Okay. Like that. So it's just face to face. Okay. So how do we do this? It's not easy at all to pose, maybe, you know, like anything, it takes a lot of time, but it's good for you to see the tools that you can use for that in ZBrush. It's great. So first of all, probably what I'll do is you have to decide on your workflow, you know, what you're gonna do first. Probably just put the face here like that, and then move the rest. So that could be a good workflow. So let's do that, and then just move the rest of the body. Right. Just a little bit more, and then probably something like this, like that. Okay. I think this is too small next to the other one, so let's make it a little bit bigger. So if we just grow it a little bit like that, and bring it back to place. Right, that should be enough for now. Then we can move the head. And so what do we do now? We just want to You have another tool which is T-pose, right? T-pose, and what this allows you to do is to pose the baby in the lowest rest. So this is something we can use now. For example, if we go like that and close T-pose, what we can do is now we can mask with Control Shift. We click on whatever we want to mask because we don't want that to be affected. And the hat, I mask this. I don't want that to be affected either. This, that, and then, oops, sorry. And then I mask the eyelashes as well. So anything else is going to move, right? And or another thing, for example, just click that and then click, and then Control Shift and drag, and then I only see this. This now should all be different polygroups. But if we click here on group visible, everything will be one polygroup. So now it's much easier for us to just click on this, all right, and mask it. And now what I'll do is I want to mask everything on this other baby, and I want to get rid of that, the whole thing moving together. And I just want to move everything but the head. So now if you see, the only thing that is unmasked is his body. So I'm going to start twisting this around. Okay, and so let's see what we have here. So his left arm is on top of the other one. So probably something like that. And it should be okay because there will be some pressed against in here, so we'll give the impression that they're pressing each other, and it's beautiful. And what else? And then now, for example, I can mask around this area and start twisting his body towards this side in here, and then mask around this area, and clicking here. One second. Okay, here we go. I'm worried that if I do it all in one go, I might lose the recordings. I don't know, probably I should do it in 2 blocks, something like that. But let's hope for the best. And so okay, and how could we have this baby posed in here? Well, one thing that I have clear is that his arm is going to be, you see the pivot, you should put it where you think the joint would be, right? And then you twist from there. Always you will have to do some adjustments and re-sculpt some of the stuff. And but I mean this is great. I really like the T-pose in ZBrush. It's really quick and easy and intuitive. And so let's see if I can recover that shape more or less. I can click a few times in here so it moves. Yeah, let's see. Well, let's do something similar, right? It doesn't really have to be exactly the same. So now I'm going to bend his elbow a little bit like this, and his hand like that. Okay. So, well, this one and the arm is different, but I kind of like that he's a little bit like hugging the other one. I like the idea of that. So, yes, you see, everything is together. There's no subdivisions, and this is a system for posing when you have a lot of sub-tools, and of course you don't want to be posing like the body and then the eyes, and you know, this is it's very powerful. It's really, really nice. I love T-pose. Thing is, I have my own interface, as you can see, and I've had it like this, or I've been having a personal interface for a long time, so long that I almost forgot where everything is in the menus. But if I lose time explaining to you this is here, this is there, then this tutorial will probably turn into something different, like a basic ZBrush, many how to find stuff, and this is not what I want. And you can find this in many tutorials. So let's just focus on getting something here. Intend is like in a posing class where you see how to pose and recover the shapes. Forgive my English, it's not very good. I hope you understand it. So I want to start seeing something. I don't like earrings on hair, and probably I would like this to be a male baby and the one a female baby. And we're not gonna see it because of the sex. You're not gonna see it, but probably you can get something in the face, that you realize it's a boy. It's an elf baby boy. So, so I'm starting to. I want to start seeing something that you can tell is a creature. Okay. So this is probably enough to have placed the baby, because if you remember, the baby was on the air up, standing there, and now is in place. So I can bring it back with T-pose, and then I have T-pose subtool. So if you click on that one, it will give you back all the subtools separate. And so you, oh my God, what is that, man? That's the hat. Yeah, I know what happened here. Yes, okay. I had a mask inside. This hat is made of the inner part of the... Oh, dude! Okay. So, how do we do this? You know what? Let's get rid of the hat, right? Because it's too much to fix right now. So we don't want to see that. And I'll get it back later, okay? Maybe I have to speed up some of the process in the camera. But okay, now we're starting to see the result of this ear. It's not looking good like this, so I'm gonna work a little bit on his ear. And so now I have control on individual subtools, right? Earrings, as I said, I don't like earrings on this one. And so what we should do now is to pose and just try and find a way to pose the baby here. Probably, I think it needs to be more leaning. And then, hang on, if you click Control Shift and click on the arm, you should be able to recover some of the, to get rid of the mask in the arm. So, because I want to turn, and if you click solo, you're only going to see the subtool that you're working on. So, make sure that there is nothing underneath his arm, between his body. And because I want to turn the body with the arm. So, let's see. I just want to see everything again. I'm going to place the pivot in the right place. Now it's going to be like that. And this is difficult, right? Like he is, yeah, I think he's kind of, let's see. Just click a few times on the mask so it opens the mask. Probably about something like that. And it's almost as if he's, I think I need to turn him. So if I alt click on this, it's gonna snap the pivot again. So probably about bringing his body up a little bit and like that. And it's complicated. Okay. You know what? And then this arm. This arm could be. You know what? I would like him to be hugging her head. I think that would be nice. I like his. Okay. So it looks like as if you are destroying, right? You're destroying the mesh, but that's the way it is. You have to re-sculpt a little bit later on, right? Like, go around and try to recover the shape. So you go like this, you put everything in place, you maybe mask the head, and then work around. So probably turn. See the elbow here. What about if we probably bring the mask in here as if he's turning his arm a little bit like that. And some of you maybe ask yourselves, why a baby? You know, why did I make a baby and not something, I don't know, like creature, something muscular, whatever the thing is. I find babies very interesting from the point of view of anatomy. Muscles are difficult to get, and it needs a lot of practice and observation. But also this beautiful fact that babies have is anatomy is a very interesting thing to understand as well. And it's not an easy thing to do, to keep that that balance, and you know, and to make them cute, and to have those faces, this chattiness. All right. So we cannot really expect to get something amazing in you know, in the time that we are doing this demo, but we'll try to get something as a start, you know, and then I can probably show later, you know, the total result. But this would be ideas if he's hugging this way and then his head on the other side. I kind of like that. And so probably we can twist all these fingers. Sometimes it's easier if you just go like that straight away, and then if you control click on the canvas, you invert. And well, some of you will know all these things. Some of you probably I don't know, you're beginners or the first time that you see ZBrush. It's an amazing piece of software. This is what it really got me working in this field. To me, everything was very abstract in the beginning, and because I was used to work in a workshop, but dude, I just got hooked like a drug addict. You know, I couldn't stop using ZBrush, and I was waiting for the day to finish on the workshop and go back home and start modeling. And you know you want something and you really go for it. And it was like this since I discovered ZBrush. So it really takes time to understand these things, and it's all about liking what you do and paying attention and just putting hours. Okay, then there is a move brush that is topological, and oops, oh man. Anyway, so I'll look for it. Where are you? Here. And so you can move a finger without affecting much the other one. It doesn't really work if they're too close. So anyway, let's leave this like that, because this I call like final details. Okay, what we want to do is to get the main volumes working, and we have some stuff here to fix already. So it's good to see the topo, and you can get rid of fill so you don't see the color. And if you work with topology, that is indicating you know, that if it's crest gains or there is tensions or not. So it's a good way. Sometimes I like to sculpt with topology on. So I spread, because sometimes people end up with a mess like this, and when you don't look at it with topology, it looks okay, but when you look at the topology, that's bad, you know. And then there's a problem later with the textures, because they will stretch in a bad way. So we're starting to relax and put the topo in the right place, and topo is indicating you what is a pinch or where you need to go and address some of the changes. Okay, and probably now I think legs should, oh my god, no. I don't know why I don't want this. I want this kind of mask. And okay, so I'm gonna turn, no, something bad is happening. Okay, there's the proper mask. You gotta be careful with the masking, because sometimes it plays bad tricks on you. So sometimes it's better just to, every time you make a mask, to check around, because sometimes you leave a little bit without masking, and that will give you, you know, a bad problem that you will have to fix afterwards. Invert the mask, and then I'm gonna put his legs like that. You know what, I think he's stretched his torso too much, so that should be coming back a little bit more, probably like that. Because now if we see the blanket could give us a hint on where he's sitting. Okay, so it's not bad. We could just soften the mask a little bit more, and just let's just see this, and just get rid of some of this masking. Yeah, there are points in which it looks really ugly, you know, until you get everything working. See, it looks like he has a torso is too long right now. So we kind of bring it back like this, and it's probably time to recover some of the shapes. And when you recover some of the shapes, it will give you an indication on the anatomy what needs to be. You know, it's good that you jump from posing to restructuring his body again, just to make sure that you know what your anatomy is failing at. So kind of like that the arm is laying on her back like this. Then probably, I don't know, still I feel that this should come up a little bit more. Maybe just a notch like this, something like that, probably. That's okay. And now I'm going to be posing one leg first, then I'll pose the other one. And so I want to get rid of the mask until the middle here, and that's gonna deform quite a lot. I think there'll be a lot of fixing to do in here, and it's a very extreme pose, right? But it's very baby-like. So this is kind of rotating this way, and then we have the lower part rotating like that. Okay, so it is something like that. Now you can pass from to brush and start recovering shapes. Then there is a lot of pressing against here, so we should rework all these areas. So now I'm trying to, with the topology, you see, I really like to see the topology because it's indicating me, what is wrong, what needs to be put back in place. So let's see, the topology is really low here, but I really think that I like to work on low topo as much as I can, because if it doesn't look good, to me, it seems as if it's not worth to go high res and work on it yet. Okay. First, I want to see it working in low res, and then I will go to next level and so on. So something like this. Now, of course, we need to do some work on the belly, but I think I'm gonna leave that after I move the other leg. So let's go for the other leg, and let's do the same process. So I am mask around the butt here a little bit. I click, control click to soften the mask, and then I'm just going to do the same thing, and just click on control click to recover a little bit. This is super deformed, but we will quickly put everything into place. Okay, so this is a good exercise for anatomy, because it's kind of like you lose and recover the anatomy, right? It looks like it's a total mess, but it's great if you like anatomy to kind of rebuild the anatomy. That's great. And so now we bring that fit in here, and now we kind of see that already we can see the intention of the pose, and we kind of go to that point in which we now see the whole thing is pose as we like it, say. And of course, if I have a lot of time, and I work on this for days, for full days, I would experiment in different poses and everything. But this is just has to be like a quick exercise, almost like sketching, for you guys to see the process. Now what I'll do is I'm going to go up one bit. It will be kind of easier for me, I think, to control shift and click on the other leg, so I have both like this, and then now by hand control alt to get rid of the mask, and I'm going to work on the belly, right? So I want this belly to go back to the proper place. So, and you know what? One thing that can be done, it would have been easier probably to just go like the control back. Okay, let's do it. Let's finish that mask. And now, when you have masked that part, which is from the waist up, you can go and make a polygroup. If I want to see the colors now, I'm going to say that I want the mask to be a polygroup. So I group from masked, and then I can click on that and just see that part. Okay, so and now what I can do is to organize it better. So I get rid of that, and so I can lasso select, which is much easier in this case, and get rid of some polygons here, and what else? Yeah, I can see that from this angle, and get rid of some more in here. This is very difficult to select, but something you can do. I want to get rid of this one first. Let me see if I can do that. Ah, my God, no. It's difficult. You see, it just doesn't want to do it. Ah, nice. Okay, we got it. And just a thing here, please let me do that. Come on, yay, okay. So now what I'll do is I grow the selection. You can grow the selection, and then just grow a little bit more. And now I can do it better, I think, because I want to see a little bit of that area. Oh, this is a little bit of a mess. It's quite difficult. Okay, you know what? Group visible. Okay, so I'm going to mask this, and then smash this, invert the mask, and now we're going to, with the move brush and clicking Alt, we're going to move with in the direction of the normal. So smooth, bring it back, smooth. Then let's click on the mask a few times, you know, and something like that. So I bring back his stomach, and let's see how it looks with the blanket. So, oh my God, no, it's gonna crash. Oh man, so I'm gonna stop the video, okay? And I'll be back soon. Okay, here we go again. Sorry, it crashed me. And a few versions back in Zebras, I remember I was crashing a lot. But now, when it crashes, at least it saves the document like 99% of the time, which is great. So let's carry on. So blanket is good as, you know, like for us to see if it's at the right level, everything. So let's see. So we're working on the stomach, right? Yeah. So let's keep working on the stomach a little bit more. Let's bring that to the proper place. I don't like to use much of the topological unless it's necessary, because I think it makes it crash, you know, at least for me. I move very quick the brush, like I do that, and I think that is causing Zebras as well to kind of go nuts on me and close. So, you know, it may influence the way we work and we move the brush, you know, like if you click like real quick, you know, it could be a little bit of a problem, I think. So, okay, let me just twist his feet a little bit this way, and over here the same way as well. So it's kind of touching his feet inside, and you know what? Like I wanna mask his lower legs, and so I'm going to invert and I'm going to mask that. So you see, I have a group in there now, and I want to do that so I can work on his stomach, because basically what happens is it's gonna be a pressure here, a skin pressure, and it's really nice. I really like to work on baby fat skin, like causing these folds, and it's beautiful, really nice. To me, anatomy is it's not just about muscles, but it's about everything. There is beauty in everything. So, and then you have to keep looking at proportions, like you don't want to deform his head, so let's keep the head. I'm going to mask and group his head as well, and mask it, so I work on his body and not deform the shape of his head. I also don't want his face to look like the other baby, okay, so that's something we have to work on. And let me see. And this has to go in a little bit like that. And then, see, I like to put topology, because it really gives me the flow and direction of how everything should be. I think this has to go up a little bit like that. This topology is really lost. Sometimes we have to go up a little bit more to recover those shapes. And then again, you can use other brushes like clay brush is a really nice one, and just to I use move brush almost to kind of shape all the main volumes. Okay, but clay brush, you know, it's good for what it is. I mean, like sometimes you want to sculpt some shapes because you are in a higher resolution, and then you know, two brush is a really nice one. So hang on, let me select these two, and I mean, we're not gonna see this, right? But I'm a freak, and I want to get everything correct, and I shouldn't be doing this because we don't have time to do that. Like, we have to see like an overall result soon. Okay, so but as you can see, we're starting to see like how the shapes are coming along better. So there is a press against here, and we have to kind of get that look. Okay, and so if we go up a little bit, and sometimes I do this, like I select this, and you look from the inner part, and so I try to kind of smooth down in here. Kind of like I try to reproduce reality, you know, like skin is pressing against. So if you try to, you know, to be faithful to reality, it's a good way to approach. So I mean, skin doesn't cross skin, right? It's just pressed against, and so now that it's not touching, now I can mask again and then bring this back in here. This is because of the colorize. Okay, if I get rid of the colorize, we don't see these artifacts. So I think this is how you kind of get that fat press against look, you know. And so you see that we have a lot of artifacts in here that have to be cleaned up, and so we have to put the neck. So let's select. Actually, probably, yeah, okay. So I'm going to soften this part of the neck. And there's a lot of work. Anything that you do is always a lot of work, and much more than you ever think it is. And you know what? I'm gonna do a shrink because I don't want to see so much neck. Just that part. I'm gonna go and group visible because I just want to group that part. Okay, because I want to be able to move the rest of the body. I think that there is a major kind of moving here. Obviously, it's an elastic creature, right? A baby is very elastic, so. But up to a point, you know, we can see here that he's twisting away almost like he's breaking his neck. So we have to work that area to make it convincing to our eyes. You work a lot with observation because, of course, you cannot have a reference for everything you do. And so it has to just look good to your eye. You know, a sculptor, when I was young, told me that you have to convince yourself to be able to convince other people. It has to be good to your eyes. So it has to make sense. Does it make sense that this neck is like this? Not really, right? Because something is broken in this area here. So we have to bring this back again. It's not convincing. This is not convincing. So we probably even have to move his head or move his whole body or something. You see, it's twisting too much, I guess. So I think that probably we're gonna have to twist the whole thing, like something like that. Something like that, right? Because it's too exaggerated. And then now that we've done that, this arm doesn't work anymore. We have to bring this arm more this side. Okay, which is okay, it's okay. And I think, you know what, I would bring this arm, just click a few times in here, click, control click, and we bring this arm as it is totally resting now. Yes, I like that. Yay! You know when you get happy. Okay, so you know, like that. Now I'm going to twist his arm from the elbow like this. I like that. Yeah, you think so? Okay, you think like this hand should also twist a little bit more as well? What about this finger? Well, I have to pose the hand, actually. You know, that's what's happening. It's not working because the hand has to be posed. So if you click Alt, you can actually redirect the keyboard. Okay, yeah, that hand definitely needs to be modeled. Okay, and now this arm is the same. This arm has to be reposition. So I'm not sure now. Probably okay. Something like this, and about this is actually totally broken, right? Like, you know what? Instead of redoing it, I'm just gonna place it like that, and then just move it so it looks like he's grabbing her head, and that hand looks a little bit like he's stressed. And oh man, I don't know what's going on here. No, it's probably easy just to invert the mask like that. I place it in here and Alt and reposition the pivot and just something like that. Okay, and then of course the hand has to be done again somehow. I don't know. I'm not sure I like that. I'm not sure I like this. What else? And I think that is working a little bit better. And I like that this leg is resting totally on the ground, and this is a little bit up. That kind of makes it more interesting. Yeah, topological is there. Okay, so just and it's kind of working in the way that these feet are going inside that place here. You know, I think I would like to print this. I have a little printer, you know, and but I'm not using it much because I'm always doing some work, working on some project. But I definitely want to start printing something. So this feet, probably what about, yeah, that's it, okay. But this has to also move that way. Yeah, okay, that's kind of okay. So, okay. Now I invert and place his stomach in a way that makes sense. And as you see, guys, I mean, this is just time and it's polishing, and then you start working on the details. But all these fatty tissues, you know, they come together, and depressed against, and anatomically, this is what is this job about. You know, it's about being able to being able to communicate, the anatomy of the fat tissues, the press against, as I call it, of one part against the other one, which is I think is very beautiful. Babies are amazing. I mean, I love babies, yes, but I love them also. I'm talking about as an anatomical bodies, to study anatomical pieces. So, and the way the back bends, is very important, because here we have a structure, that is our waist, and so then it makes that kind of is kind of flat in here, and then from here starts bending, starts bending, and then also we have to have this curve properly done, and topology is helping us to guide, to guide us as well. You see that topology, the polygons are small here, and when here are a little bit too big, so I think it's good that we start making everything so it's not so stretched or compressed. We don't want this to be compressed, because I'm used to work like this, making sure that topology is good because of production, but also because I know that it's an anatomy guide, really, and also because if you're gonna texture this, which is great, right? If you texture and you render it, you have a great piece. Is good that you place everything correctly, all the loops are placed correctly. It's just a benefit in every single sense. It really is. It doesn't really take long, and because if the topology is not correctly positioned, that's going to translate also in bad shapes in your model. It's always going to be something that what's going on here, and it's like topology is really not flowing. It's not flowing well. So that's something that a lot of people don't take care about. They don't care about topology. They sculpt, and then it's all a mess underneath. And it's a good way of modeling, using topology in your advantage and not ignoring topology. I really advise you guys to keep that in mind. It really helps me, because I used to be a mess in the beginning, and that was giving me a lot of problems artistically, but especially in production, like with textures and rigging and everything. You see, if you have topology flowing well, it just looks good. It's the shapes looks good. I'm not talking about textures or rigging or anything. It's just that anatomy is flowing better. It's just giving you a good information in that sense. Probably I'm listening to my kid in the background. We're all confined inside our houses with this virus. And that's what it is, man. We've gone all through this right now. So, okay. I like that it's all kind of like compressed against. I really like that. Babies are really elastic. And we can give that feeling. That's amazing. That's the good thing about babies. And okay, so if we were to call this good, now I would actually make his face different, right? I want a big smile, probably only one side, like, oh, I'm happy, like I love you, I like cuddling, and what else? Here the eyebrows. let's probably, if I make like a pointy nose. Now here again, you know, topology it really helps, like how this is deforming. So if he's smiling a little bit, it's lifting his nose in here, this is pushing his eye up. Like, let's exaggerate this just to make sure that this is not a normal baby. It has elf ears. I've gone to the easy one, right? It could be a baby monster, you know, and try to do something more developed. But you see me working, always trying to work with the lowest topology possible. But there is a point in which you have to go up one level and so about the head, could be different head, maybe, I don't know, like that, or like that, something, you know. You know what I mean? Like, I want a different head, like different structure. I want to keep, you know. I want to. What about? What about a little bit of Chinese Oriental touch? Why not? Just you know, his nose is very peculiar. More forehead like that. Probably mess. I don't know if to call this like a stylization or something like this, but exaggeration. So how long it's been? This is 20. Oh, okay. I think we've gone far enough here, and so let me just finish his hair a little bit, and we'll do some kind of like a render or something. Put eyelashes back in place, more or less. So okay, guys, put the blankets on. I think probably he's too much on top, you know, like he's crushing. But I definitely think this, of course, needs a lot of work, you know, but come on, come on. Oh my God, what happened here? Dude, no idea. Okay, I will send some images or something of this finish, but then you render this, you go in shadow here and put 12, 12 here, oops, 12, and 1000. Then I put one in here, just lower a little bit so the shadow is not too strong. Okay, and just put perspective on and render. And okay, well, here you go. This is the first step of posing and making a scene. Okay, I promise I'll finish this and I'll send you guys some images. I'll ask Marco to share them. I will definitely turn to something. Yeah, and then this you take into Arnold and you add hair and finish it properly and render it hyper realistic, and you know, and then all of a sudden you have a nice piece in there. Okay, guys, so thank you very much for listening, and I hope you really like it and learned something. And yeah, all the best. Thank you.
Hello, IFCC. Hey, welcome. And this is David Bentley. And I'm going to do a presentation on character design, on vehicle design, and some of the principles that tie together very well. And just a little bit about me. I work at the College for Creative Studies. I'm an associate professor in the Game and Animation Department, which is the Entertainment Arts, as well as I work at Ford Design as a creative designer. And I'm going to show you a little bit about what I do. Design that vehicle as well as this. I did this for a presentation at IFCC. Most of the things I do start off as demos in class, quite honestly, and kind of move towards other presentations unless I'm working for larger clients. So before we jump into this, I thought I would show a picture of the first IFCC, I believe this was a long, long time ago, that I was a part of, and it's great to be part of this this festival with so many incredible artists. With that, let's go forward. Thank you. Okay, I thought I would do a few different mixed media. So once again, I'm David Bentley, and I thought this might be a fun way to jump into what we're doing here. So some of the design principles. What is a principle? A principle is a truth, right? And we're going to talk a little bit about story today. We're going to talk a little bit about the research you need to do in story. We're going to look at gesture and what makes a good line, right? A simple arc is static and dead, whereas an accelerated line has movement, it's natural. A straight line can be very strong, and just kind of wobbly lines can be very weak. So let's look at some of these things and how vehicle lines can be strong and have line continuation. If you notice, there's lines that flow through this Ford GT and lines that flow over the top of this wonderful character in Secret of Kills. All right. Okay, Ego from the movie Ratatouille by Pixar is one of my favorite examples of good character design. Now, why I love him so much is you look at his shape, his attitude, everything about him screams death. Like, his job is about killing chefs and their dreams. And he looks like it. He's bony-fingered. He looks like a corpse. His shape is like a coffin. And if I go to his office, it is a coffin. His typewriter is a skull. His color, everything about him screams death. And it's just an incredibly good design. So let's look at a couple other examples of line acceleration. We talked a little bit about straight arcs, how boring and static they are. And look at these accelerated curves. You think about these kinds of things on vehicles, but look in nature and trees and character design. It can be an incredible way to bring energy to a character design. Here's some just other examples of the same thing, right? Just accelerated lines on this SR71. There are accelerated lines. You see the weight and the bias over the front fender here, and the bias over here above the canopy, where the lines just fly off the vehicle. It feels like speed. I thought I'd throw a couple of my own sketches in here just to talk a little bit about just the gestural nature and what you can do with a character and give them personality, right? The playful nature of this child, the character of this kid on his little sketchbook hot rod, I guess. I tried to put the stance a little bit forward so it's lifted up on the bottom so it's not static and just straight horizontal. An old storyteller, and then just this lady who's just vertical. Caricature, on the other hand, is where I take an actual design like a Corvette, and you take that initial design and you try to see what do you need to maintain, and what do you need to preserve, and what can you exaggerate. Caricature is all about exaggeration, and it's a good practice to do. I have all my design students do it. In my character design class, we all have to do vehicles. And these are all just sketches from my class, quite honestly. But here, I'm trying to get across this Bronco, can go anywhere. So I gave it monster tires. I obviously accentuated that. I tipped it a little bit forward, gave it some attitude. Whereas this old Ford, I wanted to kind of give it a different approach. I wanted this to be something that just meanders down the highway, if at all, or the country road. The attitude is actually backwards, if anything, right? These lines are going backwards down towards the ground. This has kind of an easy rider version of a Corvette, where everything's kind of laying backwards and down. And so that's what I'm trying to get across. You can give a lot of character to both vehicles and characters, a lot of personality, by just how you exploit lines and attitude. Let's talk about shapes. Okay, shapes, the Starship Enterprise. It's all about rounds. It's all about safety and exploration, and you feel comfortable there. You know that you're not going to be attacked. Whereas if I go to the Borg ship over here, it's a big cube, and I think about that. Originally I thought, well, why is it a cube? A cube is about stability. Usually that's a good thing, but in this case it's a bad thing. This is about the inevitability of this race that is going to take over everything, and the inevitability that I cannot compete with it. Like nothing can stop it. You can't knock it over. What are you going to do? You're a little small round shape. This thing can take over the universe. Whereas if I come down here to this other design, the Romulan ship, this is all about attack, right? The sharp angles, triangles, very elongated triangles, but triangles. And normally the ship, the Starship Enterprise, is right over here, small and insignificant. And this huge mining ship is there to just say, hey, I can destroy you. I can destroy worlds. And shapes can convey an awful lot of meaning, and not just in spaceships, clearly, but in characters. And once again, I'm going back to Pixar because they do such an incredible job of using shapes to define characters. And I look at Carl, I believe it's Carl, and just how square he is. His glasses are square, his body's square, his fingers are square, his ears. Whereas his wife, Ellie, is all rounds. Everything about her screams that she's a safe place. She actually screams that she's a balloon and she can just fly out of here. He screams that he's more like the house. He's stable, he's predictable, and he's not going anywhere. And there's good and bad, positives and negatives about both of those things. But together, when they're tied together, they go on adventures. And life is an adventure when they're together. They're both better for the connection, the marriage that they have together. So I thought Pixar has done an incredible job of that. And I thought I would look also at Russell. because, when I look at him, he is all about being an egg. On the surface, you might think he's a little bit like Ellie, but he's not adventurous. The bias is down towards the bottom, like this Easter egg, right? Whereas the balloon, the bias is up toward the top. It's flying away. He's more grounded in this situation. But one thing that is really interesting about an egg is it is limitless possibilities, I should say. It's unlimited possibility. He can become anything in the world. You think of like a baby. He can become anything with good mentorship. He can become anything. So, other shapes. Clearly there's utilitarian look to this Jeep, right? It can go anywhere it wants to, roll over things and stomp on things and do what you tell it to do. Whereas if I jump in a Volkswagen, got a lot of character here, lot of character here in a Volkswagen Beetle. That's about a personality that says, hey, I can go places, yeah, but I'm going to do it in fun, and I'm safe, and I'm happy. It's a different kind of attitude. The Porsche is very similar. It's very soft forms, this old 911, but it also is more muscular. It's got haunches like a cat, right? Similar to the round shapes here, but much more about muscle and sculpture. And this wonderful design over here is something that really shows off personality. It shows off simple forms, and you can get a lot of emotion out of these things. Last couple things about shapes before moving on. You can also use shapes to tell a little bit about, or use things like, in this case, birds or cheese. Like, it's a really interesting way to push some meaning into characters' costumes and who they are. And then I thought I'd use one example that I did last year for fun, which is a frog, right? It basically did a vehicle kind of based on like a Ford Anglia, I believe. But really, I wanted to push this frog character and have him be the hood ornament. But I've got eyes, I've got clearly a mouth, the colors frog alike. And then just for fun, I threw it in another environment just to make a nicer rendering, I guess. Okay, we'll stop for now. Okay, to recap a little bit of this, the shapes right here, the different types of shapes, like pointy things, can be energy. They can also be direction. You have stability, there's friendliness, there's horizontal, stable. Vertical lines make an eye go up, and like an offset line can be very unstable. Proportions, another big area. There's a lot of 70-30, 80-20, golden ratio kind of rules. But what it really boils down to is that static arc again, really, and pushing things around in proportions. The different forms that we can use are also very important, and we'll get into that in just a minute. But first, let's look at proportions. Okay, so quick sketching here. I usually, when I'm sketching, I just do a throwaway layer, similar to what I do when I do 3D sketching, just a quick ugly thing that I'm going to toss, just to kind of find something. And then I'll dim that layer down and go, okay, yeah, now I'm ready to kind of tighten something up. In this case, I stayed fairly loose. But the point is, this vehicle's got some really nice proportions. It's got the canopy is kind of resting really far, 30% back, right? But if I put that on a different layer, I can move that canopy around and see how bad this thing could look if it was centered in the middle. So now I've got this thing basically designed. Look what would happen if we were to move this thing around. It can look pretty gross, but just by like settling it in the back and working on the shape, you can make really interesting things happen. And similarly with a person, you can push the eyes around, push the nose and the mouth around. Bodies you can push around for different effects depending on who your character is and why you're doing these things. Okay, so we have covered these character design principles and vehicle design principles fairly loosely and quickly, but we've covered them. So, story. How important is that, right? If you don't have a story, where do you start? How do you make a connection with your audience or with the person that will be driving this vehicle? Without good research, who would ego become, right? How would your vehicle really get somewhere? How important is the gesture to really understand what the character is doing, and those lines, those accelerated lines to really explain things, or strong straight lines. The shape can give clearly a lot of importance to what a character or a vehicle is. The form, we're going to get into that quite a bit here in just a second. And then lastly, color, and just quick discussion about color. There's clearly, if you use very saturated colors, it's youthful and vibrant and interesting. Pale colors can be deathly, or they can also be very, very sophisticated, right? Like a slate gray can look really nice, depending on what you're going for. There's families of colors, and I don't really want to get much into that. There's plenty of wonderful resources out there, but your choice of color in a vehicle or a character can really tell an awful lot about what you're trying to convey. And then composition and presentation, how do you put things together? Take care. It's very important. So we'll do one more little shot on proportion, and then we're going to move into workflow. And after workflow, we'll get into a live demo in ZBrush and talk about some tools that are essential. All right, this is the last little bit on design principles. I want to talk about some of the surface forms and the transitional surfaces. Not as much on characters, but it does apply as well. But in this situation, I want to look at this little three-wheel truck that you see in Italy and other places. You see, they're usually now like ice cream carts and things, right? But depending on the use, the final use kind of depends on the kind of surface quality you might want to put if you're designing something like this. So positional surfacing would be straight lines with no rounds on these edges, kind of like sheet metal that's just kind of been welded onto itself, right? And there's not a lot of form there. It usually conveys a cheap, it's something very, very cheap. But it can also, conversely, be things like jewel-cut diamonds, right? So you get this positional look. It can be very precision or high technology. Now, secondarily, a tangent tends to be kind of straight surfaces with rounds, or simple forms with rounded edges. And what you get when you do something that's tangential is you end up with something that feels purpose-built. Tangents don't happen in nature. Only man makes tangents. And what's funny is the reflectivity bounces when it goes across an edge that's tangential, which is very interesting. These are very easy to make in Maya, easy to make in ZBrush, and they're very easy to make with engineering software. But basically it's taking those straight edges and rounding them. Very military, you'll find this, very purpose-built, all drills, a lot of computers and desktop things. And then the last would be curvature. And what this is it's continuous flowing forms. So you might still end up with major primary surfaces, but how they blend together are these long flowing transitional surfaces. So hopefully this makes a little sense here. Fewer straight edges, much more about flowing curvature. And what gets really interesting is as you start to design a vehicle for somebody or for something, think about what the purpose is. Is this supposed to be a workhorse thing? Is this supposed to be just something that very cheap that I'm just getting to kind of get me to work? Or is this something that I buy as an extension of my personality to be like suave and like something amazing, right? And depending on the answer to those questions will kind of depend on the type of surfacing you'll want to look into when you're doing the vehicle or when you're looking for vehicles to support a character. What I think gets interesting is when you start to blend these ideas and you have something that's curvature with precision cut. And then you get like a Lamborghini or something very much stylized. All right. Okay, it's time to move on to some workflow and studies. But I just want to last little look at this, talk about when you are analyzing a design. It's good to look at these different components, and these are areas to make changes on and to recognize and to be critiqued on. This is how I try to critique the students when I see their projects. So let's look what we got. Workflow. This is something that is exactly the same in characters as well as vehicles. Most vehicles, you see a very obvious primary shape and secondary primary shapes. And there's a dominance, a hierarchy here, dominant theme and then subdominant forms. And then these are all blended together, and then they're refined with details. So you get like big little small details. So you'll find that this is a very, very easy way to build things in ZBrush, right? Just really, really quickly put things together, dynamesh them, and go. And let's look and see how this might apply to other things. So here I've got some very simple shapes that I've drawn. I've got some elongated kind of proportional changes here to make this thing interesting, a little dragonfly but reverse. And then just nice blends to kind of tie these things together. Secondary workflow, I guess, is just a lot of sketching. I kind of forgot I put this in here, but basically just coming up with a lot of ideas, a lot of gesture, a lot of stance, like what makes this story work. And a lot of it is just coming up with a lot of good ideas. Clearly, I had a lot of reference from different fish and different turtles and different octopus before I kind of jumped into designing this character in my sculpting class with my students. Other workflows that I'm not going to touch on much, but it's kind of important to think about. Depending on the end that you're going to be taking something towards, like if this needs to be animated or it's going into a game, I need to be very thoughtful about where this product is going, right? So in this case, this kind of pond pixie, I did a simple shapes. They're all teardrop, clearly, because she's all about water. But there are a lot of simple shapes that are just blended together. In fact, all I really used was spheres for the entire character. And then I dynameshed them together, blended them, and then started putting on details. And then after I retopped the model and put UVs on it, I took it to Substance to play around with paint and materials. I also took it to Mixamo, which is a fantastic resource, especially if you're not super strong at posing with good gesture. And you can basically apply animation, bring it back to Maya, bring it into a game engine, or just take a pose from there back into ZBrush. Another workflow, a little pipeline, is basically a lot of ideation. I do a lot of ZBrush sketching. 2D as well as 3D right here, right? Sometimes VR sculpting. I use Gravity Sketch and Oculus Medium as well. Fantastic ways to see things. In fact, speaking of going into VR, that has become a very important early tool when developing vehicles. To be able to really look at your vehicle and check the size, check the proportions. You see things differently. If you've got a game, even if it's not going to be in VR, it's really helpful to look at things and recognize the scale and size of objects. You'll be shocked if you've never done it before. Then I take those things out once I've designed them, take them into Maya, and I clean the topology. And that's really, really good. You'll get a lot of nice refinement, consistency of forms. But sometimes when I do that, I'll end up losing a little bit of the energy, a little bit of the expression or the gesture to the 3D sketch that I had done earlier. And so I take it back to ZBrush to play around with a little bit, look at the proportions again, and further refine it. And then it's off to presentation land. So there's a couple little shots of some of my research. I wanted to get across this kind of dirty power and aggressive nature of this spaceship. And so I sketched it aggressively. Took it into ZBrush, went all 3D sketch on it, retopped it in Maya, took it back out to ZBrush and drew lines on it to try to figure out where the most appropriate locations would be for cut lines. And then I cut it up and got it ready for presentation. Okay, another project example. So in this situation, I wanted to do a VR race, and the story behind that, and how do I communicate that? I want to make people feel comfortable with the character, the research, the communication to them. What is this? I'm going to go over ideation. That's really huge. That goes over everything that we talked about, those design principles. And then the final design work, once again, the ZBrush forming, using Maya to clean it up and tighten the final thing for presentation. So, first of all, some of the research. Some of these just question, what is this thing? Try to understand it. And I like the idea of real pilots that are racing, but they race against people online, right? So, how much fun would that be to be in the be a spectator but be part of the race as well? So you get a mixture of these kind of Red Bull racers that you see over here with people that are actually flying quadcopters or racing here. If you could kind of mix that all together into one game entertainment experience, what would that be? So that was kind of the idea behind this. And I thought, hey, well, maybe it's a little bit cooler than NASCAR. Not cooler, I shouldn't say that. It is a bit more upscale than like the NASCAR crowd, the muscle. But it's definitely not as exclusive as this kind of affluent yacht racing. So I want to position this in this big hole somewhere in the middle. So who's my character? I like the idea of someone who's just kind of out there. And so I decided to design a woman pilot who is just fun and willing to be very risky, but just gets out there and has attitude and runs forward with her thing. So some of the design essence of the vehicle, I wanted it to be elegant, but have a lot of agility, speed, tension, on craftsmanship. Like some of these lines, these amazing lines in this architecture, this deconstructionist kind of holes popped out of these surfaces. And I like the proportions and the fluting of the long stem of this glass. So that's what I started sketching. Simple, clean shapes, interesting proportions, very typography graphic. But I also had to try to figure out some of the details of how things might work. Constantly thinking about kind of the end goal and keep repeating my research. So that's what I ended up doing. I have this mixture of this kind of like do-it-yourself thing. I've got like, fire, or who knows what these things are, right? These tanks in here, and these deconstructionist elements like those buildings have. But also, most of this is filled with some of those forms that I had seen earlier on in some of my earlier design. So I've got these long, clean lines. And at the end of the day, it ended up being very graphic, which I really, really like, right? And I think it ends up with the elegance, the speed, the agility, tension, and it feels beautifully crafted because of the careful nature of how I put it together. And then just a wonderful quote by Leonardo da Vinci: "Simplicity is the ultimate form of sophistication." And I think finding that simplistic solution to all our designs, be it character or be it vehicle, is usually the best way to find some of the strongest designs are the most simple. All right, so we're going to run into this live demo for a little bit and basically go over some of the essential tools that I use for hard surfacing in ZBrush. all these things work with characters as well, but I find most of you are already comfortable with characters. This is the stuff that is a little bit harder to come by. So we're going to talk about the transpose line, which is incredible, especially if you use the Shift key and the Alt key. Dynamesh to blend primary forms together. I should just add masking is clearly important. I think you already know that. Creases. This is something that's kind of one of those hidden tools that not too many people use or know about. And I'll show you exactly why that's important. Booleans, I think everybody understands how important that is. And then the last kind of hidden tool is the insert mesh brush for blending. Everyone kind of is used to the kit bashing, but blending models with kit bashing, that's pretty cool. So we'll talk about that and wrap this up. Okay, so the 5 or maybe 6 essential tools that we want to talk about in ZBrush, right? So here I've just got a sphere that I've dynameshed, simple. I've got polished by features and polished by crisp edges up, which is kind of useful in a minute. But the important thing right now is I want to talk about the transpose brush or tool. By default, the gizmo's on, and that's pretty cool, and you can stretch things. And useful as that is, it's not what I need. I want to talk about this. So when I stretch this out, I can hold the Shift key to constrain the different angles. I can hold the Alt key. You'll notice that now I get a teardrop shape, or if I let go of the Shift, I can bend it all over the place. I hold Shift down and kind of lock that down. That is really incredible. I can hold Alt key and kind of give myself a clip, which is pretty neat. I can come up here and Alt, kind of basically tug this down a little bit and make, I guess, just an interesting shape. Maybe we want to come in here and Alt, flatten this edge a little bit too. I'm not going to make anything super fancy. It's also kind of nice because I can give it some direction. Maybe that's very interesting. Okay. So what we want to do is basically do primitive shapes. So that's basically the transpose tool. It's really cool. The rotate tool does things like that as well too, but it's that's basically it. So we're going to use the insert sphere. I've gone down in here and just kind of dumped my depth in a little bit. So pretend we had like fenders or something. Just do it a little bit smaller. There we go. And maybe we pull this out, Alt down a little bit, Alt that down here so it bends, and we get some primary shapes that we'll be able to blend other things with. That's kind of nice. Maybe it's even pulled out here, hold the Alt key and just kind of yank that. So transpose line's not going away for me, it's really important. And maybe let's throw some kind of back fender, even though it's not a car. Go back to move. And make that thing around a little bit. All right, I'm trying to keep this in my 45 minutes today. So now we've got primary sections, secondary sections, and if I up my resolution just a tiny bit here and dynamesh that, I'm going to get a nice blend between there. So some of the neat things you can do also with, what am I looking for? Well, let's just use the blend. If I just hold Shift down, I can blend these and get some nice blends in between there. That's pretty cool. Blend it out a lot up here and leave it a little bit tighter in other areas. Like there's some of the older like Porsches from the 1960s maybe did some of this. So that's kind of cool. All right, so that is just using Dynamesh. It is fundamentally just incredibly important for hard surface and blending. So let's talk about creases. This is something you don't see very often. I'm going to turn off Dynamesh, and We could use polish or pinch to get tight lines, but no one knows about creases. They're just incredible. So if I come down here to crease curve, and we say, I think it'd be pretty cool if we had just a little bit of a bite line, a little line across there. I'm just gonna basically come in here and I can Control-Shift drag this out, and then hit the Alt key once, do it one more time, and get this. And what that did, if I come down and look at this, is it cut a line in there and creased it, which is kind of neat. There's some tools up here: polish by features and polish by crisp edges, polish by groups. They're under deformation. If they're on a donut, it means they're going to do a lot. If they're in a dot, they don't do very much. Just so you see what happens, the polish by groups goes in and tries to tighten the groups up. Do that. The polish by crisp edges tries to only do the crisp edges, and the polish by features tries to do both. So in this case, we want the crisp edges and not the other ones. But I don't want to use, I don't want it to be like this overarching command that just does everything, right? Actually, maybe I do once. We'll do a little one. Just a little slide there, just to tighten up, just a tiny bit. Turn this off so we can see it. And it's pretty cool. The only problem is it doesn't go across the center line. I like to use mirror and weld, which can be found under geometry. Mirror and weld. And that cuts things across the center line. And then, here's the cool thing. If I hold down my Shift key, so I get my smooth and I go to brush, slide down to the smooth brush modifiers, and I move this to weighted smooth mode number 7, I get creased edges. What that'll allow me to do is I can now smooth, and it tightens these creased edges and relaxes everybody else. It's incredible. Who ever thought about that, right? That's pretty cool. And now, because if you hold Shift and then you let go of Shift, you get a polish mode. I can also relax that, and I can have it have creased edges and then kind of die off right there. Maybe do the same thing back here because that looks kind of dumb. No, I think I'll just let it die right there. And maybe do the same thing up here. We don't really want that. There we go. That is pretty spectacular stuff. And you end up with some really sophisticated line work here. So I'm going to cut one more here. Do a pretend fender, or I don't know what you call this thing. Pretend, whatever it is. So remember, I don't really care about that side because I'm going to hit mirror weld. And now I've got this shape. Huh, that's interesting. And then I can just smooth it, right? So let's just toggle this junk off. And as I'm smoothing through here, it's going to tighten that line up for me just a little bit. Let me tumble around and see what we've done. All right. So I think that covers creases, even though it'd be fun to take this further because it's bizarrely interesting looking. Oh, there is one more thing we can do. Under the masking tools, there is mask by border, groups, and crease. If I toggle those guys off, I can mask by this, grow the mask a couple times, and let's invert that. And I think what we'll do is let's just get rid of all of these, as interesting as they are. And maybe we say, hey, it would be exceptionally interesting if this line was this kind of razor line that kind of lifted up here a little bit. You just want to be really careful. Use a humongous brush to make sure that's nice and clean. And then you can shift and smooth it because it's got a creased edge. It doesn't smooth very fast, which is kind of nice. Okay, I think that's more than enough damage to this poor thing. Who knew, right? Okay. And we can always relax some of that and smooth it back and see if that is cool. All right, well, there you go. So there you go. Now we have the creased edges. We've got some masking that's kind of cool and Dynamesh. Last thing to kind of touch on is I want to talk about booleans. Well, and insert mesh brushes. Booleans. Cool thing about them, if we toggle on boolean, it's normally a button over here. And I make a new append, say a star or something. Move that over. What that is going to do is when I toggle it to negative, it's going to cut things away. Now, granted, it's not intersecting right now, so you can't see it, but maybe we came in here with our sphere. Let's see, yeah, let's chop some, well, that's really horrible. Let's chop some interesting hole right here. We don't know why, but we are. And maybe we lift that up a little bit. That's pretty interesting. And possibly more interesting if we were to cut a piece in right here and then stretch it. And move that thing around. Maybe it cuts in further this way. All right, so that's interesting. If I need to make sure that's symmetrical because I forgot, clearly I can just hit there. Well, now it's symmetrical. And then last thing about this workflow is you can also use parts of this. So I might come in and just mask off a piece of this. And mask that off. And then we're just going to use extract, which looks horrible, but that's okay. Oop, there you go. And then we're going to turn this into a negative. And let's polish by features. So that gets a more interesting shape, hopefully. And now we can just move this thing. So maybe we lift that up. And suddenly that becomes a pretty cool feature. Whereas a minute ago was not at all. And now let's just take that, we'll go to Boolean, make Boolean mesh, and come to here. We can toggle off our live Booleans because now that's fine. And we've got this pretty interesting shape. Okay, last thing would be using insert meshes. And I've gone ahead and made a shape. It's just started off as a sphere. I cut it, and then I just tried to make it slightly more interesting by having it dive down kind of like a button. And then we're going to turn that into a brush. So create insert mesh brush, new, and we'll go back to this one. Yeah, this guy right here. We don't have Dynamesh on, I hope. So you want Dynamesh not to be on in this situation. And all we're going to do now is basically make something for this to blend onto. So we'll do that. Make sure there's no thing down there. Control W will make a group. And then I can basically just place this. And what this does, lift it up to make it a little more obvious, is when I control swipe, it releases the mask, and control swipe again, it bridges between here and there. It doesn't destroy any topology, it doesn't mess anything up, it just makes a bridge. And then we can basically select this guy and this guy, mask everybody else off, and now maybe even soften that mask just a hair, and toggle this junk and just blend away. And allow this form to just have this beautiful connection. I do that all the time with designs. All right, I think those are all the magic things that nobody knows about. So, go to. That's pretty heinous. It's funny. Okay, anyways, so there you go. I'm gonna leave this and we'll do one more little mini discussion in a moment. Wrap up. So here I am, a little family and me, and I guess I just want to leave you guys with that kind of wrap up, that by using some of these design principles, thinking very thoughtfully about your forms and your shapes, your gesture lines, and what they do, the implication of what they do to a character and what they do as an implication to what they do on a vehicle is really important. And I hope that you guys realize that, and I hope you guys apply that. And I'm excited to just be inspired by everything you do. You're really, really amazing. And I want to thank Marco and the rest of the IFCC team for inviting me. It's a privilege to be part of this group. I enjoy this festival, and I wish I was out there in Split this year. Hopefully next year we'll all be there together. Have a wonderful time. Thank you very much.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Daniel Angelozzi. Some people call me Danko, and I work mainly as a digital sculptor for the collectible industry, or at least this is what I pretend people to believe. And basically today we will make a small talk and a small demo about how to model and sculpt clothes inside of ZBrush. First of all, let me show some of my works. So this is usually the things I do, and I work a lot in sculpting actors from the past. And one of the questions that sometimes people ask me is why I'm taking the approach of modeling the clothes inside of ZBrush instead of using the super powerful software that is Marvelous Designer. And of course, I own Marvelous Designer, and sometimes I use it. But I'm just taking some time to make a small introduction. I feel that both the programs they have their strengths and weaknesses. And so when it comes to Marvelous Designer, of course, allows you to create realistic simulations, so they look really badass. And it will allow you also to have perfect UVs, so that you can really take your clothes that you have simulated inside of Marvelous Designer and apply some sort of a nice microfabric texture, and it works like magic. The weakness of the program is, of course, there are not real weaknesses, but of course it depends on what you have to achieve, because sometimes, especially when you are gonna sculpt something that is meant to be created in pose, like for example the collectible, because sculpting collectibles is my main field of occupations. So sometimes it is asked to you to create something based on some reference frame or with a particular shape. So in some way you have to force realism towards some stylization or making an idealistic thing that looks like you want it looks. And in this scenario, sometimes it's difficult inside of Marvelous Designer, at least for me. I'm not this super expert to create a simulation that can achieve the super precise look of the folds like you want them. So in this case, you can end up spending quite a lot of time trying the simulation, not having it right, and that's it. On a side note, this is not a pro nor a con, but of course, if who is following this demo knows Marvelous Designer, of course, then you know that it requires some sort of specific knowledge about and abilities about tailoring. So this is something that if you come from an artistic field, more traditional, you are into sculpting, modeling, etc., can be somewhat difficult to grab. it's not a negative thing, because usually it's nice to have more knowledge about stuff, but sometimes it can be a bit intimidating at first. When it comes to ZBrush, of course, the pros is that you can, of course, sculpt clothes as you wish, and you can put folds and tweak and have a very specific look. And so if you have this, you come really from an artistic field, you know how to work on clothes. The negative thing is that, of course, sculpting clothes is not an easy task. Nothing is an easy task, but sculpting clothes can be a bit intimidating, and you need to pay attention to distortion and think in advance how to approach the cloth sculpting if you plan, for example, to put some sort of final texturing in the end, so using noise and UVs, etc. On a side note, I feel that I'm not I don't have a traditional background, but I learned some bit of a traditional sculpting, and I can tell for sure that when it comes to clothes, sculpting clothes with the digital sculpting application, at least in ZBrush, is probably one of the few things that is harder to do in digital than in traditional, because when you are in digital, you don't have the perception of creating nice lines on every direction, so you have to look at the model from every angle, and of course you don't have the principle of the conservation of mass. When you are in real clay, if you push something and to create some sort of crevices, you have almost for free on the sides the effect of raising the surface. This is a thing that you really cannot achieve in digital, so you have to think a bit out of the box and to understand how to create stuff. So of course, which road to take depends always on the type of things that you want to achieve, and also the type of clothes that you really want to create. Because for me, I'm saying right now that sometimes I use, of course, Marvelous Designer. My use of Marvelous Designer probably is limited to just creating the very first rough setup of my clothes. This is let's see this in double mode. And this is, you can see that it's quite similar, the Marvelous Designer result that allow me to create this type of jacket. And usually I'm set this in Marvelous Designer when I really want to start having something that allows me to create polygroups and manage the cloth, having those nice stitching patterns. And of course, it depends also on the complexity of the cloth, because sometimes if you have like pleats or stuff that is really flowing straight, like capes, stuff like that, probably it's easier to set up a simulation, make the cloth simulate and make it fall, and you have 90% of the work done. But when it comes to make something that is more like in the average type of difficult stuff, I really tend to approach them in ZBrush, also because I can use ZBrush maybe better than a bit better than Marvelous Designer. So now just I have taken this average man, this base mesh, and I have get rid of stuff, and I will show you how I approach usually the block out of a cloth. First of all, when I'm sculpting a cloth, I have to think if I want to create the base shape in symmetry or not, and it really depends on the type of stuff that I'm doing. Probably if I'm doing a collectible that is meant to be huge and have very fine texture, I really want to start to block out the cloth in symmetry, because making this in symmetry will allow me to give it UVs and somewhat treat the cloth with a more controlled approach. In order to do this, let me show how I usually approach this kind of stuff. Let me say that when it comes, for example, to trousers, like this guy, nowadays I make them almost always inside of ZBrush, because stuff like clothes and like trousers and so on, for me they are easier to set up. I know how to create a nice setup for some pants real quick, and have a sculpted on mesh that works very well. So of course, when it comes to create clothes, I start extracting stuff from base mesh. So I have my body in which I set up somewhat the proportion of the character that I have to recreate, and from there I start just creating masks. So let's try to. Yeah, this morning I have created some tests just to be sure that because I know that there is this sort of I would like to say variable, but is a constant when you are talking and showing something, it will never function like it's supposed to be. So I have created those in advance, so in case something doesn't work during the live, I will show the final result. But I will follow the same approach, but just because I know that it will happen, and I don't want to start crying in desperation because I get lost. So with a simple masking brush, I have created this base mesh with just one single polygroup, just because when I perform the extract, I really don't want to bring with me different polygroups. And let's try to create some sort of base mesh for some jacket, motorbike jacket. So I will start creating a mask, and a very wide one. Usually a biker jacket is shorter, but I really want to create a mask that takes up for more than the mesh that I want to create. And I will go simply here under the extract tab. I'm working on a 4K monitor, so I hope that you are able to read the interface, but I will tell every command that I'm performing. So I'm just performing an extract, and usually for the extract, when it comes to clothes, I like to give 0 thickness because I don't want thick clothes. I want to work on a single side meshes. I get rid of the smoothing because I really don't need it, and that's it. Yeah, so thickness 0, and I disable the double. So I will extract. ZBrush will show me some sort of preview of the meshes. As it has no thickness and no smoothing, it somewhat stays in the same place of the base mesh. So I know it's there, and I will go and accept it. So let's see this in solo mode. So now I can perform a small inflate just to have this being a bit larger of the base mesh, and without the symmetry on, I will go here under the new deformers and apply a smooth tool. The smooth tool is very similar to the deformation polish. In my opinion, is somewhat stronger and allows me to perform a better smoothing, but it's just a matter of preferences. The result is the same. And so from here, I've this first stage of the cloth. And let me look for a second in polyframe, and now I will start to think, because when I'm trying to create something, usually I tend to at least try to think for a second before doing. And when it comes to make clothes, even if I really don't have the need to know how a cloth is tailored when I work in ZBrush, I really want to make some sort of research in order to somewhat know how is the sewing pattern of the particular cloth that I'm doing. Just as an indication, it really doesn't need to be super accurate, but just to know where the main patches of the clothes are. You know that clothes are created by, they are somewhat the inverse of an unfold, a 3D unfold, because from something that is flat, you create a 3D shape. So in order to make this, you of course need to have seam, and depending on the clothes, the seam can be different. So after some research, I know that some biker jacket have a particular sewing pattern, so I will now try to recreate. And in order to create this sort of sewing pattern, I take advantage of a brush that I really love, that is the Slice Curve brush. You can find this by Ctrl-Shift clicking and go in the selection brushes, and there is this Slice Curve brush that allows you to really perform a cut on your mesh. So the mesh is really cut. It creates a very bad topology, but it's not a problem because we can fix it later. Before doing the cut, I really want to somewhat smooth here. In an ideal situation, I would model the cloth with the arms 45 degrees just to avoid having this part really touching. So when I can create the cut, I'm sure that it cuts along this line. But it just takes some small smoothing, and then use this slice brush. And maybe for a jacket, the cut goes a bit out compared to the shoulder placement. So like this. And now I will, and you can, of course, I hope you know that the slice curve brush is a topology brush and doesn't work in symmetry, but it's not really a problem because ZBrush has the possibility to go here under the geometry tab and perform under the modify topology. I have here in my custom user interface a mirror and weld. So if I know the side that will be mirrored and I know that is this one, I can always mirror and weld. I can also perform delete by symmetry, and usually when I'm performing the cuts, I use to work only one side of the mesh, just paying attention not to move the center line in case I then want to mirror and weld and want to be sure that the center line will stay there. So and I'm working only on one side because for me it's easier to see what I'm doing. So also I want to go here and activate my double mode in order to see the inner faces, because by default ZBrush doesn't show the inner faces. So in this way I have a better view of what I'm cutting and what I'm doing. So now I can take this part and let's put on somewhat straight to the topology line. I could also take advantage of the topology, but now I'm just going real quick, and I usually do in this way. So I will take this part and delete the hidden parts. So now I can take this part and let's make this shorter like this. So create very straight cuts, and again delete hidden. And I know that usually jackets and shirts and stuff like that have some sort of a front and back patch. So like this. And also I want to create a cut, let's say to make more space for the opening of the neck, because right now you really don't want to have this very long neck. Okay, so I can take those two and perform a delete hidden, and let's make this somewhat more complex. Because I know that biker jackets sometimes have this additional patch, and some of them also have some belt. I will, of course, add belts and pockets and stuff like that later. Also, there are straps here. And another thing, and this will be a bit risky, but let's try to live in a dangerous way. Usually those type of jackets have an additional patch here. There is this sort of a very small wing, and I know that it will be could create some serious problem. Also, some of them have patches like this. Okay, maybe make this more straight with the arm, and that's it. Last thing, of course, now I will perform a mirror weld to reconstruct the entire cloth. But before doing this, I want to take this front patch and make a cut here just to be sure that I will create an opening. So I will go here and perform a delete hidden. The cut didn't come out very well here. It's not perfectly straight, but I really don't mind, because this is just the first stage. So I will perform a mirror and weld, and that's it. So let's see with the guy on. Yeah, I think that it's a good starting point. Oh, I want to mention that there is only one thing that usually I don't do inside of ZBrush, and for this I take advantage of an external modeling application. In my case, I use or Softimage, or right now I've switched to Blender, but I'm still learning, so I'm not so good. When it comes to clothes that have collars, the collar is the last part that I do, that I create, and I will create this in an external application because it's easier, and usually doing this inside of ZBrush is somewhat quite difficult. You can do it, but it takes more time. So with this being said, what I'm doing, I want to take advantage of the real black magic of ZBrush, at least in my opinion, because the Dynamesh is cool. ZBrush has a lot of nice functions, sculpting brushes, but what really allows you to create black magic is the Z mesher. The Z mesher is not meant to create meshes that are meant to be used as a final production meshes, but when it comes to stuff that you really want to just sculpt, it allows you to have a somewhat ordered mesh with a nice, somewhat nice topology, even if it can have some artifacts with I mean, almost zero effort. So I will go here under the geometry tab. Let me for a second check if I have, I will get rid of the line. So I will only see the polygroup colors. And I feel that, yeah, it can work quite well. Just to mention, I said that this is could be a problematic area because for the Z mesher, when you have very tight meshes and you have very sharp angles, you can have very bad artifacts. But I hope that it will work well. So I will go here under the Z mesher tab, and usually I want to start trying to have a very low polygon mesh. So I will lower down the polygon count to, let's say, 1,000 polygons. And I will, of course, activate the keep groups because it will not make sense that I have created those cuts if I don't want to keep the polygroups. And with this on, I also usually get a bit rid of the smoothing groups because the smoothing groups will create some sort of polishing effect and will end up making the sharp points also very round. I want to keep some smoothing because those topologies are somewhat problematic if I pull them down to zero. But just let's try to perform a Z mesher in this way. Okay, it worked quite well. There are some, oh yeah, I am in symmetry. Always make sure that you perform the Z mesher with the symmetry on, because if you have the symmetry on, it will create a perfectly symmetrical mesh. If you have the symmetry off, the mesh will not be symmetrical. So we can see that overall we have somewhat a nice setup, but there are bad stuff happening. And here we have this point that is not well aligned, and the topology is somewhat bad, and also here. But I know that if I have this sort of problems, probably what it takes to fix them is just somewhat realign the points. So here we have a very bad mesh like this. So I will try to align those points like this, and also here, let's see. Oh, here we have a very super bad topology. But let's try to make this straight. So like this. And I could also try to use the Z modeler. Now I just want to try without the Z modeler, just to see if we can go real quick. Yep. Okay, so you can see that by just moving the points and calling back the Z mesher function, we somewhat fixed almost all the problems, and we have nice topology here, and here. Just one thing that I want to mention: if you really cannot fix some problem areas, is because I repeat, probably you have very sharp angles, and with very sharp angles, I mean something like this. Okay, let's make the cut here, and let's perform a mirror and weld. When you have a situation like this, no matter how hard you try, no, now it works. Like, okay, so usually the things stop working. In this case, it worked very well, but the most of the times when you have angles that are tighter than 90 degrees, much more tighter, you can end up having very, very bad results. So just pay attention to this, and if you really have to create something that is sharp, maybe, so let's say I want to create this having very sharp point, probably the best strategy is to create this almost 90 degrees and then just use a move brush and move the stuff around. So with this ready, if I want to create the color, of course I have to spend some time, and if I have to do this in ZBrush, the quicker way is just to mask, not mask, but just take this, let's say, this group with the Z modeler. I will create a temporary group and I will perform an extrude. Yeah, it can work. And I will extrude and then it control just to duplicate the mesh. Duplicate the mesh, then I can take this part. Watch out, collars, usually, let me deactivate the double mode. As the collar flips around the jacket, the normals of the collar in theory should be inverted. So if you want to have some sort of a collar, you have to take this part and then flip this. Okay, so now I cannot see the inner faces because I have disabled the double side, but in this way I know that now I can reactivate the double. I can see both the faces, but I know that now it's in the correct orientation, and then I can go here and not bevel, but perform a bridging of this with this and blah, 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 blah. And this is the reason behind the fact that if I have to do something like that, let me see if now it works. I'm very sorry, but I'm not a very good Blender user, so probably I will get stuck, but I will launch the GoZ and I will go jump here into Blender. This is the test that I made this morning, so let me hide this. Okay, this is the mesh that I have just imported, and I was playing for a second with bad matcap material, so I will go here and let's see if it works. Probably bridge. No, I will take this one up to this one up to this one, and okay. And I will perform the bridging. And then I will probably add some sort of subdivision, just a couple of loops. And I can take this outer part, let's say scale and move and remodel just to have the correct shape. Usually collars, here I have depending on the color, but usually for this type of jacket, here you have two patches. So somewhere here you will have, okay, like this. I could also use a mirror modifier, but just to be quick. So I would here have some sort of division, and then I can take this part and collapse the edges. And I should collapse all the edge loop, but now you get the point. So probably this is the end result. Oh, okay. So let's take this and hide. So something like that. I really don't need anything more. And yeah, I performed also some sort of additional modeling. I collapsed it. I could get rid of this to have all quads. I'm not really interested in having all quads in this type of mesh because I repeat, it's not ready to be meant to be ready for production animation or stuff like that. I really just need some good sculpting base, and with good sculpting base, something that has topology where I need it. So with this, I would, of course, re-export this inside of ZBrush, and this is the final result. Why I'm doing all this setup? Because before putting this in pose, I want to create UVs, and if I have the chance to create UVs with this particular setup, I can create UVs on the fly with the UV master by going here, activating. Let's work on a clone. Okay, so I'm working on a clone, and I will activate the polygroups option. Let's try to make this in symmetry, even if I'm not sure it will work. And I will also, yeah, like this, and perform an unwrap. Okay, it was really quick, and let's see and try to flatten this, and you can see that I have a nice layout. And if I want, I usually at this stage I would export and make some sort of changes in the UVs with another software. I use UV layout, and I will import this and edit the UVs just to make them perfectly symmetrical, so I have all nicely aligned. But if I really want to go quick and don't want to spend time jumping from one software to the other, I will just rotate this by hand, and by rotating these shells in the flattened view, I'm really changing their UV layout. I'm not caring about stuff being overlapped, because I'm just aiming to create the right orientation for later when I will put some sort of fabric effect, and I want the fabric to flow in a particular way. I missed some sort of a sleeve. I'm not sure where is it, but let's unpattern this. Well, okay. And with this, you can see that I have, if I try to apply a texture, let's say this, oh yeah, probably you had some problems here, and this is the proof that when you have to explain something, it never works like it's supposed to be, because you can see that here the UV layout somewhat failed. So let me try to unwrap again, unwrap all. Let's see if now it fixed the problem. No. Okay, so in this case, I would just simply export and perform the UVs in another software. UV layout can really read the ZBrush polygroups, so I can really split everything on the fly by just selecting the polygroups and also giving the symmetry. I will have a perfectly symmetrical mesh with perfectly symmetrical UVs, and so I really can make fine adjustments really easily. So this is the first setup, and I can really create every type of crazy stuff and crazy jacket. So this is in pose. Even if you really want to create this sort of inflated jackets that are really cool, and a lot of people nowadays do by using Marvelous Designer, you can really do this by using ZBrush, because it just takes you to create additional cuts. And with the polygroups option on, you will hit the Z mesher. In this case, you will end up having more problems. So let's try to raise a bit up the polygon count of the Z mesher, and let's try to move just the points. Let me show. This is the final mesh. So this is the remeshed mesh, and you can see that it works quite well. And just pay attention when you make the cuts. In this case, when I made the cut, I really tried to create the cut in which those 2 points corresponded. So this is probably the only thing that needs to be checked. And with this, I can really take advantage also of the polygroups. Let me change the material just for a second, because I guess that this skin shade is way too shiny and you really cannot see quite a lot. And when you subdivide, you really can take advantage of the groups to perform some sort of nice magic with ZBrush. If you need to give, let me go down on subdivision and delete the higher subdivision, and also perform a polish by. Oh, let me make this, and let's just polish the mesh. So I will get rid of all those details. Okay, and like this. So let's start really fresh. Okay, so we don't have any type of detail and any type of surface change. So I can now subdivide. And first of all, the fact that there is some topology lines, there are some topology lines, they already create some sort of small lines and small different shading. But let's say that we want to create some sort of nicely inflated look. I have polygroups. There is this option that I'm in love with. That is the mask by feature. The mask by feature allow me to select some feature that I want to use to create a mask. And the features are usually the border, usually they are the borders, the groups, and the creased edges. And you can activate one or both or all of them. So in this case, let's say that we want to mask by feature both the border and the groups. Let me also add another subdivision. I'm at 200,000 polygons, so it's not that much. Okay, with this, I can mask by feature, and you can see that I have created on the fly a mask that describes all the different patterns. So now I can invert the mask, and I'm inverting the mask because I want to shrink a bit this by just control clicking. Control click is equal to the shrinking of the mask, and then I will perform also a blurring. So slightly blurred. So now I can again reinvert the mask and perform some sort of inflate. And on the fly, let me again remask. So I have this smooth edge and this hard one. The mask by feature is additive. So if I have a smoothed mask, I can add another mask on top of it. So now I can perform this inflate while having, well, maybe it's way too hard. So let's smooth just a little bit. And you can see that on the fly I can create this sort of inflated look. Let me add the mask, and I can also use the mask to sculpt against it, because these are the effects that we really love to put when we create this sort of balloon type jackets, and you can see that it's not that hard. So by knowing really how to work with polygroups, stuff like that is super easy, and you can really create not only jackets but every type of crazy stuff. For example, I'm just showing some examples because I feel that it's useful when you want to create some sort of a balloon for a giant. You can really approach this by just creating different polygroups. In this case, I just painted them and created polygroups by hand because it was very difficult to cut without cutting the other part, and it would end up being way more time consuming. But the logic is the same. I've just created different polygroups. So this series of polygroups, this series now, they have been merged with the ropes. But let's split for a second the them parts. I can mask by feature, invert the mask. Let's blur this like crazy. So, and I can perform just an inflate to make this really pop out of the ropes. Of course, you have to pay attention not to create too much of overlapping, but that's really cool. Okay, so one of the things that can be somewhat annoying if you work like in this way is the fact that the cloth being single-sided somewhat is a pain to work on the edges. But I feel that I really gain in this way more freedom. I have the chance to go way higher on the polygon count, and I avoid the artifact of having two very close meshes one to the other. So I will always give thickness later. This will allow me, first of all, if I have a cloth that is composed of a single side cloth, like a t-shirt, a cotton t-shirt, it doesn't have a filling. So I'm sure that the folds on the outside are equal to the ones on the inside. So it has a perfect match. If this a type of cloth that is double-sided, so it's okay to have two different details. Usually for the most of the cloth, there is one side that is more visible. So in the case of a jacket, this is the part that is more visible. So I prefer to work my way out with only this part, so I can really raise the count, because if it was double-sided, probably I would end up having double the poly count. So here I have 100,000 polygons, and I can raise up to 500 and add another subdivision up to 2 million. And why not also another 1 to 8 million? So I can work this, then give thickness. It will raise up to a poly count of 60 million polygons. But for 60 million polygons mesh is something that is quite hard to handle. At least my computer tends to slow down. I have quite a good system, but so I really prefer to work with a single side, and then I know that I will have to work just these final parts when I give thickness. And in order to give thickness, this is a hack that if you use ZBrush, you should know what you want to do. ZBrush allows you to create thickness for a cloth for every type of mesh while maintaining up to 5 subdivision level. What you have to do is just to delete the lower subdivision. So you work with the highest one. Now I am at the 500,000 polygons, but I can really raise up. I'm just keeping it low because during the presentation I really don't want ZBrush to freeze in order to when it starts to think. So I can delete the subdivision. I can go here under the edge loop tab, and there is this panel loops. And with the panel loops, I will create panels with all the visible mesh by ignoring the groups. So I'm just saying, okay, give thickness to this thing. And usually for the elevation, I put this to -100 because the elevation dictates where the mesh will be pulled, so where the thickness will take place. So with, of course, an elevation of -100, it will go all towards the inside. And this makes sense because if I spend time to create folds that have, now I have reset this brush because I've made some changes. Okay, let's say now I'm just going real quick. So let's try to create some folds here. This mesh is way too subdivided, but okay. Let's pretend that I'm really happy because I have lost my sight. So I think that these folds look good, even if they are not. They're not looking. So I like them, and I really don't want, when I create thickness, creating thickness, if the thickness goes outside, will inflate the look of these folds. So they will lose the look that I have created. So I always want to go on the inside. So I will put the elevation to -100. I will get rid of the polish because I really don't want the auto smoothing effect. And I have to set the thickness by eyeballing it because it changes based on the size of the model. So I will start with the value and just see, and in case I will undo and repeat the process. And ignore the groups, because if I don't ignore the groups, it will create a panel for every single group. So they will be detached. There will not be any more in continuity. So, and I can get also rid of the bevel. Or maybe put the bevel, but just give a bevel that is more smooth. This is a curve that describes from the outside to the inside how the profile has to look. And now the magic trick here in the loops, you always have to put a multiple of 2, because in order to allow ZBrush to recreate the subdivision, you want to have some sort of mathematical correspondence. So it has to be 2. If you have 2, you can recreate 1 subdivision level. If it's 4, 2, and so on. The maximum number of loops that you can add is 25. So by 16, you can recreate 5 subdivision levels. So let's hope that it will work, because sometimes you create the thickness and you are not able to reconstruct the subdivision level for some strange reason. It always happens when you are making live demonstrations. So yeah, okay, let's get rid a bit of the bevel. And I also want to use these regroup loops because the joining part, the joining mesh will receive only one polygroup, because I want to have the chance to easily select this and smooth out. And I will go and create panel loop. And with this, I can try to please work, reconstruct the subdivision. It worked. And now I can reconstruct the subdivision up to 5 subdivision levels. So that's amazing. And I have my low polygon mesh. Now I'm not sure if I gave these UVs, but if I gave UVs, in theory, the UVs should be also doubled in the inside, even if it creates some problem. But overall, I have a very nice setup to being able to create cloth, give them thickness, and have a nice setup. This is one of the approaches that I use. Let me see, what time is it? Okay, so the other is, of course, extracting from a mesh. So let me show another example. Oh, we are running out of time. So okay, so let me take this one. This is a fan art that I made for an online contest on a Facebook group. This was one of the very first stages. And you can see that, let's try to recreate this. This is from the master Zenchin, is one of his artwork. This was very, very starting stage. And usually I can also start by just extracting. So let's extract all this part. Extract, okay. Okay, ZBrush just crashed. I really was wondering when it was gonna happen, because usually at least once per session when you are making a live, it always happens. So okay, let's jump this back. And instead of extracting, just use an insert mesh and start modeling with the Dynamesh on. So okay, we have saved this. Okay, so I can really start. Let me change the background. Okay, and also the material so that it will be okay. No, not this one, but yeah, this is quite bright, so it's cool. And let's start by just okay, masking this and just extracting this part. Okay, I will extract real quick. Okay, and I really don't need the inner part, so I will get rid of this, no, of only this one. So delete it, then enclose all, and I can start by Dynameshing like crazy. like this. Okay, and now I will just move, and probably this is the approach that is more funny to use. And I will also activate the Sculptris Pro, because the Sculptris Pro is really magic when it comes to create this type of stuff, this quick block out, because I can use the snake hook brush and just pull the shapes to create the shape I want. There are some limitations with the Sculptris Pro. You really cannot have hidden parts of the mesh. You really cannot have auto-masking algorithms in your brushes. So no backface mask, no stuff like that. But for quick blockouts, it's very cool. And this is very funny. And while I'm doing this blockout, I'm also talking about, because I really am running out of time, I thought that I could be quicker, but I'm not. So I also wanted to talk about a bit sculpting all the folds. There is no really no secret magic. When it comes to a cloth, the cloth and the creation of the folds follow some strict rules. So I have taken some notes just because I tend to forget. Okay, so basically everything is governed like for every other thing in the world by forces. So all can be related to the force that interact with the cloth. And with force, I mean all the phenomenon that are around the creation of a fold and the creation of a cloth. So first of all, a thing that is not so obvious. Let me for a second take an image, because I have some collected some image to I know for sure, and I'm now looking at the camera, that when I wear a t-shirt and I'm in a relaxed state, and I can tell this for sure, and I can tell that every one of you that is wearing a t-shirt will have some folds going in this way, and on the back going in this way. And this is because the first thing that you have to take into account is how the cloth is created. How is the sewing pattern? So what I mean is that basically a t-shirt is always created with the arms that are somewhat at 45 degrees. So when you are pulling down, you are creating some sort of force of pulling, in which in the under parts you have some compression, and there are force lines that tend to go in this way. So this is somewhat of a universal rule. So no matter how tight or how large is the cloth, you will also end up having this movement on the sleeves, if you are in this particular position, of course. So this is the first rule, because, and I'm mentioning this because this is a thing that usually we tend to forget, but it's the kind of thing that is obvious, but we really don't pay attention to them. The second thing is the physical properties. So every type of fabric is has some sort of is made of cloth, so has some sort of characteristics, so like viscosity, thickness, if it's filled or not, because it makes a huge difference. Because a leather cloth that is single-sided is not so thick and will create folds that are somewhat different from something that is filled and is thicker or is stitched in a double-sided way. Let me activate also the weighted smooth mode up to 1. Okay. Third, the superhero of the creation of the folds is of course the gravity, because we live unless we are on the moon or in the outer space, we live in a world that is filled of gravity, and the cloth by definition is a soft tissue, so it has its own shape, but it tends to not to maintain it when it's put on a strong force. And with strong force I mean also gravity. So it really falls and loses its shape due to the gravity. So you have to take into account that there is always a force that is pulling towards the ground. Even if you are in the other part of the world, there are people that think that the world is flat, but believe me, there are people that in this moment are upside down compared to me, but the gravity always pulls towards the ground because it pulls toward the center of the world. And of course, what lies inside of the cloth, because the body that wears it, and how the body is positioned, because of course, clothes can fit perfectly to a body, can of course be too tight or too large, and this will impact to the capability of creating folds. And last but not least, the position, and they are all interconnected, but the position will dictate basically all these forces will somewhat work together to create some sort of areas in which there are some forces happening. So basically the gravity is the first. So let's try to for a second analyze clothes like this. We want to create some sort of nice large kimono style. Okay, and let me now it's looking bad, but just before going on, I want to show the final result. Just to underline that if you spend enough time that is not equal to an hour or 10 minutes, but way more time and pay attention to the things that you do, you can really achieve from this setup a final look of the cloth that looks kind of right. So with all the effect of the forces, the pulling, oh yeah, we have an interpenetration, but it is meant to be rendered in this way, so nobody will notice it. Okay, so basically, of course, this is made of some sort of soft cloth, so like silk or cotton. So they don't make a lot of resistance to the gravity. So all the things, all the messes pull down in this way. There are the arms that are in this position, so they go down and then go up. And so even if the kimono is long, probably here we will have, if this tissue has not a huge friction level coefficient, yeah, it will tend to slide down and will accumulate here. So from here to here, we will have some sort of more, we'll have accumulation of the cloth, and I will see happening, skip this note, some sort of compression fold, like this guy. So here we will have compression, and usually compression, the cloth comes clash together, one on top of the other. And from here, of course, the cloth will start to fall because there is the gravity. And from this side, it will arrive here and it will be some sort of hit point. So everything that goes against gravity creates a force that is the opposite. So this will be a point in which the cloth stop. So it will flow around. And also here, I could end up looking and appreciating some sort of compression. If the cloth is quite heavy, this force also will be propagated a bit upwards, like it happens in denim like pants and stuff like that. When you have folds in the end of the corresponding to the shoes, you can see the accumulation force that goes a bit up. Okay, so now I'm just going real quick. So let me take this, and of course this is a basic stage, but even at this stage, even if I'm sculpting total in symmetry, let's pretend that here we have an opening. So, because of course there is an opening, I really want to start working with some kind of more ordered mesh. So let me jump on a higher Dynamesh resolution. So from here, I'm just using mask brush. What have I done? Okay. Okay, and I've created just a mask brush by myself that it just differs from a normal mask brush in which it has the mask that is always full no matter how hard I press. So it has here under the tablet pressure the RGB intensity set to be constant, because I really don't want to have the mask being more or less intense based on how much I press. Here I want to create a 100% full mask. And I have also some sort of depth and backface mask active because it allows me not to, if I have a huge radius, not to paint. Oh, wow, the brush stopped working again. But we really can recover on the fly. I really don't want, no. Usually it's kind of very stable. So probably is also excited of this live streaming. But, oh yeah, I didn't recover. Okay, let me see if, okay, it didn't recover. So I have a version of this. So I can really show. from here. And I think that this will be the last part because probably we are running really out of time and we have 5 minutes left. So this was the first extract. It's a bit word. So from here, okay, I will work creating this sort of folds, but this is not really the final look. And I will take back my mask, flat brush. Okay, let me change again the material. And with this, I will just paint a mask on the contour of the cloth that I want to keep. Oh, first, before doing this, I want to group visible everything. So let's group visible. Okay. So I'm just creating a mask of this, and also I will create here some sort of opening because I really want to play with the overlapping of two shells of these two parts to give the impression really of real cloth. So like this, and just try to quickly mask just the contour with a very high radius so that you are sure that you are creating a continuous mask in terms of the line that you are creating. So here we have the border of the sleeve. She has a very long sleeve. Wow. And now I will hit Ctrl W, that is equal to group mask, clear mask. And why I've done this with the border, because now I can isolate this other part, and I'm pretty sure that if I perform an auto groups, I will get rid of this part, and this part that are the parts that I really don't need anymore. So I can say goodbye. Before saying goodbye, I want to take advantage of a new feature of ZBrush, because probably the logic is now I want to remesh my cloth, and then I want to start working on this mesh by reprojecting the very rough details that I have created, even if they are not so good. But usually I would duplicate this part and then use the duplicate to reproject the details. But now I can also control click here in the undo history to save an history state, because I can also reproject the history state. So I'm not really forced to create a new stuff or hide the other parts of the mesh in order to do this. So now I can take this and perform a delete hidden. I will group this as a unique part, and I will let me go in double mode. Okay, first of all, with the slice curve brush, I will create a cut here, because the logic is the same. Oh, try to create a cut that, okay, creates really a cut, and the cut here. Okay, here it made some small problem because it extends the cut, but I can take this part auto groups and then take these two and auto groups. And also here, I also want here this sort of parts that are cut from one side to the other, and probably here I want this cut to be more here and like this, not touching this part, and this group and this group will be a unique group. So now the mesh has a very bad jagged edges, so the zero mesher will have some problems, but I can perform a mask by feature with only the border active, just to mask the border, invert the mask, blur a bit the mask, and perform a polish by feature with this open dot. And the polish by feature basically polishes the features based on the feature, and so it allows me to really clean up those borders. And in this way, I'm pretty sure that the zero mesher will make a great job even with the poly groups on. So where can I find it? Geometry, zero mesher, keep groups. Let's get rid a bit of the smoothing group. Basically makes the same work that I've made by using the polish by feature. So it will first perform the polish by feature to clean a bit the lines and avoid all those jagged edges in order to ease the pain and his job. And probably I could also try, no, here the lines are quite clean, so they should work well. I could also create some additional cut for the color, but now we don't have so much time, so let's just try to make a zero mesher with the lower polygroups, and let's see what happens. Okay, it didn't make a bad job. It's decent because it's decent work. Probably here we will have to fix this part So again, I will move, and align this line, and then read the remesh, and then I can project the history, and you can see that the project history simply will reproject all the stages. So I can also take this part and let's say move this to be inside, but now I can reproject the history to have also this part stick in the same place. This one. So it will somewhat stick and be together. So that's it. I really ran out of time quite quickly. I thought of talking about some other stuff, but we don't have any more time. But I hope you found it somewhat interesting and useful. And thanks for watching.
Alright, welcome to my course. My name is Jude Smith, as I'm sure you're already aware. First off, I'd like to thank you all for signing up. I'm really excited to share some of my thoughts and process with you, so I hope you find the information you learn in this class helpful. If you have any questions throughout the class,
feel free to reach out to me through Facebook, ArtStation, or any of my other social media. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have or give general feedback and critiques. So a little background on me before we get started. In 2016, I graduated from the Art Institute in Washington, D.C. with a degree in media arts and animation. After graduation, I spent about a year building up a new portfolio and freelancing for a few publishers and indie gaming studios, until getting hired by Kabam, and I've been working on games ever since. A quick course overview. First, we'll start with some topics on art fundamentals and design theory that I'd like you to keep in mind throughout this course. After that, we'll begin the creative process, starting with sketching, and work our way through the entirety of my process to a final polish. Required tools, you really only need Photoshop for this class. Lazy Nezumi Pro is optional. It's just a useful plugin for when you want to be really precise. I'll go over that later though.
Hey, Mr. Baroni.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Fine.
So, you told me this is your second time, right, at IFCC?
Yeah, second time
And
at IFCC, first time as a speaker.
right, so how did that go?
I don't know, just Marco asked me to be a speaker just last year.
Uh-huh.
It's like, next time you'll be a speaker. I
All
was
right.
like, okay, why not?
Okay, so what do you think about speaking in front of like a very like tight-knit crowd?
It's not easy. It's not easy, but it was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure it was fun. I was nervous before, but as soon as I started, it was like, okay, let's go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people were
And just
impressed
do it.
as
I
well.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm here. I can't run away, so let's do it.
Yeah, you kind of signed up for it already, so that's great. So what do you think of the city? Because last year you were in Zagreb, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Split is nice. I love it. I mean, this part I didn't have time to visit, much, but
Yeah.
this part of the city is lovely.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
crazy.
mean, everything actually inside the palace.
Uh-huh.
The theater we were in, all the restaurants and bars.
It's
amazing.
it really blew my mind. So is your Airbnb or your apartment in the castle as well? No,
Just outside, but in like
Oh, okay.
5 minutes. So.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic. Like you can take like a morning stroll through the city.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah.
Every time we go out of the apartment, we're here. So.
Yeah, lots of tourists there. Yeah. I mean, we kind of are tourists as well right now.
Yeah.
But that's all
I
right.
mean, it's a beautiful place. So.
Uh-huh. So, like, were there a lot of people coming up to you, like asking for advice, maybe?
Yeah, someone has.
Yeah? Yeah, do you have like, do you have something to say about, like, to the people at home, maybe?
I don't know. Plan a trip next year and come to IFCC because
That's very good advice, actually. All right, and what about work? So, should people just, like, keep on working, try harder?
Yeah.
Do you have any tips on that?
nah, just don't give up. Just keep working. I mean,
Yeah, always seems like a great-
I think this is the only way to get better and get noticed if you want to get
Absolutely.
noticed, get jobs. Just keep going.
Yeah, and also meeting like-minded people is, I think, really great as well. Yeah, you never know, like, someone might give you a job at Disney or something,
Right, yeah,
right?
of course.
Yeah.
Last year I met crazy people that actually gave me jobs during the year.
Really?
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what this festival does, I think. Yeah.
It works. I mean,
Uh-huh.
it works.
All right, Giorgio, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
I'll leave you to it right now. All right, see you later. Bye.
Hello, everyone. So nice to see you all here. So it's my turn to kind of welcome you to this IFCC live stream. I would as well like, first of all, to thank everyone from IFCC for giving me a chance to kind of showcase a little bit of my work here today. And of course, I like to present myself as well. So my name is Nicola. People call me Johnny or just like Nicola or Damian, whatever is fine. I'm a lead game artist at Nordeus, Belgrade, Serbia, and I'll have a chance today to talk a little bit about Houdini, because I basically run my life in nodes. I like to live by nodes and kind of even decide all my life decisions by them. So I've been adopting a lot of procedural workflows in the past years, both professionally and personally. So I would like to kind of show you a snippet of something that myself and the team in Nordeus have been doing for one of our games, which is in live. It's a mobile game called Heroic Magic Duel. At one point, we had to create like a whole bunch of terrains for the campaigns. And Houdini really kind of helped us to do that. Within days, we managed to produce like 25 renders with really kind of, in my opinion, very cool quality. So today is going to be kind of a light demo. You know how light demos goes. I hope that everything will be fine, but you never know. I practiced a little bit, so I don't expect any hiccups. I got my emergency coffee ready, which is, I see it's even like flipped at this point, so maybe I need more coffee actually. So let's get this thing started. We have 45 minutes. I tend to speak and work very fast, so let's see how much of the work we can actually do. And I hope this is recorded because I won't be actually spending some time explaining Houdini. I'm just kind of going through it, how I work in like almost real time. So let's start. I'm sure that you already see my screen. Anyways, so we're working with terrains. Terrains in Houdini are basically high fields. Yes, and Lau Krstitelj on Discord is right. I'm also watching Discord, so if you have any questions, I'll be kind of occasionally watching the Discord. So drop me a line there, and I'll see if I can answer it as well while I work. I usually can't talk and work at the same time. I can multitask. So let's start. High fields. So the high fields in Houdini are basically like, I understand them as like there's regular like displacement maps, 2D displacement maps. You know, you have like a plane, you have your black and white images, and depending on what the height information is, that's how much your polygons get displaced. So let's start with this. Here in Houdini, we need some geometry, kind of contain all the stuff we're going to work. It's basically like a folder in Houdini. And like I said, we're working with height fields. So we're going to start working with height. We're going to drop just the regular one height field. You can keep it the same size and everything. I usually work with default settings and then I resize if needed. Usually when you work these things in Houdini with height fields, you start with some kind of a noise, just to kind of get your basic shapes. I wanted to show you a bit of a different approach because when doing things procedurally, it's very nice, but you often kind of lack maybe some control to art directings. So imagine that you want like specific shape of mountains. You're going to create some kind of a dusty mountains for this exercise today. So imagine that you kind of aim for a specific shape of your mountain ranges, of your mountain ridges and whatnot. So let's try to kind of enable some kind of art direction in this process as well. How I'm going to do that? I'm going to actually use a height field paint node in Houdini, which basically just lets me kind of paint a mask. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to like basically establish where the top of my mountain's going to be like. I'm going to enable that node. I'm going to click enter. I'm just going to kind of like, I don't know, like paint something. This is like very arbitrary at this point. We have some valleys. We have some mountain ranges. Let's say like that I'm like probably happy with this. The cool thing about Houdini is that you can always go back and iterate on these things. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this mask to kind of define the highest point of my mountains. How I'm going to do that? I'm actually going to like transform this original height field. And I'm going to use this actual paint layer to kind of mask between the lowest and the highest point. To actually combine different variations or different layers of height field in Houdini, you need actually that. You need a height field layer node, which I have here. So what I can do, I can plug in the original one, which is kind of our, let's call it sea level. I can plug in the height one, and the third option here is the mask that we just painted. So now we can like start optimizing. I'll just enable this last node here, and then let's just start working on it. So let me first like transform this highest one, and let's maybe start with like, I don't know, maybe like 300. We can see like the mask that we painted is actually the mask that kind of lifted off that part, but it's very coarse because I just painted like the tips of the mountains. So what I can basically do, I can just blur that mask, and I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to insert a blur between the mask and the layer. And I don't know, we need like a higher blur. Like by default, the blur goes like to 100. That's probably not like good enough, but in Houdini, you don't have to kind of oblige by the range of the slider. You can just enter your own variation. I like it, like, I want to blur it a lot, so kind of get this organic feel for now for my main shapes, like for just like these large brush strokes. But I want it to be higher, so let's like maybe like something like 500. Okay, yeah, that feels like probably more like it. So we have our mountains, we have our valleys, maybe some kind of canyons. So let's say this is kind of probably good enough for now. We can always go back and iterate on these things. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, because I know like if you watch this, like this, I know I want to kind of massage this shape a little bit. It's just kind of the base volumes. I want to work a little bit both on the valleys, add some things there, and I want to sharpen the peaks of the mountains as well, because like you will see, we'll do a lot of erosion nodes in passes, in layers, and like the more interesting shape you actually give to the erosion node, the better result it will come out in the end. So let's kind of just like tweak a little bit this shape that we have. First thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use the half field tree map. I'm gonna just add a little bit of shape variation to the valleys themselves. So actually what I'm doing, I'm going to compute range, so it automatically knows what's the lowest and the highest part of my height field. And I'm just going to like a little bit remap the bottom parts, something maybe like this. Just so I can get a little bit, I don't know, just to get these kind of valleys here and here and here. Just to kind of disturb that bottom part. This will usually be enough for this stage. We're still kind of doing like in very, very, very kind of broad, very broad brush strokes. Okay. So next thing, what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to erode this height map just so I can kind of chisel the peaks as well. But since I want to like do really rough erosion, first thing I'm going to do, because like this height field right now is, I think, like, yeah, it's like 500 by 500 voxels. So I'm just going to resample it to be a lower resolution. So because I want a very rough erosion right now, I'm going to just kind of, I don't know, let's just make it quarter, and you can see right now it's like 125 by 125 voxels, and you can probably see that it kind of lost some resolution, but that's good. That is what we want. Okay, now I'm going to mask like the things that I really want to erode. So I actually want to mask. You can actually draw mask, but you can also mask by a feature of that actual height field. So I'm going to take my height field mask by feature node, and yes, I wanna mask by default. It masks by slope. That's the thing that I really want to do right now. But I just want to kind of mask a little bit. I want to leave the peaks themselves. Maybe just compress it a little bit. Okay, and I'm just going to blur it a little bit. So I'm kind of masking all the slopes, which I really want to kind of erode and sharpen up. Maybe I can sharpen this a little bit more. Yeah, I don't want to like spend too much time tweaking this. You can really get lost at one point trying to tweak all the parameters. Okay, so first, since these shapes are kind of really rough, I want to distort them a little bit, just kind of like bash them around a little bit before I start eroding, because I don't want like the erosion lines to be all straight. I want them to have an organic feel to them. So I can actually use a distort by noise, and then I'm going to plug that. I'm also going to plug the mask it comes into the second input that I already made. And what I want with this kind of distort by noise, I want like some really big distortions. So I'm going to have a really large amplitude. Let's say something like this. But I also want like a big element size. I don't want it to be like too noisy. Maybe let's do this. Also gonna like reduce a little bit of roughness, so it doesn't have, so the higher frequency details are not that big. So I don't know, maybe like something like this, and like octaves can also go down. So let me see something. Probably like this. It's fine if it kind of starts looking broken at one point. Don't get kind of too depressed by that. Like you'll see, like after that, like erosion and things like that will fix things. Okay, so now we have done our base shapes. We kind of modified like both the peaks and the values a little bit. We have some kind of interesting shape variation going on. Now it's time for our first erosion. Cool. So we just drop in the road node, drop it down, plug it in. I don't need a mask at this point. I'm going to erode the entire height field. By default, the erosion node comes like with this built-in visualizer, but I actually don't want that. I just want to look at the shape itself. And so erosion is a time-based effect. In other versions in like all the versions of Houdini, what you used to do is like choose an erode node and then like press play and it will like start eroding frame by frame. As you can see here, it's just like slowly eroding the thing, which is one way of work. But hopefully recently, I don't know if you remember, it was like Houdini 18 or maybe Houdini 17.5. They kind of introduced this freeze at frame, which is nice. Basically, erodes for the specific amount of time frames and then kind of freezes the simulation at that specific point. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to use the default settings. Let's see what 20 frames gives us. Okay, it does something, but it's not like nearly as sharp as maybe I kind of wanted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the erosion rate and a little bit go higher. Let's go something like 5 maybe. And let's see what that gives us. I'm going to reset the simulation. We'll have some time to chat because like we'll have some time to wait all the erosion nodes to run through. So if you guys do have any questions, please hit me up on Discord. Okay, this is a bit better. This is a bit sharper. Let's say that this is kind of an interesting. Let's not dwell on this too much. Okay, that's cool. But let's just do one more thing. So by default, erosion is like kind of eroding all the terrain, kind of pushing all the debris down. So what I actually don't want, I don't want all that debris. So I'm just gonna kind of remove the debris from the final layer. As you can see, like I just kind of keep all those valleys on a lower level because it doesn't, they don't slump that much. So I'm just gonna remove all that information. Just keep it like this. Okay, so let's move on. Just because I want to kind of see what I'm doing, because this mask is still displayed on my field. I'm just going to clear that mask. So we have some kind of basic shape. We have some mountains. We have some valleys. Cool. Let's move on. So now, since if you remember, and somewhere around like this point, we kind of resampled it down to do all the erosions. What you're going to do now is going to resample it back up. That you're going to have all the details as well. Not that resample node, the other one, height field resample. Why I'm doing this? Well, basically, one reason is speed, because I feel like if you're eroding a lower res height fields, it will be faster. But the other thing is that erode node is really kind of resolution dependent. So it depends on really what you want to do. If you want like some really fine details in your erosions, then you should kind of have very high details on your height field. But if you want just broad strokes, you should have a lower resolution. So as I remember, we dropped the resample to quarters. So now let's just kind of go 4 times that. Okay, so I kind of like this, but I still have these parts because when we drew this paint, we had this kind of like we had these valleys, but we had these like canyons, and we had these like very broad valleys. And now that we have our shapes done, there's still some kind of very flat valleys that are left here. So what I actually want to do is I want to introduce a little bit more variation, but only into those bottom parts. I just need like some small hills to add some interest to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mix one more layer of height field noise to it. So I'm going to take one more height field noise, and I'm going to just plug in that original height field that we started from. And in order to kind of get some, well, let's say some like basic mountains, I'm gonna do probably like a cellular noise, F2 minus F1, kind of gives us that kind of peaks things. But let's kind of keep maybe the altitude lower and the element size a lot lower, because I want those to be smaller. So maybe something like, okay, I'm probably tweaking too much. And just again, because I want like I'm still working with general shapes, I want to kind of reduce all this noise. So less octaves, less kind of disturbance, and okay, this is something which is kind of nice. So I'm going to now mix this with that original thing, and again, I'm going to use the layer node that we already use. So I'm not going to use a mask right now. I'm actually going to use a little bit different technique. I'm going to use the maximum technique. This is just like a maximum blend mode in Photoshop. Like it will, like when mixing 2 different layers, it will kind of choose the highest value of that specific pixel or voxel in this case. I want to make sure that my height fields are the same resolution. They are 500 by 500. That's fine. So, but as you can see, nothing basically happens between those two. That's basically because like this noise is actually lower than my original, than my main shape. So I just need to kind of lift that up a little bit. Luckily, in the actual controls for the height field layers, we have those options. So you can like offset the actual layers. So I will need a little bit more than, you can see like now that I'm offsetting a little bit more, it's actually kind of pushing that lower layer a little bit up. I want like this is too much on scale. Maybe I can reduce this. Okay, now this is too much. Okay, maybe a little bit more lower, and that's, yeah, let's say that this is fine. Cool. Control save, just in case, because things can always go tricky. Sip of a coffee, and then we're moving on. So I would say that we're happy with our base shapes. So Lakastik has a upfront question. How do you UV properly when working with height fields? I've tried a couple of things, but haven't managed to get control over UDIMs and UV res itself. Let's talk about this after we finish this. And yeah, it's not ideal. I don't have much experience with UDIMs and these height fields, because we usually kind of turned out just kind of renders of a single one, but I have some tricks that you can use, and maybe we can talk a little bit later. So let's move on. Since I did some erosion and distortion, I have a lot of information now in this data stream. I just want to kind of remove that, just to kind of keep my my main shapes. So I'm going to introduce a blast node. Blast is basically delete in Houdini. I just want to keep my mask, and I want to keep my height. The rest things I don't need, but I want to kind of delete the inverted version of that. Okay, so let's say that I have my base shapes done. Sometimes I like to organize things just to kind of know what are the segments of my workflow. So I'm just going to put a null here. Just kind of know that this is And let's call this, I don't know, this is out, or I'll just call that out. It's measures. Oh, okay. So let's now get into more like details and more like smaller and smaller and smaller details. Good. So first thing that we're actually gonna do is that since you're gonna start like eroding all of this, is that actually I'm gonna clear the mask as well. I didn't want to delete the mask in Blast because it's actually kind of delete the stream, the data stream for the mask as well. But so I kept it in the Blast node, but I would just want to clear it because I like watching it. In gray, so I can see much better what's going on. So let's go into more detailed erosions and more details. So of course these are main shapes; they're very broad. So let's start distorting them way more hardcore. So let's put another distort. Where are you? There you are. Distort by noise. Okay, and this distort. We're gonna go a little bit heavy, as you can see. Like as long as immediately once you put that node, things like start looking a bit better. So I want like a higher amplitude. I want this noise to be strong. I don't know, something between 90 maybe. But I want element size to be big as well. And how this works, but I don't want a curl noise. Let's try simplex. Yeah, simplex works better for this kind of a high frequency noise. So this is kind of my main thing. This is kind of the distorted. Let's see, it kind of kept some things it destroyed a little bit. It's fine. Maybe I can like increase the substeps to kind of smooth things out a little bit. Okay, so. Just so you guys, I'll be watching the QA channel on Discord, so I don't like go jumping around the channels and waste time. Okay, so I'm kind of happy with this. We maybe destroyed some of the ridges up here, but I can live with it for the time being. So let's start eroding things now. Let's do another erode node. Okay. So I'm kind of suggesting when I'm kind of building all these workflows, I usually kind of try to anticipate what the nodes will kind of have control, like will need to be tweaked for example, if we change the main input or whatnot. And what I tend to do, just kind of organization-wise, at least for like on the lowest level, just like to kind of move those nodes to the side and like mark them somewhere like very, very important color, so people know that those nodes are kind of control nodes. Okay, let's see what this erode will do for us. Again, I'm gonna disable the visualization and I'm gonna let it run for 20 frames. Maybe 20 frames will be too much. Let's see. Hopefully this will not last too long. Sometimes, like especially on this resolution of height maps on my lap, I'm working on a laptop, so things are way, way faster on a proper desktop. But these road nodes are are usually fast. As you can see, it's already kind of done, and it's already kind of looking more like nicer and nicer and nicer. So let's see what we maybe want to tweak here. Maybe we eroded too much and still not ready to commit for this kind of level of details. Maybe 10. 15, yeah, maybe something like this can be fine. But you can see as it eroded, it kind of made all these slumps here, and they're kind of very, very noisy. So I want to avoid that kind of level of noise for now. So what I'm actually going to do is that I'm going to go to the advanced options. I'm going to post smooth, like you see that like these are like the settings for your debris flow, and if you smooth, you just kind of smooths it out. Because I'm aiming for kind of a little bit of a stylized look for these terrains here. And at least I was when we're doing the game. So if you're aiming for something more realistic, maybe you can leave all of that, but you probably need to be working on a bit higher resolution of the height fields. Anyway, okay, so that's our kind of first erosion. I'm kind of happy with it. Okay, so now it's time to maybe bump this up to our working resolution. So let's do another kind of resample. Since I know that I'm going to use these as textures at one point, and they're already kind of square, like square shaped, I'm going to actually kind of resize them in like a regular resolution type of in a texture type of resolution. So I'm going to specify the exact resolution that I want, and it should be bi-axis, just like specifying the resolution of an image, for example, in Photoshop. But I want 256. I want to let's go 2K for now, and see what that does. Okay, that's nice. As you can see, like the erosion, like some peaks were very broken in my current resolution when I wrote it. And my resolution was like 500, and now I kind of resampled it to 2K. Kind of fixes all that things, which is nice. Cool. Let's move on. We have our resample. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, so let's go. Moving on. Let's start adding more details. For now, let's just kind of get another mask by feature. I want to like mask the slopes as well again. I want to roll a little bit more. And I don't need to kind of plug in the resampled one into the mask. You can just use the logRes one. It will work faster. So I wanna do it by slope, but I want to kind of select all the slopes. So I don't want this to be so. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do it by slope. I'm gonna do it this time by height. Compute range. Once you click the compute range, it automatically knows like what's the lower and the highest part. So I want to select like everything except valleys, so I can work on the peaks a little bit more. I'm gonna disable this top part, and I'm just gonna like tweak this a little bit, and I think like select the things that I kind of like. Okay. Yeah, let's say that this is something that we're happy with. We can always, like I said, go back and fix things. And since like this mask by feature at this point would like this compute range will definitely be dependent on what your initial shapes are. So definitely we'll need to control that. I'm going to mark that one as well, just in case we want to like come back and fix those things as well. Okay, so now let's again like we're working in layers, working in iterations. Let's do another distort. So we're just like constantly like massaging that high field, you know, like we're constantly adding details of different scale and different frequency to see what we can actually build. So I'm going to distort again. I'm going to distort by noise. I'm going to plug in this high field. We're actually going to use this mask that we built. And let's see how we're going to distort this. I want like really kind of small variation, just kind of break up some of the straight lines that we might have left. So I want like a very small amplitude, like 5, maybe good enough. Let's see what we're getting. This okay. As you can see, just kind of introduced some like variation in the slopes. I'm kind of leaving the valleys as they are for now, but I want to disturb the slope as well, so I get this kind of striation, because it will help us later with to get a nicer erosion look. Good. So we have our distortion. That's done. That's not dependent on the input, so I can leave it here. It doesn't need to be red. Okay, so let's do another pass of erosion. As you can see, you can think that you can notice a pattern here. I feel the road. Okay, plug that baby in, and again I'm going to push it to the side, make it red, because I probably want to control that. I need to find a way to like automatically disable this visualize. I guess you can like edit the original node and put the default to off. I need to check that, and I will check that. Okay, so let's see what this does at current freeze frame. Okay, this might take now a bit longer since we like up the resolution to 2K. Let's see how long this one takes. It's another excuse for me to take another sip of the coffee. Nice coffee. It's still working. Let's see what's it going to do. So we're working with this kind of very high resolution. I'm expecting a bit more noise or like too strong of this. But let's see how it does. Maybe 20 frames was too much, especially in this resolution. Maybe I could have gone with a smaller amount of frames. But never mind. It should be done very soon. So let's see what goes. Good thing is that some of the things that the options that you can control here, you don't have to resimulate again. And if you go even you can always go down on the amount of frames you're eroding, because you can always go back. But if you want to go forward, you need to wait again. So what I tend to do anyways when I'm working on these things, just for the sake of quick iteration, I kind of start at default 20 because that's usually enough or more than enough in my experience. Then I can try to tone it down. Any second now. Come on. I really hope you're not hanging. Okay, then. Okay. As you can see, we have a lot of erosion details right now and a lot of slumps and erosion lines. And it's probably something which is kind of a realistic look. Probably need more resolution if you really want to go towards realism. But this is probably too much for my taste. At least too much something that I'm trying to build at this point. So let's try kind of just slowing, reducing this a little bit. So I'm gonna try a little bit 10, and we're still getting some striations. Let's try 5. Okay, 5 is a bit better. Again, I'm gonna smooth the debris. Okay, that kind of removes a lot of noise, but still keeps the marks. It's a nice variation. We kind of all these peaks got sharpened. We got these erosion lines, which are nice. So this is looking a little better. Let me just see one thing, because I know that I'm gonna slump this in the end. Maybe I can kind of remove this. Let's go without this debris layer for now, and then we'll see in the end. I would like to keep these values for as long as I want. I don't want to because every time you erode, debris gets piled and piled and piled, and very quickly you will lose the relative height on the height field. So just be careful of that. You can always kind of rescale it, but what I like to do is kind of add debris in the end, which we'll do eventually. So you will see how that works. Also, I want to a little bit. Some of these lines are maybe way too strong, so I want to have maybe more finite control over that. I'm just going to use a little bit to blend this eroded version with the original version, just a little bit, just a touch, a smidge, if you would want. So I'm going to use the layer node. I'm going to blend between this, and since this is in my second, this should go higher, maybe 0.8. You can see I'm just now blending with the non-eroded and eroded version. And sometimes even if you want to animate erosion, this could actually work if you don't want to actually show the erosion frame by frame. This can sometimes work very nicely. Just animate this slider. You get that feeling that's time lapse, that things are eroding, God is interfering and whatnot. Anyways, digression over. Something like this. Let's see what's the original. Yeah, smooth it just a little bit. Maybe it's unnecessary, but I like how it's smoothed here in these content areas. So that's nice. Okay. Moving on. So that's our kind of second level of erosion. So when I was looking for references, I was looking like dusty mountains, of course, like Wild West, all those kind of things, deserts. So I really like the terracing that the mountain ranges had there. So let's try to maybe reproduce something like that as well. And as you will see, we'll again kind of work in iterations. So let's do this. Let's kind of mask again by feature, but this time we will use the slope feature because terracing only happens on slopes. I don't want any terracing on valleys or in the bottom. Usually, like by default, it captures all that it needs to capture. I got all the slopes that I need, so I can move directly to actually adding terracing. And in Houdini, it's very simple. You actually have the terrace node. So height field terrace. You just plug it in, not in the mask, but here, but actually also in the mask as well, because I want that mask that I created as well. Okay, let's see how this goes. Okay, of course, like this is too strong by default. Let's go to the terrace. So let's set it up. That also has like compute range, so I should probably kind of compute that as well, so it works nicer. Fine. Okay. Now let's tweak this a little bit because as you can see right now, all these terraces are like very uniform. They're all like the very same height and like the very same strength. Luckily, you had the option to tweak all of that per height basis. So I'm gonna kind of first tweak the terracing, and I'm gonna tweak the. I'm just gonna just this one. So we can keep the fade in 0 and step size in 12. We're going to tweak this by this. So the fade ramp is actually how much the terraces fade between the bottom on the left side and the top on the right side. Like I want, since it's probably like a dusty mountain, I want them like not to fade at the top. But as I know, like all the dust and debris is kind of collecting at the bottom, I want them to fade more at the bottom. So I'm just going to use like a linear ramp. But not this one. Actually, I want the reverse of that one. As you can see, like they're fading now more toward the top and less towards the bottom. I want an inverse of that. So let's just flip that. So like now, as you can see, like lower, they're on the like the closer we go to the valley, the more like they're faded and softer. And then as you're going towards the peak, they're more harsh. As you can see here, they're like very kind of straight and chiseled. Which is fine, which is kind of the things that I kind of wanted. We get this kind of destroyed ridges, but don't be afraid of that. We'll fix that later. But I also want to fix the step ramp. I want to kind of, which is this option here. I don't want like every terrace to be on the same height. I want it to kind of change over the height level as well. So I want it to be kind of a low at the bottom, and then like very quickly go towards the highest amount of step, which is defined here in your step size. I'm just gonna like because I don't want to edit live this graph. I'm gonna switch to the previous node, and then just gonna work on this here, and then I'm gonna switch it back. I need a start point and an end point, and I'm actually just gonna switch these point types to Bezier, so I have like a way nicer control over all of this. Okay, you go here, you go here. I'm gonna add one more, and I'm gonna try to do something like this. As you can see, like the step level starts at 0, but it very quickly goes up, and then it kind of like exponentially goes higher. So now, if I go to my terracing option, let it compute. As you can see, like at the bottom, that step size is very small, and as it is going higher and higher, it gets to that maximum value that we determined. Okay. And I think this is like probably enough for our kind of main terracing for our main shape. I kind of saved it. So let's move on. Oh, sorry, 38 minutes. I need to be very much faster than this. So let's move on. So I'm gonna resample it as well. Just gonna drop it down so we can like kind of work a bit faster, like 0.5. And I'm gonna clear the mask. I'm gonna try to kind of be a little bit faster now. Maybe I can spend too much time explaining things. Let's see now. Now is the time to erode things. Again, I love these erosion nodes. They're kind of so fun to play with. Okay, so let's do this 20 frames. I'm sure that IFCC won't mind if we go a couple of minutes overboard. We have 20 more minutes until 5. Let's try to finish this. I think that we can do this. Okay. And by the way, Lav, Kristite, if we don't have time to kind of talk about the things in the end of this talk, feel free to ping me like after this, and then maybe we can have a chat. Okay. Let's see what we had. Disable the visualization. Okay. Again, I really probably wanna smooth my debris. Okay. Fine. Kind of destroyed a little bit, but I have left this kind of main terracing that you see here, which is basically, I think, okay. Yeah. Let's move forward. Let's not waste too much time that we don't have. Okay, so now let's add the second layer of these terraces. I'm gonna mask by feature again. Okay, I'm gonna mask by slope, but I wanna like just kind of part of those slopes because I want to introduce these smaller terraces only on some pieces, not on the entire slopes. Just maybe kind of in between those bigger ones. Okay, and since like these small terraces, I want to blend them a little bit with the initial terrain. So I'm going to blur that mask just a touch. Not height field blur, but mask blur. Okay, this is too much. Yeah, this is a lot better. Okay, so then another level of terracing. This time we won't need to kind of tweak anything specific. I'm gonna use the mask as well. So I won't tweak any step size, any fade. What I'm actually gonna do, I'm gonna introduce the kind of level of a global fade. And I'm actually going to reduce the step size because we want the smaller ones. So as you can see here, now I have like the small ones and the big ones, and I'm kind of happy with this. So let's erode them one more time. But because all these kind of terraces are very kind of straightforward, I want to distort them a little bit before we start eroding. Okay, so let's kind of like a very small erosion. This distribution, like from this to this, it's fine. You can see, like, you kind of made all these small terraces just a little bit more wiggly, which is cool. Which is exactly what we need to erode. One more erosion to kind of blend all those small terraces as well. I know that it's probably not gonna go to 20, so I just kind of reduce it to 5. Okay, and remove the visualization. So this is what we had. This is what we have now. Okay, let's see. Again, me and my smooth. I'm going to leave the debris now, but I do want to smooth it. Okay, so since we're like kind of closing it to final touches, I want to kind of convert it to the final resolution. I want to work in 4K. So let's resample again. Kind of bring it up to the highest resolution. Okay. So I'm going to work in 4K. So I'm going to specify that exact resolution by axis, and let's put it 4K. And I'm going to do like the final level of slumping now. Just going to kind of collect all that debris from the erosion that we actually had. So in order for me to slump things, I will need a flow field, because Houdini needs to know kind of where things are flowing. You just kind of drop the flow field node over there. As soon as you activate it, it will calculate. Sometimes it takes some time to calculate the things that it needs. It's usually faster than erosion, so this should be done rather quick, even though it's a 4K thing. Okay, but as you can see, like here in the options, rain amount is 0.3. Seems like we're working with dusty mountains. There's definitely not that much of a rain. So let's just kind of reduce that a little bit, so we don't have that much of water flowing around these mountains. Okay, and I guess like once this is done, now once we have the actual flow field, now we can like slump all the debris in the end. So I'm gonna use the slump node. Slump. I'm gonna slump that. As you can see, once you have the height field, the flow field, actually the slump should be rather fast. Let's just, so we can see what we are working with. I'm gonna clear the mask. As you can see, like we came from like it's slumped, so you get all these kind of little bit softer ones. And what I really like is that you get these kind of peaks and edges really kind of peeking out from what I think would be like all the dust and sand, which is like collected, and you still get these kind of rough peaks, which kind of get that impression of a very kind of rough, dusty, like very hot environment. Okay, so since like after the actual I think that basically we're kind of really almost completely finished. So what was maybe unusual for the project we did on Heroic, because I'm still not that much of a cops expert in Houdini. I'm sure that like millions of things can be done, but I took a bit of a different approach. So let me show you like what I did to get like the final renders of these terrains. So first thing that I did is that, okay, it's running something now. I exported all the layers into images. So I didn't bother exporting any kind of meshes. I didn't kind of convert this to get a low low poly and high poly, then bake all of these things. Since I know I was only going to need like one specific render per terrain, I decided to kind of take this approach, which might be strange for someone, but it might work for others. As long as I don't know what's cooking at this point. Okay, so we can clear the mask. So we can do one thing. So there is a layer. There's actually a node called layer export. It's a part of the Houdini libraries, and it's an awesome node. It really kind of fastens out a lot of workflows. So if you don't have side effects labs tools installed for Houdini, like that, you definitely need to. Like they're a lifesaver in many cases. So what it does is basically kind of exports all the data fields that we have here. As you can see, I have like my bedrock, my cliffs, my height, my debris layers, my water, my flows, and whatnot. And just for the sake of time, what I'm going to do is just going to add this like dusty mountains, and I'm just gonna export that to a folder. Let's dusty 03, and I want to export all layers. This means you're gonna export all the basically all the volumes or voxels that you see here. And once you click like save to disk, what it does is going to run like a COPS renderer in the background. You can see it like trying to escape around here, and it's going to render in the resolution that your actual height field is going to render all those layers. So you're going to get all that information as textures. So I'll show you how that works. Once it's rendered, okay, should be done. And a second now. Remember, this rendering like a lot of 4K textures. It's very fast for what it's doing. And you can see here, I got my layers being rendered out. I'm just gonna show you how that looks. So you can see I got layers, like this is like cliffs, this is debris, this is my height map, this is my sediment map, this is where my kind of water flow is, and like for every layer you'll get kind of that kind of black and white mask. And what I did actually is that I kind of imported, in the end, to kind of get the final thing, I imported all those textures into Substance Designer actually. So I'm just going to save this here. And I did a very, very kind of quick level of texturing. So this is my my height. This is my like debris. This is my sediment layer. This is my flow layer, and this is my cliff layer. And what I did is that I basically kind of used this height first of all to kind of get this like height-based like base color information. Let me show you how that works. So this is like this is the original version of the height texture. This one here, and then I kind of plug it to this kind of gradient remap. Like this is the bottom, this is the peak on the right hand side. Then I used these actual like masks with the colors I can actually specify to kind of start building the actual texture. I'm sure that you can do all of this in COPS, but at the time I wasn't that good at COPS. As you can see here, like I started building the color, I start adding variations. So I use the flow node to get all this yellow, then I add a little bit of kind of darkening in some striation lines. Then what does this do? And then I kind of do some edge detect and a little bit kind of a directional masks, like top down, because I just want to kind of add some red tint only on like one side, maybe the side which is like very specific, like usually kind of the sunny side. Then I did some like very basic filtering, like adding a little bit of dirt and dust, just to get the final look of the texture. And since I'm still working with the textures, I also kind of did some kind of map lines, like these grid lines, which I then converted to like those dotted lines. And I have like also height-based lines. So if you just take a height map and you like quantize the grayscale and you do like an edge detect on them, and then you kind of convert them to dotted lines, you can get like those like cartography height-based ISO lines. And then I kind of overlay that over the original texture itself, because I wanted that kind of a cartography look to it. And that kind of like from that height map and from that from the masks, I got all the other textures that I needed. I was kind of treating this almost as a game model. So I had my PBR stuff like roughness, height, normal, and whatnot. And all because like you can do that. The thing that I did is that like I just used the height map for the displacement. So kind of recreated the height of my height field inside Designer. This is probably too much, something like this. And then what you can actually kind of do, since I'm working like in 4K, this will all kind of be nice. It's kind of have a little bit of a different angle. And then you can just like switch to iRay and have like a good, nice ray traced render with shadows as well. And then like you can rotate those shadows and get the look that you need. Maybe like this sun angle is nice. And then like you can choose whether I'll render here or just use your rendering tool of choice. And this is basically like we had the whole pipeline plugged like this. So the good thing is like the iteration was really fast, so we could like go back and like change this original thing, just go through all the erosion nodes and compute the height ranges as well. And then the moment you export the layers and you kind of just Alt tab to designer, everything gets reloaded, and you get new terrain immediately starting to render, which is nice, which is kind of very fast thing. Okay, I'm actually out of time. It's 54. What I actually wanted to do as a cherry on the cake to actually just kind of change the original paint node and to kind of show you that power of Houdini of like procedural iteration. But sadly, we don't have time. But you just need to kind of trust me on this one. And we don't even have time for questions, sadly. But like I said, I'm on Discord and I will be here for some times on IFCC. So if you do have any questions, feel free to ping me. I'm generally a very talkative person, so I like chatting and exchanging experiences. So I really hope this was interesting. I really hope that you learned something. And if you make something of your own, and if you can find out a better workflow than this, please let me know. Thank you very much. That's it. That's all from me.
Hello, I hope you're online. Hi everyone, hi IFCC. My name is Alina. Some of you know me. Let me double check so I do see Discord. I do see questions. If there will be some. Okay. Hopefully. I don't see any live there in Discord. Anyway, I hope you people can see me and I'm not talking to myself. So I just want to introduce myself for everyone who don't know me. I'm a character artist in video games and I've been working in this field for like 10 plus years. This is my art station, and I've been working for mobile games. I've been working for AAA games. I've been doing all kind of stuff, like literally from environments to character art. And right now I'm doing character art for Moon Studio. My preferences is obviously, as you can see here, like stylized character art, but I did everything, and I also did 2D, so I can do 2D, so things like this. The last project I participate in is Ori and a Blind Forest, so I did some modeling stuff for Ori. You can find it here on ArtStation. I also do present for ZBrush Live. It's once a month, and I kind of welcome everyone to join me like once a month on pixelogic.com ZBrush Live. That's it about my introduction. Let's get back to the stuff we're going to be doing today. And basically I did this in one small announcement. I got few questions I had before the stream, so I'm going to be answering these questions on the stream, but I also going to be taking some more questions. I don't know. See, guys, Igor, do we have like YouTube translation? Can we read questions from like YouTube, Facebook, etc.? Is it possible? Hello. I don't know. So anyway, ask me questions, and if I found some really interesting questions, if there will be some really interesting questions about my process, this person will get a pack of stickers. I don't know how big is my web camera, and I don't know if you can see it. Hopefully you do. So there's some stuff to give away. Okay. Let's get to the sculpting. People on FCC side, I just don't see any feedback. Is everything okay? Doing okay? Okay, good. Because I don't see that. Okay. So I have this. Thank you, because I'm so used to stream for Pixelogic when I could kind of have my chat and I can have this very. Also, can I add like some light music into this? Like I have Twitch music. Okay. I don't know. Jesus. Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry for that. Love this. Anyway, so now we have music. I almost broke the translation that broke the stream. Anyway, so I made this card specially for. Give me a second. Let me fix something. This. Let me fix. Man, I'm apologize. I have another technical thing. Can I stop sharing for a tiny second? Good. Okay, sorry for that. So, yeah, I was before we just get interrupted for very stupid reason. I was about to talk about this sculpt I made it especially for this presentation for FCC. Been working on it like past 2 weeks something, and this is Slavic mythology. This is a Syrian bird, which is actually was taken from Greek mythology, which is Siren, the bird of a woman's head and beautiful voice. Anyway, and I will take you through the process of this sculpt, like how I was designing this, because I didn't have any concept to that, but I have some inspirational stuff that I collected, and I will show you the stages from a very beginning, from a very ugly start to like this, more or less not finished, but something that I can present today. So basically, then I just come up with this idea. I was looking for references, and this is the first that come to mind. You can see it to my screen, right? This is Repin, I believe. Russian painter, not very usual of him, but yeah, I believe so. This is some Russian folk art. And this is Bilibin, another Russian illustrator. Some people know him, and some folk art again. And so I did start. This is how it looks now. Just like not final, but kind of a late stage in the sculpt. And this is the first version of it. And boys, this is not cute at all, but it's okay. It's like first few hours. And you can see my idea was in the early stage, was this like more skinny blackbird-like body, and I did use the bird body that I already had, and like I think it was my biggest mistake in designing this because don't do it. Don't use pre-existing stuff and then you're designing because it's gonna interfere with your ideas. And my idea was actually I wanted something more stylized and more heavy. So after a few hours of like struggle with this, I went to Photoshop and I wasn't liking it a lot. So I went to Photoshop and I did this overpaint. Sometimes it's very quick to go to Photoshop and do an overpaint. Quicker than try to sculpt this in ZBrush. And yeah, then what I had after this, and it probably will need a different shader. So when I'm working in the early stages, using this matcap gray, because it helped me to control the surface better than the other one. So this is for later stage skin shade, and this is for early stage of sculpting. So you can see it's kind of rough, but at least I capture this idea because I wanted to give her really, really heavy wings and more chunky appearance, like it has some weight. And This is another inspiration kind of reference I was aiming. This is a Russian, again Russian painter. This is Rubil, Mikhail Rubil. Not very famous in the art community, but I try I try to promote him. He is like obviously 19th century painter. He sort of Russian Klimt, did a lot of stylized stuff, mix of realistic and stylized stuff. And another big inspiration is actually this is I think he's American sculptor. Hope you can see the screen well. This is Nick Bibi. He's an animal sculptor, so he mostly doing like birds and animals, and he's this Griffon done by him. And this is really great. And of course, it's even greater that it's all clay. It's all traditional, not digital thing. Blah, blah, blah. And then, because obviously we kind of have a limited time, I did pre-recorded videos. So let me show you how it's actually was in developing, how here, and it will be speed up so we don't get bored. This is from that early stage where I already have blocked the most elements, body, wings. I'm happy about it. And then I basically like still researching, but already working on sub details. Trying to get this feeling of feathers and yeah. Just trying to find a balance between making it very stylized, but still so it look like feathers. I do use masking. I do use mask and then push with move tool, move brush, and most of the brushes I use by default. It's a move, clay build-up, and Demian standard. This is vanilla ZBrush installation brushes. One new brush that I use in the process is made by Pablo, and I'm gonna show you just in a bit. So I do work on face. Face usually is something that get more final look first, just because I like to sculpt faces. And basically I give you a baby face, and I give you a little bit of this, for example, malar bags under the eyes. Because you'll see it like right now, because I like to add some small imperfection on the face to make faces look real, even if it's stylized, even if it's kind of still very appealing, pretty face. So like this. And this puffiness on the eyes. sketched some eyeballs. I did change it, and then you're gonna see it when I'm gonna sculpt leaf, that her gaze actually is different now. Save every 15 minutes. Okay, this is part 1. I'm gonna run videos one by one, so like you can see this sculpting development. Sorry. I got some questions, right? No. Oh! I broke everything. Sorry. It's a little bit unusual setting for me. I'm used to stream for Pixologic, and I use OBS, and I know what I'm doing with OBS. So I usually I sculpt the face and I go in back and do a lot of revisions, and at that stage I was like fixing some stuff and adding her eyelashes, and I'm gonna merge eyelashes with the head in one subtotal. Usually people don't do it. I didn't do it like a few years ago. Right now I like to have more stuff merged together. So I like to, this is obviously not traditional sculpture, but I lean towards more traditional sculpture look than they carve everything from one piece. And digital sculpting always give you like a lot of nice lines between objects. Here, like some research on jewelry, and I'm gonna show you my reference for the jewelry just after this video. I'm gonna end it. It's a mix of Slavic historical stuff and some fantasy stuff. Okay, done. This video is done. So yeah, since I was yeah, let me bring period. So this is my reference for the headpiece and jewelry she has. And obviously just have it mostly for inspiration, not for reference. Some traditional Russian costume have tassels, and I did a couple of sculpts with Russian costume, and I like they in original they made of small beads. I made them like cloth like very thick tassels, and I tried to sculpt them in one piece like you can see here. And her headpiece is something like this. I believe it's called kokoshnik as well. Is like very traditional stuff. I use curve tube and curve strap a lot, and I'm gonna show you how to use them. So basically, there is few main tools for me right now in sculpting. It will be sculpting brushes, clay build-up, move, and temp standard. And gonna be those curve tube, curve snap. Huh? Didn't like it. And at this point, I introduced some color, mostly to see the silhouette better, to make sure I'm doing the right thing, to make sure like I'm not breaking my design. Okay, here we go. I guess I can close this. So, talking about my references, before we went into, this is not all pre-recorded, so I'm gonna be back to pre-recorded things. I just want to take a couple of minutes to talk about how I do work with reference. You can see I never follow, but I take inspiration there and there. So I took a shape approximately between this headpiece and that headpiece. I had this round stuff. This is technically not coming from any reference. It's kind of a fantasy. It's a mix between these and like some round plates, and I don't know how actually it's connected to the kokoshnik yet, but I'm gonna figure it out in a later stage. But I really, really love this element. Then they have tassels, a lot of tassels, like these crazy pompons all around. And I still think it's so exotic and fun. It's so something people usually don't think about, like Slavic costumes. So I like to add this stuff. So these thick rings, they usually attach to the ribbons. Oh, this is like that. It's not very good drawing, but so I add some ribbons and very heavy gold rings like hanging off on those ribbons and tassels. But if those tassels here, they basically beads, small beads. Usually they are. I made it like thick wool something. Thick, fluffy, chunky. This is something that I want to to make anyway. And 2 more videos because it's not yet done. So to the crown, kokoshnik. Going back to face, like I going back and forward on the face. Before I poly painted, and after I will poly painted, and I still do a lot of revision, like tiny revisions that I kind of you will see later, like for example, her gaze changed and her expression changed a bit because I didn't like what I done. This ornament on her kokoshnik, it's supposed to imitate like embroidery stuff, and yeah. My first idea was, oh, sorry, this is really annoying. Come on. I just need to put, anyway, let's stop it for a second and I will bring the reference because it seems like pref is not going over the video. So basically I wanted to make embroidery, and the idea was to make the rest of this kokoshnik like different color, but I'm probably not gonna do it. We're gonna poly paint it now, and we're gonna see if it's gonna work. So yeah, more details. For this sharp line, I use this set of brushes was Pablo did. Pablo, who been there like few days before me. He does a lot of the brush stuff, and he did this pack of clay brushes, which are really good. Oops. They actually work miracle, and I need to cut some clean lines. And then the other thing that I do often is I do duplicate the tool, add subdivides on a second tool, and then reproject the detail. And I will explain why I'm doing it later. Here we go. Oof. And next, this is how I'm going from a very rough sketch to something more formed, something better looking. I do use split masked point a lot, so I mask and then split this masked part from the subtool. And in that case, I just add some curve tube to like add some fibers. I will show you everything real time. I just want like to give this very fast speed up process, so we can see how it was before in developing. I'm using move tool, and I'm using for scaling, use the old move, the brush move tool handle, which I'm gonna show. And here's the time when I start to tackle her stand, this tree. And this is something I'm going to talk about as well, because looking for references, I didn't edit this piece out because I just want you to see like how it's happening in real life. So I need some reference, go check for references, and add this to my PDF. This is what I was talking before. I found that this is a stand, right? This is like an environment where I put my character, and I found that somehow very important, and something that a lot of junior artists neglected for some reason. And you shouldn't, because adding a stand, adding like tiny bit piece of environment around your character is helping to tell the story. So in my case, it's just like some old broken tree from the magic forest, I don't know, and there's some like mushroom stream on it, and I had a lot of fun working on it. It's also not done. I'm gonna keep working on it. Yeah, this is how it looked in development. More details on the jewelry. So research. No, the latest. And again the tassels, and I kind of know a lot of ways to sculpt to create the tassels from like nanomesh, like you can use core tubes as well. I preferred in that case to sculpt them by hand, so to give them more like random chunky stylized look, something that like using built in like digital stuff not gonna help me. Using nanomesh or etc not gonna help me. This kind of look can be only achieved by sculpting by hands, like almost like traditional way of sculpting. And then I switched to skin shade, and I'm gonna talk about this as well, because skin shade is kind of give a little bit smoother appearance, and it's look very very good in the color with polypaint. Is that all, or I still have one video that I have video on the tail, which is very very short. So let's go to this. So this is a later stage, and I go back to Madcap Gray. So you can see this polypaint doesn't look any good in this shader. But I did it because I need to see what's going on my surface on her tail. So video before we saw like how I just started to work on the tail, and now I just block in some secondary details, some fluff. And here I'm back to skin shade. So you can see this instant change in her look. This is very very cartoony shader, which I like, and I actually prefer ZBrush render in many instances to other renders. Keep working on tail. You can see I merged it in one piece as well. I like to work in one piece right now to get rid of this digital feeling in the scouts. In many cases, when you're working for production, it's impossible to merge like this. If I would do this character for a game, to merge with tail in one piece would be like unthinkable. It's nothing. This is what future riggers and animators won't let me do. But since it's just for fun. I can always do this, and yeah. So thank you for sitting through all those videos. I just want to show this piece kind of in a progress and how it was done to that stage. And now we're gonna be working on some poly paint, which is fun stuff, a little bit of sculpting, which is also fun stuff, and a little bit of posing. I have an idea. This pose is not final, although it's very, very close. And yeah, whatever, like, ask me your questions if you have. I also have some questions that came before the stream, and I'm gonna answer them somewhere close at the end of the stream. And if it's okay, I probably will end the stream a tiny bit earlier because I wasn't feeling well recently. And I get tired very fast. Here we go. Back on pen. One good trick about this skin shader that I didn't do it here yet, but we can do it together, is adding some subsurface glow. This done through going to material, wax modifier, I can even like make it 30, and it says like go to render properties, and I will say okay. So I'm going to render properties, wax preview, and now it has some subtle glow, like real skin would have. And let me turn, for those of you who never use it, without and with, and I can actually make it stronger. And for my taste, it's too much, and I can make it more subtle. So just tiny bit is just fine. There is a lot of work to be done. Let me choose this. Choose this color so it doesn't distract me. So her tail still need a lot of attention. This thing is not done. This jewelry is not done. But we probably gonna do tiny bit of poly painting because just poly painting is not quite finished yet. I did it very quickly yesterday, and we're gonna use standard brush, and I'm not gonna sculpture it. This is gonna be annoying. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fill the object. This wing's gonna be approximately this color. So anyway. Here we go. And I can think about it later. Just right now I'm gonna be painting, and every time I'm selecting red, everything that doesn't have poly paint on it becoming red, which is sometimes could be really annoying and distracting. Anyway. So her face and the symmetry right now, it's also on subdivides, meaning I can go to a lower level, push and pull, and I can go on a high level and work on details, work on poly painting, which I cannot do now. It's too much. Back of your head is not done, but it's not needed. And what I actually want to do, I want to go here and make it like more intense red everywhere that had connected to the terrace, contacted the terrace. It's gonna look weird when it's solo, just super weird, but it's gonna look good when it's gonna be all together, because it's gonna imitate this subsurface scattering that the body the Flash has in real life. And sometimes I like to do it like crazy, literally. Something like this. So something like that. Maybe this is too much. Turns out to be too much. So let's take it down. Hey, come on. Come on, subtle. Sometimes this preview is wrong. But something like this. This oversaturation in the shadows actually really helping the cartoony look. Little bit of bluish on the eye area. This is very, very classical approach to the face, even in 2D. Then kind of have this more bluish shades around the eyes. Oh, this is bad because faces symmetry, and this part is not. X is to turn the symmetry off. Here we go. Not yet. Not yet. And by the way, save. Okay, something like that. So we're gonna fill the objects on this RGB intensity levels one, unless I'm 100% not do the full intensity of color. Okay, what I'm gonna work on your tiara kokoshnik next. My idea was first is to probably make the body of this tiara like Bordeaux. Which I'm probably not gonna do because it's kind of breaking the shapes into two, which and this to leave this gold and make this Bordeaux, which I'm not gonna do because I'm gonna break the shape. Kind of ugly. So what I would do is probably, let's say it's still all gold, but probably this embroidery is like different shade of gold. Maybe it's not too much, too intense to under sort of underpainting in this color, and then go a little bit less saturated. Or maybe something like this. Not quite sure about these elements, so we're probably gonna keep them as we want. So this part is embroidery and the other part is something else. Not quite sure exactly what it is. And to throw a little bit of details in this poly painting, I can use mask. I don't know. masking. Masking by cavity. This is kind of very standard tool for people. Let's see what we can have. This is a mask I needed. Funny, you have some questions. Oh, sorry. Like, let's see what they are. Chris, what are some tips you have for posing the sculpts? I'm very primitive with my posing. I do use this old ZBrush transpose tool, which is still great. Like some of the old technology was created by ZBrush. It's really, really good. There is another way of posing. Your sculpt. It's then you created from Zets spheres, and I never did it, but I know some Japanese guys does it a lot for figurines. But it really requires a lot of planning, and I'm not so good in planning, especially when I'm designing like this. So I do use this. I do use masking if I need to pose like some separate piece, and I mostly like gonna be working like that. Very simple, and it worked better than transpose tool that's kind of standard to all our 3D applications. And it has a lot of options. Some of them I have no idea what they are about, what we're doing, but it's really, really complicated too. For example, it can do this. It can do like push and pull your elements in some directions if you want. This is on a move tool. If you press Alt, really great. And also you can select what part of you want to push and pull, like for example this. That makes this really, really flexible. It's obviously not as good as like rigging, but to be able to rig, you have to have low poly, which is a different story, and it's very time consuming, and it's not good to sculpt. So the short answer is masking and transpose tool. That's it. And if you feel like your pose is not there yet, I do, if it's humanoid, I do take a lot of selfies. I go to the mirror, taking a lot of selfies to see how my balance look like. There's like I put my weight, and that actually helps a lot. Or just finding references online if you can do selfie in the mirror. And another question is, what inspires Rez? What inspires your composition? I didn't do any sketch for head for this one. I kind of did this. I was doing this quick over paints, and this is completely shameful. But I kind of did this over paints in a process. But I come into realization that I probably should do concept before I jump into the sculpt. So advice, at least, I would usually do advise everyone to sketch for a head, to do some really drafty ideas, to do really drafty doodles. Ugly, that's fine. I do ugly doodles all the time. And I should follow this advice myself. But sometimes then I just speed sculpt for my own pleasure. I just go with this brush straight and do stuff because it's and was another question. I also noticed on station you've been heavily in 2D. What made you switch to 3D, and how do you compare it? Thanks, it's very nice questions, and it's interesting thing to chat while I'm gonna keep working. The silly answer is at some point I was envious, and I feel like 3D artists get more money. So I was just like, I probably should go to 3D and get more money, which is not always true. It depends what you're doing, what company you're working for. The more complicated answer to this question is I'm really curious about stuff, and I like to try things. Like right now, I try actually to do more 2D because I feel my skills deteriorating with the time because I'm not practicing them, and that makes me feel sad, and that makes me go to Photoshop and to do a lot. So I have to go into Sculptors Pro to do this thingy. I like both, but I think I found my style in sculpting in a 3D better than I did in 2D. I'm trying to get back to 2D, like in a more serious kind of way. Doing a lot of exercise whenever I can. Actually, my current job is very hand painted, so it helps. It really helps. So for the feathers, I doing this very primitive stuff. I don't do any like insert meshes. I just sculpt them, and I use this Demian standard. This is by default. I use clay build-up from time to time, just for example, like here. And in this case, I'm using Sculptors Pro mode. So I would add this detalization on the fly. I don't need Dynamesh to re-Dynamesh it all the time. This is one of my favorite tools. Oli, hello. Have I tried VR sculpting? Yes, I actually have Oculus at my place that I was given by Oculus to try the medium and give them feedback, and it's been more than 1 year, and I tried it once and I felt miserable. Put it back in a box, and yeah, this is the end of the story. Unfortunately, I'm very I movement sick. How do you say it? Like seasick, right? And and all VR games. No. I got dizzy next second. Medium was fine, so I didn't feel dizziness. But the problem with medium is interface, and the second, there is no brush pressure. That's actually killing all the fun for me. Which is kind of really, like, if you want, I can chat with people in Oculus. I also tried this Google have VR painting tool, which was a lot of fun as a toy. I tried it once. I paid $20 to try it once and tossed shit away. I'm horrible. No, not there. I would say as a working tool is not there yet. So I know Geo. So my friend, he also stream for Pixelogic now. He's amazing in that. He probably one of a few people who really does sculpt in Medium and really get amazing result from it. But he's basically working for Medium. This is why. In many cases, what you see people claim is Medium done in VR is kind of very often started in ZBrush or polished in ZBrush and put it back in VR for render. So everybody lies. And I just told everybody it's dirty secrets there. It's okay. So not everything you see made in VR is VR. Alexander, thank you. Thank you, Iris. Not really good, but okay. I'm chatting. I'm trying to sculpt. Okay, so I do use lasso for masking a lot. And this is on my hotkey. Thank you. Thanks, people. Finally, I can see people in the chat because I'm used to have kind of animated chat and solid streams, and people been quiet here. It's like kind of a weird feeling. Okay, the other brush I started to use just recently, and this is this brush set made by Pablo. He was there, he was on FCC, the visit brush guy, and he always do this kind of interesting kind of brushes, and I'm gonna show you. It's really great. It's really great in adding like sharp lines, which I gonna even make it less intense. This line is looking like this. It's really, really great. I like it as much as I like Damien Standard. Damien Standard is a standard brush. Damn Standard. The guy who did it is actually, his name is Damien. That's why I said Damien. This is this brush. I don't know. I made it specially for FCC. This one. Unfortunately, didn't have time to polish it properly. But I'm gonna do I'm gonna finish all my sculpts. Haven't finished yet. So how do I add tiles on the fibers, like things like this? Let's take let's take this one. I want to keep these fibers like stylized and chunky. Like obviously fibers almost have no thickness. But for this sculpt I try to keep a little bit of volume. Like here. Did I miss a question? No. Is it a question for me? Anyway, I will answer. Did you start traditional sculpting before doing 3D on a computer? I have some traditional sculpting in university. Unfortunately, I was not a good student. So basically, no, I didn't have any traditional sculpting experience before. But I really admire traditional way of doing things, and I trying to replicate some stuff that I saw in museums made by like great sculptors of the past. I trying to bring it in digital because I sometimes feel like not all digital look artsy enough for me, if it making any sense. So let's say what happening with fibers over time, the ends going frail. I have, for example, this pen. I don't know if my camera is big enough on the screen. I don't know if you can see my camera, but I have this feather. My cat adored to play with it, so it's frail all over places. And to make it more believable, I like to add some pieces with sticking out. First, let's carve some holes again. I hate doing this. So this tool make not only holes, but it actually chew on my poly paint. Have to fill it again. And then I would move this like that. And then I go to curve tube and just add this tiny piece like this. Not good. Stroke, there is a modifiers. I'm using this tool a lot right now. So, and this, the size of the stroke. So what I want to taper on one end, like this piece of whatever. Yeah, I'm good. It's not much in the thickness, but it's easy to adjust. Blah, blah, blah. Truth inflate, truth move. So things like that. And then it's still not the same object in a way. Like I will smooth it and it's not gonna smooth right. I would free dynamesh, which I don't want to do. I can go to mesh by union. I do the same tricks all over my screens, but because my workflow right now is pretty much very simple. Mesh by union. This is kind of, you can just move it anyway. Move it with move tool. But yeah, this is how I tiny pieces. This is how it's done. Just in this case, it's so chunky. Just could do it through, to be honest. Missed something in chat. Have it been the major improvement to ZBrush that you really like recently? What would be one change you really want to see in ZBrush? Okay, Oli want me to rant about ZBrush, which I can do because I'm not known on Pixologic channel. So, talking about ZBrush 2020, I upgraded it a few months ago, very late after it was launched, and I barely use any new feature. I don't think I use any new feature at all. I still have this video at my computer that was a presentation that I haven't watched. So no, in ZBrush 2020, I haven't seen any valuable feature from me. What I'm looking for is what we promised in ZBrush Summit 2019, maybe early. We promised UV, like an extent for UV master. So we have UV master, if you people don't know. Here. This is very, very handy when you work with in-game models. Surprise, surprise, we did very good job on algorithm. It really, really does automatic UV well. So, and they promised to extend it. They promised to extend it into like full-blown plugin. They can do a lot of UV stuff. This is good help for gonna be good help for the game, but it was delayed and delayed and delayed, and they still not gonna announce the date. And I don't know. I have some insights, but I don't know when it's gonna be out. I hope it's not gonna stop working on it. The other thing that they should do is actually, instead of they have this tendency to toss a lot of mistakes. They had a lot of stuff under the carpet, like kind of launch a new version, a lot of new wow features, like, and then some unwanted things. It's just like ignoring it for ages. For example, when the Dynamesh make Swiss cheese from your subtool, like my biggest disappointment ever is then they imply this. Let's go back to some subtool. Let's go back to the tool. So we imply this Sculptris Pro, and everybody was wowing, and I was wowing. I was saying, this is the best thing I saw for ages in digital art. And it's really good, but what we did, we in the final version of 2080, they canceled the backface mask for the Sculptris. So when I press a backface mask in Sculptris mode, try to sculpt. What's going on, gosh? This is what's going on. So it says after masking activated, you can't use Sculptris Pro mode. Not only it's fucking annoying, the other thing is backface masking for every person who's sculpting is a bread and butter. It's not allow you to create a mess in your sculpture. It's really, really, really handy. And then we cancel it for Sculptris Pro without actually give us any notice in a final product. That was like a huge disappointment. All that said, I really love them. I really think they are a really nice company, very creative, listening to artists, and in general, been very collaborative with community. A lot of stuff you see in ZBrush was made because community asked. I'm talking too much right now. Would be awesome. It would be awesome if you could later write here as inspiring artists. You love sculptors, painters. I give few, like I love a lot of Russian artists here. I like Rubel. I can drop in this into the chat later. Yes, I believe it's Repin, although it doesn't look like Repin all that much. This is Believin, and he's a book illustrator. This is a Russian guy. He has very, very nice Art Deco illustrative stuff. That guy, Nick Bibi, like, he's like crazy good. He's an animal sculpture guy. He's a contemporary. I believe he's American. You can find him on this Facebook. Actually, this I like Japan woodblock prints. I even bring it here for inspiration reference. Didn't use it, but it's still there. I'm gonna drop some links in the chat so you to give probably some interesting new names for you. I also like Beth Caverner, if I'm not butchering her name, and Forrest Rogers. They are both contemporaries. They are also both contemporaries, and they are female sculptors, which is amazing. Anyway, keep going. Keep going. Stop ranting. Keep going. I might pull this a little bit inside. For now, it's too chunky, too stylized, way too stylized to my liking. So, like that. Just a little bit. I'm not gonna add a lot of details on her wings, on her feathers, just for silhouette. I missed something. Oli, yeah, I might confuse Visnitsov. I'm gonna check it right now because I took it from Wikipedia. Visnitsov is cool too. Yeah, Visnitsov. Okay. Feeling ashamed a little bit, but that's okay. What time do we have? Actually, from all the 19th century, like rapping contemporary, probably like Serov more. I think Serov. I've been to rapping exhibition just my last visit in Moscow. It was a year ago, and it was a big exhibition of rapping. And know what? I was disappointed because and before that we have a big exhibition of Serov, and Serov was I kind of discovered him to myself sort of because I know his portraits but there was a lot of work then he experimented with style. Well, there was a lot of drawings when he's very very Klimt like, very interesting guy. And Repin, basically, he was staying the same. He was like doing the same thing during all his life. He's like very academic, very good in painting, but like, I was like, okay, that's nice. Impressed, but not terribly. Okay, that was nice happy accident. I'm using this trim lasso to cut the stuff inside. I mean, in this case, I think it's not too much chunkiness on this wing between this header. How can I fix it? Fashion, yes, fashion is, but fashion is kind of funny enough. Fashion is a Russian artist who immigrated to the United States, I believe. And United States have more fashion than Russia do. So I saw fashion painting for the first time a couple of years ago when I was back in Moscow, and like they have a new museum that they collect some fashion. But it's literally like he's great. Like people Google him, pretty people Google him, pretty people Google him. I know it's always good. Oh boy. I know what's happening. My Windows is a little bit like, and at some point there's something with my keyboard that start to call this language panel to pop up, which is bad. It probably means like at some point it will be impossible to work. We'll see how long we can last. This is just weird. It's just weird. Anyway, what we're gonna do? Let's pause here a little bit. Like, so we've been talking about like pausing. And Jesus, like because my pen gesture become really weird. Like I feel that I don't control this well. Let's try to go with it. Oh, I didn't finish with poly painting. So let's finish with poly painting, and then I can pause it a little bit just to show how do I pause things that still have to keep symmetry on them. This is a very easy trick. My sculpting is all not very technical, pretty much all old school. So yeah, let's paint. So what I was doing before I start answering questions and get distracted, I was try to add some paint in the cavity. For this, I was masking it by cavity using these settings here and now. The only thing I need is to inverse. I need to paint inside it. So hide mask. Also, I think it's Ctrl H, and then pick up a color, maybe more saturated color, and paint it. Yeah, sure, no problem. It's just saying me that I can use Sculptress Pro on subdivides, which is great because there is no chance for me to break geometry, break subdivides. You just cancel Sculptress Pro altogether. Then I come in here. It's subtle. It doesn't have to be like super intense, and actually this inside is way loose and unfinished. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, let's say I'm happy about this. Let's probably take it a little bit further and to see what else I can mask the cavity. So right now I want to paint a little bit of highlights, kind of, on the part that are protruding on this embroidery. Do I start poly painting early in the design process? This is a kind of middle, like my middle of my sculpting process, if it making any sense. I introduce some colors in the early stages in for example, some places where I need to see how silhouette looks like. I will show you in a second. But let's say it's a middle. It's a middle close to the end. Then I introduce poly paint. Don't do any poly painting before you absolutely nail your design. It's okay to go back and revise some stuff with then it poly painted, but the sculpt have to be very, very like final kind of stage. This is not gonna be something like a big project. They're gonna be pretty loose. They're not gonna go sculpt a lot with fibers. I'm just gonna keep a lot of places loose. That's why I consider this a proper stage to poly paint. But if I will blur this mask, it's okay. Looking good. I think it's Ctrl H, like in a Photoshop, to hide the mask, so I can poly paint more efficiently. I don't like this situation, so I want to go. And I'm only painting now, like using mask. So you can see my mask, and it's not gonna allow me to paint on in the cavity, inside the cavity this time. I'm only gonna hit these parts that are sticking out. Okay, it's okay. This is something that I was aiming. So kind of embroidered look. I hope this can use a little bit of poly paint. Anyway, so this thing is in symmetry. It also have subdivides. And this thing is in symmetry, also have subdivides. So this thing meaning your face. basically, and those ornaments on her head as well have something like. Why I'm saying all of that, because I now want to tackle her head. I want to change the angle of her head. Before, and how I build my scopes, I usually keep face and, like, for example, headpiece and the symmetry, and I rotate everything around it. So this is still very much in default position, and in very, very like late, or not very late, okay, somewhere in the middle, then I feel like I need to break the stiffness of this posture even more, because the new sculpt face and everything is symmetry, it gives it a little bit of like stiff digital look. Not like I go to like say move tool. I'm gonna first it's not that. First I'm gonna go to all my subtools that are in the symmetry, like your face. Hello, face. Face. Okay. She's not gonna select. Okay. It's supposed to show this. Anyway. Turn the symmetry off, because I'm gonna pause them right now. Turn the symmetry off. Symmetry off with X. Going to move tool. Making absolutely sure I don't have anything selected by changing my tool to select last. Deselect everything. Select only the stuff that I want to move. It's gonna be your headpiece, your face, and jewelry. Place it in the middle. Place it where I need it. And I don't want to do a lot of posing right now, but I want to tilt her head. Like she's super scared of something. This is so funny. This is best, actually. Best part of the sculpting. I also have to fix it. So give you a little bit of tilt like this. I think it's enough. I'm going to drawing mode. Should I do more? Yes, no? People are chatting about artists. Yes, Levitan is the best. I like best landscape artist for my taste. Sorry to be biased towards Russian guys, but I like a lot. I'm a huge fan of Zorn. I'm a huge fan of Sargent. I like the 19th century paintings a lot. Western, like European too. But that's called Sargent European because he basically spent most of his life in Europe. And it's pretty funny that he considered American because his art life happened in Europe. Yeah, but I think like in not all Russian guys are my favorites. Like I named few of those my real favorites, but like people like Shishkin for some reason. Like I hate Shishkin. I think it's the worst landscape painter ever. Anyway, since we move it, I think when I tried it yesterday, I turned her head even, give it more angle than that. Should I? I think I should. Let's go back. Let's go back, please. Now it's not gonna return to me. This is annoying. So this is what I was talking then. I said the problem with ZBrush is fact that they kind of they often imply a lot of good stuff but never polished it. So we never go back and polish things how they should. Pixelogic, I'm talking about Pixelogic, obviously. So they are creators of ZBrush. Okay. It's nice. Then they obviously like need to fix this. This was not in symmetry. Looking a bit ugly. That's okay too. The main thing that I want to demonstrate here is now when they actually now it's off asymmetry. Now I can sculpt it as I did before, and there is an option that's supposed to help you. So I'm gonna activate symmetry still. Use possible symmetry. And then the brush remembers that it has like vertices symmetrical on this head. And he would work not by actual symmetry, but he would check the vertices are, the identical vertices, and understands them as symmetric. And this is like the greatest tool ever to help you to pause, but you still would be able to work like polypaint in a symmetrical manner where you need it. Like if I decided I want to change your lips, for example, I still can do it. Funny. Anyway, it has a little bit of asymmetry on the face. So when I do the brows, I turn the symmetry off anyway. Same for this thing, because I'm still gonna go back and polypaint it and probably like polish it a little bit so I can go to transform. Right, symmetry, use possible symmetry, and it will understand. So it's gonna work perfectly. Okay, so let's fix this, because when I was doing that, I wasn't thinking, and obviously when I be fixing this redness just too much. Oh, save, let's do save. Save every 15 minutes. And let's talk about saving frequently, because I started my CG career like very early on. Back in old times, then people like then Photoshop didn't have after save, and Corel Painter didn't have after save. ZBrush, I think it did have after save, but I'm used to save every 15 minutes. I also save most of my ongoing project on Google Drive on the cloud. So in case like there's something crashes and I did the changes that I didn't like, I can always roll back on the previous version. And I highly recommend it to do this, to save on the cloud. So I frequently save on the cloud, like Google Drive, Dropbox, and it's actually this actually saved my ass for so many times, literally. Save my ass, because sometimes like I've been silly. I overwrite like latest version by oldest version, and if you're on the cloud, you can roll back, which is great. So about this ornament. Actually, I just put it here for as a dummy. Oh, nice. So my windows got a little bit not that fine. And I've been talking about this ornament jewelry that I placed here as a dummy, and I'm planning to replace it. But right now I'm not so sure because technically I also can sculpt on this. Come on. So what's going on is my hotkeys are completely off right now. Nice, that's nice. Oh. No, it's me. I'm an idiot. Okay, good. That's normal. So I will try to sculpt. If I'm failing on sculpting, and I want to add some bits. Some kind of necklace like this. I can do it by making insert mesh, and I can show you this way too, but I want to sculpt it, but I'm gonna show you this other way of doing things. But let's save. Just this and the sphere. Let's say to the sphere. Like create insert mesh. New. It's very kind of silly, dark, silly stuff. Let's go curve mode. Ta-da! So now if I want them function course step, I think they make them like either coming very close or have a space in between them, which looks ugly as fuck. Let's say this. Unfortunately, this size modifier never works properly, so I decided to give it a chance, but it's a bad idea. So no, don't use it. It's a shame. This is another thing that I would love to see in the brush. For example, to be able to have this each of them like to be smaller on the ends and be bigger in the middle. How a lot of necklaces looks like, really. But no, we can't. Okay. So because these look very digital for me right now because of those repetitions. Okay, nice. And so I can do this. This is okay. I'm not gonna judge anybody who doing this. Also, I need to make it a separate subtool so I can change it. But I don't like this uniformity. That's to be honest. So still question, do I like cartoons? Yeah, I kind of like cartoons. I know, but it depends on the cartoons. I think it's kind of a good taste to like Miyazaki. And I used to be a big fan of Adventure Time back then. And I think they're still good, but just I haven't rewatched the series. Okay. I need masking. So basically then, to get rid of this kind of uniform digital look, I need to do this mask. Mask again. Probably I shouldn't do that in the first place. And then go and oh shit, sorry. This is a dangerous move. It should be on the transpose. Select one subtool, and you can see it. It's so small, but yeah, be careful with transform to Alina. It doesn't look good, but it's okay. I'm not gonna be judgmental about this. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying now to make this thing look tiny bit less digital. And my last step to making this thing less digital will be basically, let me solo this. Redynamesh to get rid of these conjunctions that I don't like. Okay, I also can remesh by union, but in this case I see like Dynamesh gonna do it very well. Boom, no, not very well. Better, somehow. Not my favorite way of doing things, but like, we'll see. Maybe it's still worth trying. Let's go hide this, because why not? That looks kind of better for me now. I need to fix. It shouldn't be floating in the air, obviously. Kind of have no choice. Come on. Hey, that's nice. Dynamic again. Dynamic again. But other thing that I don't like about Dynamesh, and I use it less right now, because every time you Dynamesh with polish, it's like it does some kind of inflate for your subtool. So if you're doing a couple of Dynameshes, it's kind of inflating. You can try to it's inflate, it's make it puffy, and it's like inflate Dynamesh inflated the opposite way, make it thinner, making this subtle thinner, which I don't like. But this is, and it's mostly like Polish button that does it. I didn't do the Dynamesh. What's weird? Oh, okay, weird. Let's add more on this end then, and then Dynamesh altogether. Dynamesh. Okay. So something like this. Do I want what color I want to polypaint this? Let's see. Please finish this card if you can. Yeah, I'll try. I'm worst with finishing stuff. But I want, and I also, it's not that much work. It's not very detailed sculpture, so there is some hope. Red, maybe. If it's gonna look good in red, maybe. It might need to have like different parts in different color, like this reference. Also, I might play with the size of individual pairs. Here. Anyway. Some randomness. Because it's full costume and it was not made on a manufacturing kind of site. It was made by hand, so all the spirits supposed to be like different size. This wasn't perfect, so kind of. Okay, so it's something. I will think about it later off a stream, and maybe I would change some design. So, yeah, we'll see if we can do that basically without even working with insert mesh. So let's see, split this, because I have 2 more strings like this. What time is it now? Oh, I'm soon, I'm gonna be done soon. I also have a few questions that I get offline and I never answer them. Let me check. Not those. Jesus. Okay. So I've been working on answering the couple of questions. The people were asking me before the stream, so I can answer here. So Dan was asking, how long does it take to do character? I assuming this is a question about game character because I never been working on anything else, and the answer is it depends. For like the timeline could be from few months for high res cinematic character for in-game cinematic, or like it's if it requires a lot of realistic texturing, realistic like hair, like cloth, blah blah blah. And I know Fortnite skins, they have to do some skins in 2 weeks timeline. That means actually gives you like 10 days, 10 working days, which is kind of tight. I think the average will be around 1 month, but it's like generalization, like very, very broad generalization. In my current project, I'm supposed to do a character in 2-3 weeks, but it's a different pipeline. It's very, very weird kind of pipeline. Not something that you see a lot. So, yeah. And I'm still struggling to fit in this pipeline, in this timeline. Sorry. The Dynamesh or Sculptris Pro when working. I right now use both Dynamesh and Sculptris Pro. I do prefer Sculptris Pro right now whenever I can, but Dynamesh still have a lot of great features, and one of them is to be able to polish while the animation. There is another function that allows you to polish. It's here. You can polish all kind of crisp pages, groups, features, and just polish, but it's never gonna be as good as Dynamesh polish. So, and Dynamesh polish doing this, I can demonstrate. I'm pretty sure it's gonna work well on this subtool. Let's say it still want all my details here, but I want to make it like, because you can see when I work in Sculptris, it's giving me a lot of rough surface. here, and then I would do polish and dynamesh. Okay. Probably even, should I do it like this? Yeah, so it's instantly smooth all the surfaces and sharpen some details, but getting rid of a small wobbliness and noise. So it's really good tool. I'm gonna undo this because obviously I don't need this polish at this stage. Because it recalculates any surfaces, and at the same time it's trying to clean it up to make it like smooth and pinch details that he thinks the algorithm thinks worth to be like showing off. And I use Sculptress Pro for sketching a lot. Sketching, for stuff like this. For example, this things I'm not gonna dynamesh it because it's gonna kill all this nice kind of brush stroke. And I don't care if it's a little bit like it has some noise from Sculptress. I'm okay with it. Sculptress will working in triangles, and triangles could give like this texture that can be sometimes unwanted. We have like 25 minutes to go. What project that you had most fun working on? It's a difficult question, really, to answer. Every project was kind of fun working on. I think my last two jobs for Ubisoft and for Moon Studios was actually the most fun. Because before that I was stuck in mobile gaming for some time, and this was kind of miserable. I'm not a huge fan of making art for mobile games for some reason. It's a question of personal preferences, of course. This is sad because probably mobile gaming is the future of game industry, like altogether. But I prefer AAA. Like Moon couldn't be called AAA. Really, it's more indie. But the quality of project is pretty much AAA. Okay, abandon this error. And Okay. Okay, if I did it too much, I just like can use flatten. Flatten everything. Oh, what's this? Because flatten also doing RGB stuff. So you can poly paint and you can sculpt at the same time. I keep forgetting about it. So basically then it has poly paint button on it. It will do this. Which actually I rarely need on flatten, but I usually use it on like let's say name standard. Standard. And if I need to not only add some details on the wings, for example, but also like paint them at the same time. I can choose the color darker so it can be visible. So things like this. But I prefer not to do this. I prefer to poly paint using cavity, using like a brush without any impact on geometry because it's hard to control everything at the same time. So I do use it rarely. Now let's just cancel everything together. time is it now? So I have like 15 minutes. Okay. I gonna keep going, but I'm obviously done in 15 minutes very soon. I don't know if you guys were when I said I gonna give like some stickers. The best question here. I don't know. You can see me. I don't know if it's really visible. I because this stream I'm not in control of, but the person with the name Dev Forez, who was asking me a lot of really cool questions. Hello, if you're still here, if you still listen to the stream, you got this pack of stickers. Hey! I'm gonna poke you after the stream, and I will need email address, and I'm gonna ship them once. Canada Post will accept shipments. Yeah. Actually, I was distracted again, and I was about to work on this thing, and I didn't like. Pitiful mess. Let's say. Hey, good. Poke me in DM. Like I'm Fox from Box here. I'm somewhere in this list, probably of instructors. Hopefully. Just drop me your physical mail address. Am I here? I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna poke you. That's it. I'm gonna poke you myself. Therefore, yes. So I kind of will be able to send things one day. Then postal service is gonna be on again and working. Because for now it was miserable recently. I'm Fox from Box. Fox from Box everywhere, and same with Discord. Look, this is my nickname. I'm not in the list of instructors. Sadly, I feel offended right now. But anyway, maybe I somewhere here. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Yeah. Amazing. Ollie asked me a lot of great questions, but Ollie, you're not gonna get any stickers because you're my friend, and it will be like bribe, completely unethical. I just give you my stickers when we will meet eventually one day offline. So I would do something like this. It's very, very silly, very kind of stupid way of sculpting, but it's just doing the trick, and just I have all control over it, and because it's sculptures, I can erase it whenever I want, whenever I feel like I don't like it. So fuck it, and just redo that fairly quickly, and this is why I learned to love this basically hand sculpting, like the traditional, but using the Ctrl Z. Let's view this object, kind of. Although I have to say it's more time consuming, but this project is not for production, not kind of in any timeline, not in a tight deadline. And this is basically for me having fun and to learn how to be a better artist. Lol. I know you was there for the stickers, but you can have like any. Only add my cat emoji. And I've sent you my stickers. I actually was dreaming about like having some art exchange with people, like, but I don't do traditional art, so I don't have like a lot of stuff to exchange. You can basically send the stickers. The future stickers I'm gonna print. So a few people up to. This is Aris and Oli. You want to exchange? You want to? I can exchange like some printed stickers for some traditional sketches, because I have a wall behind me and it like needs some art. I just put some prints I got from different places, but they are not kind of. It's always good to have an original, right? Some, even if it's like some nonsense sketching. I have clear welding, but it's prints. It's not an not a real drawing. And I have Rackham, Arthur Rackham. So yeah. And by the way, I like Arthur Rackham. He's one of my favorite artists. He's a golden age of illustration kind of British guy. I also have, I don't know this artist in person. His name is Tehan White. She done all kind of dead birds and very, very decorative stuff. So I have her art book and I just like pull it into print it behind the plants there. It's waiting for the time to be hanged in our room actually, and I want to put print of woodblock paint, print of woodblock print. I don't have enough money to buy original woodblock prints I want, but I always can print them. Yeah, I reckon it's the oldest art inspiration in a way. I think I saw his picture when I was back in Russia, like learning in attending art university, and it was kind of, since then I just like think he's great. Not everything of him I like, but there is a lot of great stuff. Anyway, I'm doing nonsense. I just to distracted by chatting. Okay, it looks okay. Doesn't look at horrible. I'm wondering when those people gonna kick me out of here because just about time. Like 3 minutes left. And I would be glad to be kicked out because I'm kind of getting tired. Can go and do my own stuff. Yeah, working. This is my work day. I still have to do my work stuff. Yeah, I just wait. I like to sculpt by hand way more than I like to do all kind of insert brushes, tricks, etc., etc. Because I kind of have more control, have basically more freedom to decide than computer decide for me. Sort of. Iris, thank you for hanging out here. Really appreciate it. I'm sorry I missed yours, but it was early in Canada time. Gonna catch up. They promised to put everything online and by the end of a week or something. So I'm gonna catch up with all of you nice people. There's a lot of really great artists there. So just wanna watch all your presentations. I also was sick most of this week, so I was like, I kind of. I'm lucky that I came to this to Friday, like being able to streaming and being able to work, being conscious. To be honest, Kazar, thank you. That's very kind of you. Chris, thank you. Iris, thank you. You guys are kind. No, because I'm saying like thank you, goodbye, but I don't know if they gonna be planning to kick me out now. Hey, IFCC. Hey, I'm done. Thank you so. I'm done. Yeah. I just. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks you. Bye bye, guys. I'm gonna put some links on the chat.
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the environment exploration course where I'm gonna be teaching you guys some cool tricks that I use. By the way, my name is Prince Mahlangu and I'm a concept artist based in Johannesburg, and I've been in the industry for the past 4 years. And I've worked in films, I've worked in animation and also TV series. So I'm going to show you ways of which I do concept art and how you can actually generate ideas and explore more quicker, because the methods that I'm going to be teaching you is through using 3D and using photo bashing to just get the best way that you can and get good quality from just a concept art piece that you can work on in a couple of hours instead of working a day or two on it. So on this course right here, I have like the outline, which is 4 fundamental lessons that I'm going to be teaching you guys. So the first one is sketching your ideas in comps and using lighting and having awesome composition as well in there to show the best frame, or I would say the best picture that you could, while still being graphic and loose. And the second one is modeling, so we're going to get into Maya. If you know any other 3D package, you don't have to try Maya out or anything like that, but you can still use Blender in other 3D packages. There's no limits on which package you want to use. I would say use whatever you're comfortable using. So you're gonna learn how to set up a shot in 3D, placing your cameras where you want them. And in the third lesson, I'm gonna teach you guys how to do lighting and rendering. So here we're gonna be placing actual lights in our 3D scene. We're gonna learn a bit of basic texturing. We're not gonna be doing something complicated like UVs or anything like that. It's just gonna be basic texturing. And then also we're gonna use proper lighting in 3D just to show you guys how you can get some awesome natural looking scenes. And also when we're done doing that, you can render out different passes that can give you different advantages when you go to Photoshop. And then fourthly, we're gonna assemble the whole scene up in Photoshop, and we're gonna use photo bashing to sort of have that extra layer of texturing on top of the mesh that we just rendered. And then we're just gonna edit and adjust everything else after that. So I hope you guys enjoy the course, and thank you so much for supporting me. And yeah, let's start with the course.
All right, welcome to my course. My name is Jude Smith, as I'm sure you're already aware. First off, I'd like to thank you all for signing up. I'm really excited to share some of my thoughts and process with you. So I hope you find the information you learn in this class helpful. If you have any questions throughout the class, feel free to reach out to me through Facebook, ArtStation, or any of my other social media. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have or give general feedback and critiques. So a little background on me before we get started. In 2016, I graduated from the Art Institute in Washington, D.C. with a degree in media arts and animation. After graduation, I spent about a year building up a new portfolio and freelancing for a few publishers and indie gaming studios, until getting hired by Kabam, and I've been working on games ever since. A quick course overview. First, we'll start with some topics on art fundamentals and design theory that I'd like you to keep in mind throughout this course. After that, we'll begin the creative process, starting with sketching, and work our way through the entirety of my process to a final polish. Required tools, you really only need Photoshop for this class. Lazy Nezumi Pro is optional. It's just a useful plugin for when you want to be really precise. I'll go over that later though.
Hello. Today we have Diana Toth, and the next hour we're gonna spend on like mentorship session. Maybe Diana, you could give us some introduction, say something about yourself, and maybe what's your goals right now, because it's
Okay. Hi, I'm Dia, and currently I'm a university student. Recently, I started to focus on digital art, learning from tutorials, online courses, and other artists. My goal is to become a concept artist or an illustrator in one day.
okay. So I guess the main thing actually we're gonna focus on today is probably will be some advices regarding like the portfolio, what you should maybe like focus on in the future when you are actually gonna search for a job. Because like when I'm looking at the portfolio, like just straight away. The first thing that I see are like those the big part of your portfolio are like mainly portraits, which is something that's not necessarily okay. Like doing portrait, there's nothing bad about like doing portraits, but like in a portfolio like this, when like half of the portfolio are actually portraits or like studies. Usually, like very often, it just says like, "Okay, I'm a student," and then I don't necessarily. If like that's the thing, it's like it depends like how you treat the ArtStation portfolio, because you might just treat it as like a place where you have like personal pieces, and when you actually apply to like companies, you are sent like you might just send some PDF file or something, which is like sometimes is like better. Solution, especially when you are trying to apply to different companies for different positions, and then you have like variety of works. It's good to just like select certain works and then just create a like specific portfolio towards like positions that we are applying for, because obviously for like illustration position and then concept art positions, they're like different kind of things that like I search for. Like, so for example, like when with the concept artists, the main thing that you're gonna be judged for are like mainly designs, and then in illustration is gonna be the overall look of the actual piece, but not necessarily the design in the works. But it also like depends on the actual job itself. I don't know, like, would you like to, because okay, like is this like the most recent piece?
Yes, this is the latest.
Yeah, like for me, it's like pretty interesting example, because you obviously did it in the past, and you recently, like, you did it again, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, like, and then so if you would actually apply for like concept artist position, like that kind of work should be like, especially if you like searching for a character concept artist position, that kind of work would be something that should be like taking probably most of the portfolio instead, because you know, like if you would apply for a concept artist position and you would add something like this, which is just like portrait, then it doesn't tell anything to the art director what are your like design skills. So maybe you can like focus for a second on this one, and I could just advise you and point out certain things that would be good to think about in the future if you're gonna like work on the character. I'll like copy it to Photoshop just to be able to. And I will also like copy the previous one, because there are like certain things that like I would like to also like discuss.
Okay.
Okay, like overall, like that there are like certain things that are visible improvements in the newer version. Like the light is a bit better. There is like more details overall, but there are like certain things that actually I'm looking at, and then from a perspective of like a game concept, there are like certain things that like could be improved. So if I'm looking like in general, it actually creates like nice impression, and then I can tell that this is like some like badass fighter or something like that.
Yeah.
Just the things like that like you could actually work on are like those like certain details, and like there is like why I actually bring the old one, because like there is like certain thing that actually more readable, and then something that's actually missing in the new one, and then this is like those elements like the stitches on the trousers, like in general, like the trousers here, even though like overall like the painting quality in the new one is like is giving like better impression, but the readability of the trousers here like is better in my opinion. Like you have those elements like this, which is actually pretty cool, and then would be nice to have in this version as well, because that would be something that actually on the 3D model would actually be adding like this like small detail that's here, like the 3D artist might actually invent it by himself, but like it's better to add it, or just like add like maybe references for that. But that's something that I'm gonna like also talk about later. One thing that's actually is missing here, in my opinion, is that okay, you have like those belts on a leg, but then we don't see any like elements that's showing that's actually how those belts actually ended up on that leg. Maybe actually adding some elements that like showing this like it's tied on the side of the trousers. Actually, that would add some smaller details that would look pretty cool. And then the same thing actually goes to those elements here, because like it looks like those are actually made from metal.
Yeah.
And then the same thing actually comes to this, because like if that thing is metal, I don't, and then it's actually covering the whole leg. That's how it looks like now. How that character actually put those things on herself, right? So one thing is like maybe adding like some cut here and also like some stripes, like showing that's it's it was put on the character. It's not just like happening to be there or anything like that. Elements like this, for example, like if I would work on something like that, I would actually show that this is actually sticking out from the knee, because like then it actually creates like a nice silhouette on a character. Maybe not from the front, but like probably on a. If I would look at the character from the side, then it would be actually a pretty cool detail. And the thing is, like, what's actually would be also probably cool is that adding like those like small, because like you have like the big and medium stuff like solved, but then maybe adding some balls on this would create, or like some nice finishing on the metal parts that would actually add a lot to the overall impression of the character. The same things like with the stitching and stuff actually goes to the shoes. Like you could actually add something like here. I don't know what kind of like setting is this. It is like a totally like fantasy, or it's something maybe actually futuristic. That's the thing. That's actually there are like things that doesn't actually tell me where this character is actually placed. So it's not necessarily something bad or good, but if you are actually designing a character, it's nice to have like those elements that actually showing you what kind of like setting specifically it is. Like if you have like fantasy character, then probably like elements like this is like pretty modern in trousers. That's why actually I'm pretty confused where like this character would be put. Does it make sense?
Yeah. She was one of my first character design.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit difficult to me, but I wanted to create something badass which has a post-apocalyptic feeling,
Okay.
and try to focus on this. But this is not the best work what I have done from this moment.
Okay, like, but actually, this is like giving me some advices, like what I could like what advices I could give you, how to show that this is like this character is like from post-apocalyptic setting. And the thing is actually when you're like creating a character, it's actually pretty good to try to add certain elements that actually, as I mentioned, like that are from this. This setting. So maybe like this character, like I don't know the background of this character, but like maybe actually is like imagine that like in post-apocalyptic world, probably like every valuable element that you can like find somewhere, it's like pretty precious. Like so maybe she could actually have with her like attached to the belt or something certain elements that actually would show you that's like they're like from that world. So like it might be like imagine that like she found certain helmet, like okay, like it's not necessarily have to fit to that character. It's just like an example, like football helmet that actually would be useful, and then she's not wearing it all the time because it's not necessarily comfortable. But like maybe she's just like having it like attached to her belt or something, or like if she's like traveling around, like maybe she had like some food with her with like in the bag. And like when I'm talking about the back, it's actually with this particular character, it's like you have this bag that's actually going through the body, and it's like on the side of the trousers. One thing that's actually pretty confusing for me is that like that bag is actually underneath the jacket, which is something like I might think why you did this, because it was easier to put it underneath the jacket here.
Yeah.
But then actually it's like there would be easier solution for that, just attaching it, you know, like you can have actually some belt and then attach that back to the belt. And then one thing, like from the game design perspective, like if you're actually designing a character, you need to think about all of those limitations of the engine, or like the animations and that kind of stuff. And then usually the character is actually moving the leg forward a lot. So like everything that would be like, okay, you can actually show it on a concept in that way, just to point out that the character actually have a back, but then having it on the like loose stripe somewhere at the back would be problematic. So it would be probably better to attach it somewhere, so it wouldn't have to be on some kind of simulation or like physics. So actually maybe putting it somewhere on the side of the character on that belt would be actually better solution than having something like this. Because then, because like if you would have like bag that's actually somewhere like closer to the front of the leg, then when the leg would move, like okay, this is like side of the hips, and then usually it's like that. But then when the leg is moving this way, that bag would actually end up being like this, because you know it wouldn't go magically on the side because it's at the front. So you know it would just probably bend or stretch with the actual model. It's just like something that's like kind of need to remember about when you're actually designing things for games. The same thing actually goes to shoulders, where whenever it's like you have like this area is pretty problematic in games. That's why like having like a shoulder plate that's covering the whole arm is sometimes problematic, because if that character is actually moving the arm up, it's actually all of that stuff is also stretching. So this area is like usually like, it also depends like what kind of game you are making, because like if it's like just you know, some isometric game where you don't see the details, that might not be a problem at all. Okay. What we could like from the, not necessarily from the game concept perspective, but like just the impression. Actually, that kind of pose is like pretty popular, but the one thing that actually it looks like this character just put that stick on the shoulder just because like it was comfortable, right? But the way this character actually put that stick, it's actually wouldn't be comfortable at all, because it's actually going way to the back. How it would rather look like in real life probably would be the arm would go like a bit lower, and then you would have the arm something like this, and that thing would go like this, and then just lie on the shoulders. Yes, one of the shoulder. It can be like that if you actually want to show that this weapon is actually maybe attached to the back, and then this character is just like trying to take it from there. But right now I don't have any details that actually would point out that this stick is actually connected to the back in any way. So maybe maybe that belt here would be actually better to be as as an attachment to the actual weapon, and then like showing that there is some sort of thing that's actually this stuff is attached to. But it's just like one of the things that actually would be good to think about, but like there is no one solution to something like this. The thing is that obviously like improvement from the original one, which is like, I don't know, like I think it's like good to point out like what you did better is that like the light looks better than in the original one, because like here the light was just the rim light was looking pretty flat, and so on. One thing that's actually good to think about is that white elements, like especially in that kind of light, they wouldn't go in the shadows so dark. It's just like because like if you actually go too dark in the shadows, it looks more like plastic, or but that's also like something that's actually you can do like many different ways. It's it doesn't have to be even like white. Maybe this bra was actually from like some different material than some fabrics or something. It would be also like, because at the end of the day, like if that would be for a game, you also need to think about those like details that actually make this model look cool in the game engine, which is like if you would have like jacket like this, it has like pretty cool shape in general, but then what's missing in my opinion are also like those stitching elements, or like showing what's this like jacket is made of, because I don't know now if it's like just some kind of fabric or it's just like leather or something like that. It's pretty thick, so I don't know, but adding any kind of like stitching or like just cuts on the surface of that jacket would be probably something that's like would be pretty nice to have. One of the things that actually is also like pretty important in the games, or like also like in painting, it's just like showing different materials. And okay, like you don't have to necessarily, like with the concept, you don't have to necessarily paint everything. You can actually like when one thing that you can do pretty easily and then show that actually you think about those things, is that like from those exploration and the actual design of the character, like do some kind of board where you actually adding some like cut like some small pieces of photos with the actual materials, and then pointing out where those materials should be used. So like for example, if I would didn't have like much time to actually spend on that character and finish the materials just to show how they look like, I would actually search for some textures and put it there with a note to the 3D artist that's okay, like this material should be used here or maybe on the jacket. And then I would actually try to differentiate those materials. Like if I would use leather on the belts, then probably on trousers I would try to add some material that's like this, a bit maybe less reflective than leather, because like on a leather you usually have those highlights in the details. That's why you see all of those like smaller bumps and stuff. Does it make sense? Like,
yeah.
Maybe do you have like some questions regarding like the character design?
Yeah. So, what do you think is missing my character design to become a higher level?
Because you can approach it from like two perspectives. Like one is like rendering, and then the second one is actual design. And then parts of the like in terms of like the design, parts of the thing that's would be important to have is like are actually those smaller elements that I mentioned before, which is like those stitching, like smaller details, and that kind of stuff. Thinking more about like interesting silhouette. So like whenever you have like an opportunity to actually, you know, if you're working on a character that's for a game, it's pretty important to make it readable from different distances. So what I mean by that is that you most of the time you actually don't see the character from like full close-up, like where you can actually focus on the details that on the character, which is important obviously, especially if it's like the main NPC or something like that, or the main character. But then you need to make the character readable from middle distance, which is mainly the values that actually you're putting on the character. So here is actually the background is pretty distracting, because like it has like pretty similar values to the characters. So I wouldn't, like, if you don't have like much contrast on the character, like here, I wouldn't go with like light and dark values next to each other. Okay, like maybe I will try to just do some quick overpaint or something just to fix this. You know, the background is like the least important thing when you actually talk about the character design. But it's like, if it's not helping, sometimes it's like better to not have it at all. Just like here, I would just go with something more like this, because you don't need that like dark area. Like you might want to have it if you want to add like the lighter values and some light. So you can actually go with something like this. But then having like something in between where you have like a bunch of like brush strokes and stuff, it's not helping in terms of readability of the actual character. So what I was like talking about are like those values. So like from middle distance, it's actually good to have like elements that like they have like you have light elements next to dark ones, which is actually it's working pretty good with that character. Maybe actually would be better to have like some darker element on the chest. So that bra is like could be something darker. In general, like bra as a you know as a clothing, it's not the most functional choice. I understand that like in games, some of the games, this is actually the way it's like the characters are like sometimes designed. It's like it's just personal preference. But the thing is, like, it might be a bit darker, just to show that the difference between the the light skin and the actual piece of clothing, and then like the jacket is something in the middle. Yeah, those kind of things are actually pretty good to have. Like what I would actually think about is that, okay, like if I have let's see, like 3 different values on the character, then I would probably try to use them as much as I can. So I would try to show the difference between, like if I would have like the dark value on the shoes, then probably on this area I would try to have something lighter, and then the trousers I would try to do it like something more neutral, just to show those belts that actually would be dark, you know, because then from the distance, like on the right side, it's actually more readable than on the left side, where the stripes from the distance actually wouldn't be probably like with the 3D character, it would be actually fixed. A lot of the readability is actually from the decision of like having those brush strokes. Which actually are helping in certain way, because they doing this impression of like folds, and they're following the form of the character, which is good. One thing that actually you could do to improve the character like faster is actually, maybe, I don't know if you're thinking about like using photo textures or not, but then it's actually in many ways it's actually speeding up the process a lot. It's actually, instead of just painting everything on the trousers like this, just you know, like finding some texture that's actually, it might not even be like a photo of trousers. It might be like something that's just like similar shape, or it might be even flat, but then if you actually gonna put on top of that, it's gonna create more realistic impression, which is like, yeah.
Sorry, the original one I used photos, but I don't want to overpaint or I just, yeah, and the new one I just painted from myself.
Which is like, not, it's not bad thing, but then you need to also realize that like using photos in concept art now these days is like kind of like a standard thing, and then you actually need to compete with people that are actually using photos, and then that because of that they can actually do stuff really fast. So you also need to find ways to actually present the design, or like came up with the design, and make it like in a way it's efficient, because spending like a couple, like, I don't know how fast you actually worked on this particular one, but like usually it's good to have at least a couple of versions of like the same character at the end of the workday, and then they should be pretty like readable, because when I would go to this page, like those kind of sketches, like, okay, it's good to see that's like you did some exploration, but that's not necessarily something that's like the art director would be able to judge, like what kind of ideas do you have with that particular character. This is cool, because like it shows like different haircuts and so on, which is like, that would be enough. This is cool, but I would probably, if I would try to present it, I would actually did the board of the whole character with all of the elements, and then if the 3D artist would ask me for that, then I would add additional full resolution piece of that particular thing.
And while doing a character concept, what is the most important thing that you should have pay attention?
You know, it's the main thing that you need to do is that like focus on the brief that you're getting, and then like taking care of this character fitting the whole story. It's not about the visuals of the character. It's just like creating like specific impression that this character should actually create. Like so, being able to show if the character, like a character's character, just by the visuals of the character. So like obviously like the pose of the character might be influential for in that term, like creating the impression of the character. But then there are also like all of the like elements that you are putting on the character. Like what's like cool about the piece that you did is actually that okay, this character actually has some scar on the face, which is actually a cool thing to have because it's actually showing the story of the character. And then having like more elements like that, it's actually even it would be even cooler. Like the thing that's like, if because okay, first you create the design of the character, which is like looks like that. Then the next step would be adding all of those smaller elements that actually showing like how the pieces of clothing are created and how they are like actually put on the character. And then actually the final step of actually designing a character, no, maybe not the final step, but like this, like when you go into detail, is like showing the story of the character just with details. So showing that this jacket is actually not something new, but actually showing all of the like damages that like this jacket probably got along the way, especially if it's like post-apocalyptic world. Then probably nothing that like she would have would be new. So like adding some scratches on those elements, some stitches on the trousers that like like she's wearing them for a while because like she didn't find like anything like she cannot buy the trousers, so probably using them as much as she can. In general, like also like in a game, like those dreadlocks would be something cool because then they could actually be simulated and then they would move. So that's actually adding additional layer to the character because it's more believable. You can actually improve that with maybe adding certain elements that actually could be simulated as well. So having some kind of ribbon on one of the arms actually would create something like this as well. Maybe having some ropes on that stuff, that would be also like pretty cool. So was it like an answer to your question, or?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
This is more line art. Like one thing that actually I need to mention is that like my impression is that like your line work is way more readable, and because like here, okay, like this is like drawn in like one way, and like there are like certain things that like probably some people would point out that could be drawn better or whatever, but this is like the way that's like the way it's drawn is actually like readable, and then I don't need any like obviously depending on the style of the game, then you probably would need like additional sketches or something. But then if you would work on like even a realistic game and you would provide something like this is like enough to actually show the idea behind the head of the character, because okay, you can just add references of the dreadlocks and then specific face. You don't have to draw it really realistically. And then like with the way you actually drawing this thing is actually probably sometimes like sometimes I would try to maybe get rid of like some of those like brush strokes and stuff and like make it like a bit more readable. So readability in terms of like the character concepts is like more important than the nice brush strokes and that kind of stuff. Because I noticed like also this with this particular piece where you have like the step by step. Actually, in my opinion, like the line drawing actually, especially face of this character, like looks a bit better than the than the final one. It's like mainly because of the way you put the light and shadows and values on this character. Because like some of the colors, they look a bit dirty, and when you actually it's not something that would be probably like super important regarding the character design, and I'm also like not the best artist in terms of colors myself. But the thing is that's like actually kind of not working out in my opinion, is that like the way it's cool that like you have like the one light source and then you have like this those lightning bolts and then actually affecting the face of this character. But the way that's actually we're looking at, like, okay, in the first place, this is like pretty tricky camera angle because like from the bottom, and then what's actually not necessarily working like for this particular face, in my opinion, is that like, okay, like we are looking like the nose especially showing me that we are looking from the bottom at the character, right? But then when we look at the edge of the face, it's actually looks like it's pointing down. So either like this character has like the nose that's actually going pretty high, like, or this nose could, or either the general like direction of the head. Like like we were talking about the character design, and I'm pointing out certain like painting problems with this particular piece. I don't know if even if you do you want to talk about this piece, or do you still want to like focus on the actual character design, because this is kind of gonna be not necessarily about the character design, but
I don't know. So it could be, but it isn't necessary.
Okay, so I will try to just say what's not working. Like, so when you have like what I'm doing, like I was actually showing that to other people as well, is that like whenever I have like a situation like this where okay, sometimes I might not see if like something is working or not. The thing is, like, we have like the head of the character, right? And then it's like we're looking like from the bottom at the character, and so if I would actually look at the nose from that particular angle, I would probably also look at the head from that angle. So we would see the bottom of the I'm missing the word for the bottom of the head. So like it wouldn't be like this, because then it's actually showing that the character is actually looking really like pointing down with the head. But like right now, the way the eyes and nose actually put, probably shows me that's like we should actually see a bit of bottom part of the head. Maybe like that nose actually is pointing a bit too high right now. And then like with this particular piece, they're like, this is like very like tricky thing to actually do, because like you have like lots of shortening in the character, and then this hand is like one thing. It's actually that you could, okay, like you have like in this hand is actually, this hand is showing a lot of like power, and then has like a nice pose, which is cool. But then this particular one, it's actually just floating, like this character didn't care about how like how to say it, like she lost the strength in the actual hand. So it would be nice to have like something similar to this one, and also like the way it's actually put. It looks like you had problems with painting that particular hand, so you just try to paint it in a way that would be possible for you. I don't know if that was the case. Hands are in general like pretty hard thing to draw. So like if I don't have any other option, probably I would try to pose like my hand myself and see how it would actually look cool, like what kind of pose. So like having like some tension in the fingers would be pretty cool. And also like, okay, like you can do it like in a couple of ways. You can point the hand down, and then like maybe like one thing that's actually it's pretty important to have is like not having like the all of the fingers at the same level. Then it's not a necessarily problematic thing. It's just it's quite boring in most of the cases. Like it just shows that like the character doesn't pay any attention to the situation, or like they're not. I don't know if I said it like properly, but having even like maybe one finger like going a bit different direction actually. Something that would be actually, adding and also like as I mentioned, like drawing hands are like it is pretty hard. So in most cases, I would probably search for like very specific reference of the hand. Like I would deal with something like this, or I would do like reference photo myself, or I would just use like softwares like DAS just to see what I can do with the hand, and then how it would look like in the 3D space. At the end of the day, you don't have to use 3D directly in the piece, but you can use it as a reference like you would use a photo. And then what's actually cool about the 3D is that like you can actually look at the object from different angles just to understand how the things actually looks like. Because photos are like not necessarily the best thing for like understanding how something works, because you can just see the impression of the object. So in many cases like that object might be looking different depending on the camera angle that you're using, or like the perspective of that object, and also like the light setup. So like for me, like sometimes like just having an option to actually look at something in real life and be able to look at the object actually helps better in terms of like understanding how something looks like and how it should be drawn, and then the actual photo. But obviously in many situations you don't have like that luxury to search for like the proper real life references. This piece is like having like pretty cool impression. It's maybe not necessarily something that would be it's like should be as a main thing in a portfolio, especially if you're like searching like for like a concept art position. But it has like some cool vibes and so on. One thing that probably you could try to do is actually maybe making that light more dramatic. So maybe those plants could actually cover a bit more the top of the head with shadow, and then the light could be actually more contrasty to the shadows. Then you would be able to create better like focal point on the eyes or something, because like right now the whole face is the focal point, and maybe you could basically focus the viewer on like specific part of that character. One thing that's like regarding our portfolio also, because if you would actually like to search for like illustration job position, then like pieces like those two would be basically the fundamentals of the portfolio. There are like certain things that probably it would be nice to actually have like fixed or something like that, like the hand here. But then probably you would need to have like at least 5-6 pieces just to show that like you can be consistent with the quality of the pieces that you do, because like right now most like out of like whole portfolio, it's like half of the portfolio are actually portraits, and then you have like those 2 illustrations, and then 3 character design. Like this one is kind of like in between. Like you could actually take something like this and then try to show the full character out of that, and then that would work better as like a portfolio piece rather than just like having a bust of the character. And like one thing that's probably pretty good to have is that like if you have like something like this quality, it's showing that you can actually do like variations of like this quality of like piece. That's okay. Like you can do exploration with the with that quality, because like you have like some exploration here, for example, and then that's not necessarily enough. Here it was like maybe like this is actually something that's like pretty decent. Maybe I would actually try to show the initial iterations, like how you actually ended up with design like this, because it just shows variations. But then nowadays I see that's like many studios actually searching in a portfolio more like thinking process, like how you get to that particular design, like where the inspirations are coming from, like where the details are actually coming from, like how you ended up like getting something like this. Like one thing that's like you can do to actually work more towards like a studio job is actually I don't know like how you work on those particular characters, but then having like some sort of like even simplest brief for the character and then trying to follow it. It's a good exercise in my opinion. Like creating like mood board for the character, having like proper research with the references, then try to execute it like in a way that you would have with the art director, showing the initial sketches and then like iterations like this, and then showing the final presentation of the character. Okay, maybe you have like some additional questions, because like I'm just keeps talking, and then maybe I don't give you enough space to actually ask the questions.
So 3D, how much 3D is how much important for concepts, or just character design, maybe creature?
It depends, because like in sometimes it's not needed at all. Like it depends from studio to studio. The situation is different. Like in illustrations, like you wouldn't probably use that much 3D. It just depends also like on the way you want to work. And also like in the studios, like at CD Projekt, there is like with certain topics like character design, there is like lots of like space for you how you want to like work on the characters. Like there are people that's like just drawing, there are people that actually do using like photo bashing, like for character, like if I'm just working on the character itself, like I would probably not use that much 3D because it's very limiting, and then it's not helping me in terms of speed of like working on the character. Maybe I would use it if like the character is like very complicated in terms of like technical elements, like you know, like if you would have like a lot of like cyberware with like small details that would be hard to draw properly, and then also like that would also need some animations on top of that, and I would like then it's like for me it was easier to think about those things in 3D, and then also like having a block out of those elements was easier when we work on that, because then I could give the block out to the 3D character artist. With monsters, for example, like on the Witcher, like the way the concept thing actually worked was that like I was doing the like paintings, like the concepts of the monster, and then there was this time where like the 3D artist was actually also working on a kind of concept part, like because like he was trying to get the impression of the monster, and then whenever he had like a problem with certain shapes, he was giving me the screenshots, and I was like overpainting them just to like point in where like how this particular monster should look like in my opinion to get this like impression. So you don't have to use 3D at all. Like in certain situations it's like kind of required. It just depends. Like if you actually working on environments, it's actually it's more often that you at least will be you will need to actually work on the screenshots of the level, for example. Then because in many cases is that the way it looks like you're getting the screenshot of the level design that like somebody did, and then you need to actually invent how this place could look like. With characters, sometimes, you know, like for in games there is not that much space to create many different variations of the main body, so like sometimes you actually might need to also like paint on top of the screenshot of the character, or like you're just getting like one version of the character, and then like it's gonna be a screenshot from the game, and you just need to do like a different version of that character. So as I mentioned at the beginning, like as a conclusion, you don't really need 3D. In my opinion, it's pretty helpful in terms of understanding certain topics like the shapes or like the materials. Okay, like we have like 2 more minutes, so I don't know, like do you have like any other question?
Not now, maybe later. I don't know.
You can always like send me some if you have like some questions, like you can just send them to me. I don't know. I'm on Discord, like IFCC Discord, so you can find me there, and I will like try to reply if I'll be able to.
Okay.
So like the one thing that you, in terms of like getting a job in the future, like you should focus on is like either like doing more concepts of characters, or like with illustrations. Like something that's like probably would be nice to have is some illustrations where you have like more than one character, which might be pretty challenging and complicated, but at least you should try to work on things like that. Just to maybe show more story with the characters, and there is nothing bad with the characters that like just doing one thing, because like that's a very popular way of like doing illustrations for card games or like books and so on. But also like being able to make illustrations with the multiple characters that actually interacting with each other, it's gonna give you also more perspective towards also like designing characters and then painting them. Okay, like it's already 9 p.m. So probably we'll need to wrap up. So I hope that's like my feedback in any way was like useful. I hope that's gonna be useful in the future for you. And I'm looking forward to the pieces that you're gonna create in the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm really grateful for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you as well, and see you in the future. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Gabriel, and in this new course from the IFCC Academy, I'll be sharing with you some interesting processes and techniques commonly used in the graphic design field with the help of vector graphics tools. In this case, this course content will encourage digital artists from all levels and different fields to start creating their own 2D graphics and assets, such as decals, icons, illustrations, patterns, logos, letter design, among others, using this as a new resource for a wide range of possible situations. Of course, these are topics that cannot be covered too in deep on a single course, so we'll be just focusing on practicing basic principles and workflows that you'll be able to assimilate and adapt to your own projects. So whether you're a graphic designer, concept artist, illustrator, 3D artist, or just someone developing visual work, this course content can be that new knowledge for you to start experimenting with and to add to your skill set. So yeah, happy to see you there.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Basically today I want to work on one character that I prepared. So you can see my screen. I already tried to open all the windows that is needed for me to start kind of working on this. I did prepare the sketch, and I'm gonna explain what I've done so far. So did a bit of a head start, so I'll have enough time to hopefully finish this. So this is a reference that you can see from Angelina Jolie. So I really like the gesture here, and I kind of use this gesture for this figure. Here, this character, the name is Chase. I've been working on it for a couple of months. This is for my book. As you can see, I've already done some frames for it. So this is one frame, this is the other, this is the third one. So I kind of have an idea about its color, about its character, the body shape, body language, stuff like that, the design of it. So I started with a rough sketch, as you can see on the right side, pretty dirty even, just to get the gesture right, get the position right. As you can see, there are some little problems here and there, but it doesn't matter because this is just only a rough sketch. So yeah, like what I was trying to do is to focus on the gesture, right? To focus on the forms, have a nice kind of a 3D-ish, space in my mind, and kind of try to place the figure there. The main goal is to get a little nice character piece, right? And I cannot stress it enough that when it comes to doing characters, focus on the character itself first, meaning try to understand the character, have fun with it, spend some time sketching different angles of it, the color palette, stuff like that. So don't just do one sketch or two sketches and say, hey, this is working, stuff like that. Just spend some time with it. So I thought maybe it's nice to use the coloring here. So as I'm talking, I start to color it. As I said, I do have this color palette or the main colors on my side. So this is there. I can simply pick the colors or just play with the hue, saturation, and balance. So I try to talk less and work more so I can finish this. Doing the skin color. If you have any questions or something like that, please shoot. Okay. So I do have some sort of an idea about the color in my mind. So I wanna get this like a feminine side of the character and also a bit of a badass side of her there. So I'm trying to find the balance. Maybe I can do something that is more soft in color. I'm not sure. So a lot of color balance. Just to keep the colors right. So about the character, she does have, as I said, a badass kind of value to her. She's a fighter, obviously, so I'm trying to have that in her outfit, have that in her the gadgets that she uses, stuff like that. So the character description helps me to understand her better and work on the colors, hopefully related to the character and its abilities and attributes. So I do have the layers ready, as you can see. Also, I try to separate the outlines. So outlines are pretty much separated, and also layers are separated. So, you know, like if I want to make this outline more reddish, I have it separated, just like that, easier. And I like the alpha. As I said, how I approach the whole design, you can see the process here. I did the rough sketch. I did a cleanup in my sketchbook because I like the feel of it. And also here, I'm just trying to color. Honestly, I'm not really entirely sure about the colors at this point, but it's a bit also stressful when you have to do it kind of when other people are watching and stuff like that. But hopefully it turns into something nice at the end. It's a bit difficult thing thinking about the work itself and also kind of trying to do an art. How somebody has a question, how have you come up with such an unique style? I feel like I want to do more stylized characters, but every time somehow end up with painting realistic. If you ever had such a problem? So, yes, I mean, it's not, honestly, it's not a problem first. I'm not sorry, I didn't really read the question out loud. Next time I'm going to read it, but I think what I got from it is like how I came up with my style and something like this. Thank you for calling it a unique style. Also, it's she or he is asking every time she tries to do something, she ends up with something painting realistic or something like that. Yeah, yes, I mean, honestly, at certain point, it's a matter of taste and it's a matter of choice. So if you want to do a stylized, don't overthink it, just do it. The thing about realistic itself is that can also help you. So I would never ever say don't do realistic, only do a stylized. But if you like to do stylized and you prefer that, there's nothing wrong with it. So I think nowadays people are doing all sorts of different things. What I would recommend is to find your own voice, and by that I mean practice deliberately, meaning focus on certain aspects of your practice. For example, only a style of certain other artists, only perspective of certain other artists, maybe look at their color palette, look at their design language, anything, right? So try to learn and then apply those into your work. So you will eventually find it, and honestly you already even have it. It's a matter of choice, how you deal with it, how you choose to use certain design languages or certain forms. For instance, here, I really love like people who kind of know my work a bit. They know that I had this sharp thing, that I was doing, so this is one way of doing things. Also, you can go with more of a curve stuff, right? This is also one way of looking at things. You can do all sorts of different things. You can go in super fantasy, you know, like this is one way of looking. So it's just very simple shape and form. So there's no end to this. It's just up to you how you wanna do things or what kind of a style you like. So don't censor yourself and don't limit yourself. Just do whatever you like to do, and eventually you kind of find it. You know, like my style is a mixed match of everything that I really love. You know, from manga to American work, like American illustrators like Bruce Timm, for instance, people that are top of my mind. So I don't censor myself. If I love it, I do it, and then I try to kind of make it my own thing. I hope that I answered your question. Again, I'm having a hard time thinking and working at the same time, but yeah, hopefully this will turn out okay. So right now I'm mainly focusing on a local color. I wanna get that right first. To me, it's important. So I think it's happening slowly. Maybe something brighter here. Same as this. If I have fun with it, sometimes it could be a difficult thing. By the way, it's easy to say stuff like that, but honestly, doing good stylized work or good any work, you know, realistic work, it's a lot of work and it's a lot of thinking. It's a lot of problem solving. So you're not alone. You know, if you hit the wall, if you feel like this looks like crap, stuff like that, that's just totally normal. You know? So probably I can have some definition in the form. Yeah. But the stylus is tricky, like because you have so few lines to play with. If you mess up, it shows itself. So that's a very challenging thing to handle. So here, probably I can start to color the outlines. It gives a very nice effect. So highly recommended. As I said, I have all the outlines ready and separated, as you can see. So it's easy to pick. It's easy to color. Here. I know the style question is a concern of so many artists. Honestly, it shouldn't matter that much because I think whatever we do, at the end of the day, does have a certain look and does have certain style. But specifically speaking, in a stylized work, just choose, you know. So now I'm mainly focusing on the colors of the outlines. Maybe I can go darker here. So I keep going back and forth with the curves and color balance just to get the colors right. And I eyeball it, so I try to see if the contrast works. Like if I go super dark, for instance, I personally don't like that. If I go super bright, I don't really like that. So I try to find that right balance there. I keep certain black lines there just to have an accent. Like obviously the eyes and stuff like that. Then also for these. I'll go. So one other thing that I wanted to mention, like when it comes to doing the pose, pay special attention to the rotations, pay special attention to the feel and the rhythm of the pose. Like that's something that is, I think, super important. So think about this, for instance, think about this type of, like the stand itself. This is all there is to this pose, like, so get this right, get the basics right. I cannot stress that enough. Like this is the most important part, like get it right. So how to get it right is just to do some gesture drawings, understand the weight of the pose. So if you put a line here, you can see the weight distribution is pretty solid. So like the more weight is here, a tiny bit of the weight is kind of on the left side. So think about these type of things. If you have also any questions, shoot, please. I mean, in your process, in your progress, you will fail, and that's good. I mean, you hear that people are saying fail. Obviously, I think it's a bit of a stupid thing to want to fail, but it's also okay. So I don't think anyone wants to fail, but if you fail to learn, I guess that's a good thing. So don't hesitate to test things, and anything, when it comes to style, when it comes to even realistic work, try different scenes, try different setups, try different characters, because you will definitely hit the wall, and that means maybe it's time to learn, like all new subjects, new stuff. And if you like, right, like there's no force behind any of this, it's just having fun at the end. But if you cannot have a fun, if you cannot have any fun when you work on your pieces, that obviously becomes like a job thing to do or a task thing to do. And sometimes that also happens. I don't think also there's a problem with that. So just try to get it right. But obviously, if you have fun, you get a better result, It shows. So for instance, I was searching the other day. I'm sure you know him. He's a famous artist, like Shion Kim, for instance. You can tell, like he does have some sort of a simplified style or whatever you call it, but it shows that he has so much fun when it comes to sketching or drawing. So it doesn't even need any color, just little pencil work. So these are great stuff. So to me, these are the things that matters at the end. So if this is an interesting drawing, interesting pose, interesting piece by itself, it's great. This is done. You want to color, you want to go crazy with the rendering, that's also fine. But if you don't have this good base, whatever you do to skin it kind of doesn't really work at the end, in my opinion, by the way. Obviously. All right. There's so many good artists out there, for sure. That's for sure. There's no end to that. It's starting to look like something, so it's good. Now it's flat, so I have to think of some sort of a lighting. All right. So usually I don't do this, but just because of the time constraint, I'll try to do it quickly. So I kind of flatten the silhouette of the pose, so I only have the silhouette, and then I go apply a layer. If you do like a bluish color, maybe darker, and do hard light, hard light, probably darker even, and probably. So this could act as your shadow, right? And then on top of this, you can paint your light. So this is at least the way that I do it quickly, you know. So whatever you do, you know, it acts as a light. I mean, you don't need to go this yellow. I'm just trying to show. When it comes to lighting, I always say that whenever I work, I do this. If I have a time to make a 3D model, I do. If I have a reference, I use. So there's no doubt. But for instance, I'm not going to use this lighting. I don't like the lighting here. So like if you can see here, I kind of have some sort of a lighting happening. So I like this type of effects. Think about your volume. Again, I'm going to simplify this to like crazy simplified. Like think about the figure as this. Right. So super simplified. But what you're looking for are the angles, okay? The angles, very important. So imagine you have hands here, and you have this sword thingy, right? This is all you need, right? And after that, you can just lock the alpha and paint your light in. So as you can see, any sort of light gives you different effects. So honestly, let me just do this in another sheet. So maybe that's a better way of. Ooh, no. It's a better way of doing it. So here, and use some sort of a grayish background just to show the light better. Otherwise, you don't see the light that good. So imagine I'll just do probably 5 even is enough. So yeah, why did I do this? Okay. Anyways, so as I said, if you have a reference, do use it. Don't even hesitate to do that. But if you don't, it's not that difficult. So think about some sort of a light source, right? So if this could be one light source, right? As simple as that, nothing else. Just a little bit of rim light, and the light is kind of bleeding in. So that's that. This could be one light source. Just like that. Probably this would be all in shadow, maybe a tiny bit here in light. So you're not going to use this light, but just to demonstrate, right? This is a very rare and weird kind of light. If you want to, like, I don't know, have like an airy feel or like an alien feel, you do this underneath light, but it's super rare. So just to show. So all these, in this case, the upper angles will get light. In the other case, the lower angles kind of get light. So it's all about angles, where the form kind of turns, right? So that's that. Same goes for everything else. So if the light is here, you do have a different effect. It's not that difficult, as you can see. It's actually super easy if you think about it this way, right? And then this one could be, I don't know, a lot more light. So imagine just the light is kind of bleeding in. You have all this area in light, everything. So here. I think you got the point, right? So So all these different effects only was changing the light source. So here, another example, like if you kill the color, you can see the light effect. I'm gonna push the contrast so you can see what's going on. Just check the faces. It's just different thing. Like this is almost another person here, right? This is like totally different feel. Like the same as here, same as here, same as here. Even this is a light, you know. So if you put a tiny bit of a, just to show you, imagine if I push the contrast here, too much, but check this. How amazing is this? Like you have this little tiny lights that are bleeding in, you know. This is amazing. This is all you need, you know. So try to apply the same knowledge here. This shouldn't be CMYK, by the way. Let me just change this RGB. Yeah, okay, it's not. All right. So okay. So as I said, I'm usually not doing that. Just paint the light there and then the shadows there. But again, because of the time, I'll try to use that, the hard light effect. Okay. Do shoot your questions if there is any. Marco is helping me. He's sending me the questions. The other screen. So probably I go with the side light, maybe something like this one. I don't know. This is close to this, so I can just use that. Just go a tiny bit earlier. Maybe, as I said, think about the angles, think about the volume, right, where the light goes. And in this case, I don't have any other references than these references that I have open here. So try to get the light right from those references, hopefully. So here, only a tiny bit here. So maybe I can just bleed in the light a tiny bit more. Or actually, you know what? Let's crop this so I have this. All right. So the nice thing about this whole process is you can just go and cut from it, and then you have a nice cast shadow, you know. So all the layers are separate. A lot of thinking. Probably this goes to light. Goes to light. And probably all this area goes to light. A tiny bit of shadow there. It's a bit hard to imagine exactly where the light goes, but again, if you think about the planes and how they turn, it's not that difficult. Like you find it. Like here, you have a cast shadow. If you have a problem finding the cast shadow, then paint the light all the way, right? Like that, for instance. So if you have this plane that goes to the light and you're sure about that, just paint that, and then go back and cut the cast shadows. That's also one way of doing it. So here you can just simply go there and cut the cast shadow. So you have a nice cast shadow happening, if it makes any sense. So here, same thing goes there. See, and this one is a form shadow, by the way. But since we're simplifying, all will be sharp. So usually in like realistic scenarios, when you have a form shadow, it's soft. So this area becomes pretty soft. But again, this is stylized, so you go sharp. Okay. This is becoming pretty interesting, actually. I like it. So I just go. Sometimes some of the areas or edges are pretty weird and they don't make sense in terms of the look of the shape and stuff like that, but it shouldn't matter. Right now, you're only thinking about light itself. You're not focusing on the design part of it, if it makes any sense. So the focus is, again, just the light. So probably a bit of a rim light here. Here. Maybe here. Probably this whole area goes to light, also here. I like this whole thinking and guessworking also and calculating all together. It's nice. I think it's fun. So here, this doesn't really go to light. So if I have a light there, maybe just a tiny bit of a leg part goes to light. Right? Yeah, this could work. So let's maybe even here, tiny bit. The idea is to get a convincing look for the light. So that's all matters. That's the focus. So what if I have this and have this? Oops. No. Okay. Don't know what happened there. Just getting rid of some of the lights just to get a cast shadow there. Also, probably a bit of a rim light there. Rim light here. No, too much. So maybe a tiny bit here. Also here. It's pretty okay, I guess. Maybe a tiny bit here. And this whole thing goes to light. Like crazy. So just like that, and like this. Maybe here. Stuff like there. Right. Okay, and then probably I'll have a cast shadow there. And that should be it. So here you can change I mean, you can have fun with the layer modes, but usually something like a soft light or hard light or stuff like that to work. Even overlay. Like overlay is pretty nice. Let's just keep it. Now you can think about some sort of a break. So this could be all sort of things can cause that, right? Like this whole greenery or vegetation can cause some cuts in the light, which adds more detail. Maybe we can. So if you want to push it more, just duplicate it and then change the opacity. We have more push light. Also for the blue part, I can go a bit greenish. Maybe like that. Just add more red to it. Also, I can add a bit of a gradient, so it's more warm and it gets cooler when it goes down. I don't know how it works, but I'm trying. Not like that too much. Just let's see color itself. Make it hard light. And just go a tiny bit warmer, like this. And then maybe it's too much. Okay, and maybe I can also go more like that. Then nope, it's just too much. Oh, add another layer. Let's go something more like that. Then go overlay. Yeah, or I can just simply use the actual layers. So go a bit. Yeah, go a bit reddish. I'm just pushing it like crazy now. Doesn't really change. That's why I said I usually do go there and paint layer, but I think it looks good enough for what it is. So yeah, and then I'll go there, try to work on the layers just to add more definition. For instance, here I can add a bit of an angle. Probably something that is weird. That is, let me see. This should change, but it doesn't. So that's pretty strange. So let's see. Nope. I guess it has something to do with this layer. It's a bit strange, but yeah. Oh, I got it. That's why. So whatever I do, it doesn't really change anything because I have this flat layer here. Ew. Okay, what I can do is, this is difficult. What can I do? Oh yeah, so I can do this. I can do this and then delete this whole thing and remove this. Get rid of this one. Also, same goes for all these layers. So yeah, I'll have access to the layers now. Oh, the face is too red now. Okay. Not sure how much time is left. If anyone's there, can you please tell me if I have more time or less time or a bit of indication? Kind of lost track of the time. Okay. So just to look at what has been done so far, I'll go to history. Just take a photo. See. All right. So it's looking good. Moving forward. Can play with the saturation of that shadow just to make it was too blue. Yeah. So the more you add paint here and there, shadows and light, things like that, adds more definition to the design. So it's a nice thing to do. It's up to you, you know, how much time you want to spend and how detailed you want to go. So you can always go back and, you know, add more contrast like that. Just add some variations so it's not all flat. Okay, probably this. Yeah, better. Maybe try a bit of a cast shadow just to see how it works. I'm not entirely sure, but if the light source is like that, probably shadows are in this direction, more or less. Yep, and then here maybe something like that. Not sure if I keep it, but for just to try, just it grounds the character better on the ground. It's not bad. So just to see color. Okay, something subtle like that would work. And probably some variations. So it's not flat. Okay. Some accent color would help. Maybe the cheeks could be a bit reddish. A nice effect that a lot of illustrators do. I also love it. It's just a bit of a variation there. Maybe it's too much. So then maybe some highlights just to try. Nope. Maybe a tiny bit, just part of that. Nope. Maybe just a dot. All right. Cool. All right. So after this, I'll probably add a bit of a definition here and there, and try to fix the colors. I can maybe change the background color just to see. So maybe I can go a bit red, like that. Nice thing about darker is the light reads better, but also becomes a bit like a green thing. Nope. This is not bad. What if we go darker here? Does that change stuff? Yeah. It's nice just to break the forms and shapes. I'm going a bit off model in terms of the colors and the characters itself, but it shouldn't matter. It's just a demo, right? Here. I want to keep the sketchbook thing there. It's cool, I think. Yeah, let's just keep it. But no, I don't like the. No, I don't think it just. It's a bit weird. I like the old one better. So I think this is better. Just if only I just make the background a tiny bit warm. So that's that. Now I can try a bit of a color correction. So it's here. I know some people ask. It's here. It's the color lookup thing in Photoshop. You can find it on the left side down the layer panel, and you do have certain presets that you can use. You can just play with them and see which one works best. Let me see. So I usually end up using some of these, but just to show you, like to demonstrate, I can try different versions, and you can also combine them. Obviously, change the opacity, things like that. The idea is to make the colors work better. Like I like this one, for instance. It adds a nice contrast. Probably keep that in mind. Come back to it. But these are all very good presets. The Fuji ones. It has a certain contrast and look to it, which I really like. Like this is pretty nice, I would say. So this was the colors, and this is with the presets, as you can see, has a more punch to it, right? So let's actually keep this. And now, something that I didn't really like. Yeah, so these lights are burning kind of thing. So let's just try to find a balance. I would change the opacity here. Cool. So and try to use any opportunity to break the big shapes, because they can become very annoying and boring even sometimes. Try to break that as much as possible. Here, I still don't like the background for some reason. I think it's a bit boring and it's a bit empty, but I guess it's just that's the nature of it, right? I don't think. Yeah, maybe right. Anyhow, so I feel maybe I can add a bit of a curve just to make the values a bit brighter, also more soft. Yeah, this is better. So it was like that. Yeah. And I can work on this contrast better, so I can kind of punctuate on the parts that I want. So probably a bit of a darker value, but not that dark. So yeah, something like that. Oops. Let's just lock this layer so I don't paint there. All right. Where was that? Here. So no, not you. Even So same goes for these parts. More details, more definition, the better. Okay. It's nice to burn that shape a tiny bit. After this point, it's a bit of a choosing game. So if you wanna have tiny little lights or highlights here and there, you can just go ahead and do that and see how it works. And also think about the light source, obviously. So if it's coming from that way, you probably have some highlights coming from that direction, right? So no, that's not that. And also don't do it randomly. Like, you know, it's just, it doesn't make sense. There should be some sort of a logic behind it. So if the light hits that area, you kind of get a bit of a highlight there. Obviously, if you overdo it, it also shows itself. So maybe that's too much. Okay. So it's coming together. It's not bad. Darker there. Just this area is a bit strange to me. So I probably have to make the value a bit darker so it reads better. Probably just this. Yeah. And also change the brightness of the outline. I know some people go crazy with the layers. I like to have control. So I like to, as I mentioned before, just to go through the layers and see what I can improve, you know, change the colors, things like that. I like that process. It's up to you. If it's not for you, obviously it's not for you. So. All right. I also don't like this for whatever reason. That's too orangish. Yeah. Okay. Maybe some highlights here. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of there in terms of the light and the feel. Not you. All right. If you have any questions so far, please shoot, because I think I'm kind of slowly getting close to the end of the session, if I'm not mistaken. I'm bad with timing. So here, Maybe a bit of a definition here would be nice. I mean, if you think of some sort of a reflective material, then all these type of games will change. So you should be able at any time, you should be able to change materials or change the look if you want. So it shouldn't be like a limit, right? So if you want, for instance, to change the sword to a bit of a reflective sword, that should be possible. So it's not too late. So if I want to just add a bit of a, yeah, yep. All right, perfect. It's almost done. Actually, I'm done with it. So this is what it is. So I started from rough, as you can see, cleaned it up, and now I colored everything in front of you in this stream. So hopefully it was helpful. And also, if you have any question, please shoot. Do art, have fun, and thank you for joining. Thank you very much.